Blackstone Audio presents Joseph P. Kennedy Presents His Hollywood Years by Cari Beauchamp. For Tom Flynn. All arrogance will reap a harvest rich in tears. God calls men to a heavy reckoning for overweening pride. Herodotus, underlined by Robert Kennedy in his copy of Edith Hamilton's The Greek Way. Preface. Mention the name Joseph P. Kennedy, the patriarch of America's royal family, and it evokes a mental picture. An older man smiling out from a photograph surrounded by numerous family members, or perhaps he is gaunt and wheelchair-bound, felled by a stroke. Erase those images. Visualize instead a young man in his mid-30s, a wickedly handsome 6-footer, exuding vitality and roguish charm. He strides confidently into a room wearing the most wonderful smile that seemed to light up his entire face, impressing everyone he met with his warm handshake and his friendly volubility. His vibrant energy fuels a head-turning charisma that commands attention. You felt not just that you were the only one in the room that mattered, recalls Joan Fontaine, but the only one in the world. With bright blue eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, a frequent laugh, and a tendency to slap his thigh when amused, he is strikingly different from the typical Wall Street banker or studio mogul. This is the man who took Hollywood by storm, at one point running 4 companies simultaneously when no one before or since ran more than one. He was profiled in national magazines and newspapers as a brilliant financial wunderkind, the most intriguing personality in the motion picture world, and the person who now monopolizes conversation in the studios and on location. Kennedy was the blonde Moses, leading film companies into profitable territory as they faced the pivotal years of converting from silent films to sound. In the process, he was instrumental in killing vaudeville. The mystique around him grew so thick that Fortune magazine warned, "The legends are so luxuriant that when you see Joe Kennedy you are likely to be startled to find him as plain and matter-of-fact as he is. A healthy, hearty, good-natured, sandy-haired Irish family man, athletic, unperplexed, easily pleased, hot-tempered, independent, and restless as they come." Luella Parsons hailed Joe Kennedy as the coming Napoleon of the movies, the white knight with a wherewithal to save film studios by bringing bankers and corporate representatives onto their boards of directors. He was the architect of the mergers that laid the groundwork for today's Hollywood. While even he might be surprised to find that United Artists, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and Columbia are now all partially owned by the same multinational conglomerate, he was the one who designed that very blueprint. Kennedy was the first financier to simply buy a studio. Fortune used the metaphor of a chess game to describe his Hollywood climb, taking small pawns, such as Robertson Cole and FBO, and methodically knocking down the knights and bishops of Pathé and Keith Albee Orpheum to create the Queen of RKO in less than 4 years. They concluded that Kennedy moved so fast that opinions still differ as to whether he left a string of reorganized companies or a heap of wreckage behind him. Over 100 films were released under the banner of Joseph P. Kennedy Presents, during which time he influenced the careers and personal lives of Gloria Swanson, Marlene Dietrich, and the cowboy stars Fred Thompson and Tom Mix, as well as dozens of other investors, executives, and underlings. Kennedy was a multifaceted, magnetic charmer, a devious visionary with exquisite timing and more than a flash of genius, and nothing, including the destruction of other people's careers, deterred his consuming passion to increase his personal bank accounts. "Not a half-dozen men have been able to keep the whole equation of pictures in their heads," F. Scott Fitzgerald noted in his final novel, The Last Tycoon. Joe Kennedy was not one of those men. for he had no appreciation of the nuances of storytelling or an ability to spark true creative collaboration. However, to paraphrase Fitzgerald, Kennedy may have been the only one to have the whole economic equation in his head, and that is a key to understanding him. He saw everything and everyone, from Gloria Swanson to Adolf Hitler, through a lens of dollars and cents. When he first arrived in Hollywood in 1926, no one knew Joe Kennedy as the man he would become. He wasn't that man yet. He was already more than well off, always meticulously dressed and chauffeured in his Rolls-Royce, but he had yet to accumulate his fortune. His wealth was estimated at a little over $1 million, and he would increase that tenfold over the 5 years he was immersed in the film industry. When Kennedy left Hollywood, he already had so much money that making the rest of it, which must have been many, many millions, was almost a routine affair. He cut the wave at exactly the right moment, and, perhaps more important, the timing of his departure was perfect. By 1932 he was the richest Irish American in the world, and while he would continue to build capital through other ventures, it was Hollywood that provided the foundation of his wealth. It was also Hollywood where he learned how to perform as a public personality, and where he came to believe that how you were perceived was more important than who you were. The skills and knowledge he gained would affect everything he did and influenced from then on, from how he presented his family to the world to his son's election to the presidency. This is the story of those Hollywood years. Chapter 1. America's Youngest Bank President, 1888 to 1919. The family that Joseph Patrick Kennedy was born into on September 6, 1888, was more comfortable than that of most Boston Irish Catholics. His father, Patrick Joseph, known to everyone as P.J., was a 30-year-old member of the Massachusetts House of Representatives, and his mother, Mary Augusta Hickey Kennedy, was the daughter of a relatively well-to-do family. Although Boston in 1888 was heavily populated by Irish Catholics, it was dominated by the Protestants, who had founded it 250 years before. John Winthrop and John Cotton, along with the Quinceys and the Saltonstalls, had arrived with the strict and codified purpose of establishing their city upon a hill. The churches and schools they had built, and their streets and the common ground, remained the city's defining touchstones, and their descendants still ruled Boston society. The Irish population had skyrocketed with the potato famines of the late 1840s, and one of their own was elected mayor in 1885. Yet when openings for work were advertised, Protestant only or Irish need not apply were all too familiar provisos. P.J. Kennedy's father, Patrick, had immigrated to Boston from Ireland after the second potato famine in 1848. Unlike those fleeing poverty and starvation in coffin ships, Patrick was a younger son of a landed family, and he arrived as a passenger on a scheduled liner. Half of the Boston Irish were tagged as laborers, but Patrick was a skilled artisan, much in demand as a cooper, making the kegs and barrels used for storing and shipping everything from China to produce. He married fellow émigré Bridget Murphy, and they were already the parents of 3 daughters when P.J. was born on January 15, 1858. A few months later, Patrick died at the age of 35, a victim of cholera or consumption, without leaving a will. Bridget put up the $600 bond the court required for her to be named executor of Patrick's estate, and was left with a home large enough to take in a boarder. Though the story is often told of her working at a notions shop on the docks, she may actually have owned the store. The family was far from wealthy, but P.J.'s older sisters all married well. By the time he had finished his schooling in his late teens, P.J. was working on the docks as a stevedore. He soon saved enough to buy his own lager bar on Elbow Street in East Boston, and 2 years later P.J. joined with a partner to open Kennedy and Quigley's Saloon on Border Street. Then, combining his knowledge of the docks and saloons, he formed his own liquor import company. P.J. was firmly established and in his second year in the Massachusetts House of Representatives when he married Mary Hickey in 1887. The following year brought the birth of their first child, and instead of giving him the potential burden of being a junior, Mary reversed her husband's given names and christened the boy Joseph Patrick. Pat was a typical Irish name. Joseph transcended ethnicity. A daughter, Margaret, was born the next year, and then came another son they named Francis. Loretta was born in 1892, completing the family. But Frank died before reaching his third birthday. Just as P.J. had been the revered only boy in an Irish Catholic family of girls, Joe held the same familial rank, made all the more precious by the loss of Frank. And this time it was in a household with an assured income and a very successful, very present father. When Joe was 4, P.J. became a founding partner in Columbia Trust, an East Boston bank created to serve the growing, ethnically mixed neighborhood. That same year he was elected to the Massachusetts Senate. But in turn-of-the-century Boston, power was exercised more overtly in the precincts than in the State House. Being a ward boss in East Boston meant running a pocket-sized welfare state, and P.J., most comfortable behind the bar, was in a unique position to know the personal concerns and professional troubles of his constituents. He was smart and calculating, but he was also patient and sympathetic to the problems of others. Boston was the home of both the American League Red Sox and the National League Braves, and father and son went to games together and then played ball in the yard at home. Joe occasionally accompanied P.J. to his parades and precinct meetings, or to his liquor dealership on High Street. Time and attention were lavished on Joe, and neither parent was a harsh disciplinarian. He described his father as the sweetest, gentlest man I've ever known. He never raised his voice, and was never other than kind. Respect was assumed, and Joe said that all it took was a certain look from his mother, given at a telling moment, to get the message across. Joe also saw that look when supplicants came to their door, and P.J. willingly left the dining-room table to hear their pleas. Mary thought such discussion should take place elsewhere, and for Joe, who worshipped his mother, those scenes deepened his belief that his father was being taken advantage of. Whereas P.J. found great personal satisfaction in aiding those who genuinely needed his help, his son looked at the same people, and all I could see was their predatory stare. P.J. accrued business and political success, as well as legions of friends, yet his eldest child saw him as suffering financially and emotionally by giving too much to his acquaintances and his community. Joe watched his father ride the wins and losses of elected officialdom, and it was as a young witness to those realities that he developed his own personality. Joe decided early on, says Doris Kearns Goodwin, author of The Fitzgeralds and the Kennedys, that he would build his life on his own foundation, without depending on the loyalty of any place or institution. Unlike his father, who had worked as a young man because he needed to, Joe worked because of his own ambition, and his parents' belief that it encouraged discipline. While his mother in particular set high expectations, no one pushed Joe harder than he pushed himself. He later told tales of hawking newspapers, clerking in a candy store, selling peanuts to tourists at the wharf, and making department store deliveries. P.J. occasionally eased the way for Joe's entry into various economic ventures, but it was his mother who provided the steady hand that ensured the damask cloths on the table, the lace curtains, and the Irish hospitality that made the children feel comfortable bringing their friends home. Mary was also an active supporter of social welfare, church charities, and suffrage for women. Her brother was a doctor who had graduated from Harvard Medical School, and her daughters went to college. But she wanted more for her only son. It was Mary who determined that Joe would attend Boston Latin, established by the colony's founders in 1635, with alumni such as Samuel Adams and John Hancock. Each morning Joe put a penny down to cross the harbor on the ferry. He played forward in basketball and first base on the school's baseball team, batting over .500 his senior year. Though it took him 5 years instead of the usual 4 to graduate, Joe was elected president of his senior class and chaired the debating society. Prophetically, his classmates predicted that Joe Kennedy will make his mark on the world, but will earn his living in a very roundabout way. Confident and almost cocky, Joe was accepted at Harvard University, ready to prove himself capable of cracking through the economic, religious, and social segregation that had for so long held Bostonians in its grip. He received a regular and adequate allowance, but he developed an eye for shortcuts and making money off the needs and wants of others. He enjoyed the scouting and the planning as much as the financial results, and partnered with his college friend, Joe Donovan, to purchase a sightseeing bus to ferry summer tourists around the monuments of Boston. The city controlled the routes, and the story goes that Joe went straight to the mayor to request they be allowed to take on passengers at the premium spot, the railroad station. The mayor assumed he was getting both Joe and his father in his debt by granting the request. But there is no record showing that P.J. knew anything about it, and Joe did not see it as a debt at all. From the start, he was not a politician looking for favors. He was an entrepreneur looking for profit. With Donovan behind the wheel and Kennedy polishing his verbal skills by recounting historical anecdotes, Joe boasted that in less than 3 years he netted $5,000 on his $300 investment. A witness to his early achievements was fellow Harvard student Hugh Naun, 2 years Joe's senior and the son of a successful contractor. He remembered Joe wanted to be on his own, and was struck that here was this sophomore in college already planning his life's work, always a long-range thinker. Early in life he had charted his course. Academic success did not come easily, but Joe wasn't about to let schoolwork deter him from an active social life. His classmates included the future humorist Robert Benchley, and Joe joined several associations, including Hasty Pudding. Harvard wasn't just overwhelmingly Protestant. One friend recalled that Democrats were as scarce as orange trees in Labrador. And Joe learned the hard way that even if a few Catholics and Jews were allowed to attend, they were barred from the most exclusive final clubs on campus. This highest echelon of social life was the equivalent of private gentlemen's clubs, where undergraduates gathered for meals, reading, and playing pool. Fewer than 1/10 of the students were chosen. Most wouldn't even apply, but Joe did. And when he was rejected, the seeds of resentment were deeply planted. When he learned that the men he thought were his friends were to enter those hallowed halls and he was not, he looked at himself in a different way. Joe later told his wife that he would perpetually be an outsider. "A Harvard man knows who he is," said Edmund Quincy, a descendant of one of the founding families of Boston. "If he isn't a Harvard man, who is he?" The Quincys personified the Protestant elite that Kennedy saw as scorning him. But when, in 2002, John Quincy, Jr., current scion and 11th generation of the family, was asked about Joe Kennedy, he heaved a sigh of noblesse oblige and said, "We tire of the Kennedys." It was that impenetrable indifference that most infuriated Joe. He didn't matter. The outside world could see him as a Harvard man. Yet while he had one foot in that domain, he knew he would never fully be accepted by those within. These were not his people. Joe Kennedy saw early what made the power and gentility he wanted. His friend, Tom Corcoran, explained. Power came from money. Joe had a keen mind. It was honed against the great cynicism underlying rank and station in Brahmin Boston. Joe himself put it more bluntly. You can go to Harvard, and it doesn't mean a damn thing. The only thing these people understand is money. Another incident at Harvard bears recounting. When several of his classmates were interviewed in the late 1950s, they volunteered the tale of Joe's making the varsity baseball team in his junior year, but not playing until the final game against Yale. It was the biggest game of the season, and if he saw action, he would win a coveted letter H for all the world to see. It wasn't until the final inning, with Harvard in the lead 4-1 and Yale down to one more out, that the team captain and pitcher, Charles McLaughlin, put Joe and two other players in to assure them their letter. The Yale batter hit a grounder that was fielded to Joe at first for the final out of the game. While his teammates surrounded the victorious pitcher, Kennedy put the game ball in his pocket and walked off the field. Confronted by McLaughlin with a request for the ball, Joe refused and kept walking. He could talk about being excluded, but the story was told as an example of how he brought exclusion on himself. As one of his former classmates summarized, if he wanted something bad enough, he would get it, and he didn't much care how he got it. He'd run right over anybody. Joe saw it differently. He had tried to play by Brahmin rules, and still it was not enough. He wasn't making that mistake again. And succeeding was no longer enough. He set out to best them. Outwardly, Kennedy was his very outgoing, gregarious, vibrant self, and continued his studies and his money-making activities. He lived on campus to be a part of it all, returning home to visit his parents on weekends, occasionally bringing friends with him for Sunday dinner. The family had moved to a larger house with a wrap-around veranda in Winthrop, the more prosperous neighborhood. The home was complete with luxuries such as a Steinway baby grand and PJ's 60-foot pleasure boat. Joe went to church fairly regularly, didn't smoke or drink liquor or coffee, but he made time for a vigorous and bifurcated love life, pursuing chorus girls on one side and courting Rose Fitzgerald on the other. In retrospect, Rose Elizabeth Fitzgerald and Joseph Patrick Kennedy appeared destined for each other. As children of political, popular, and well-known fathers, Rose and the Kennedy boy first met at Old Orchard Beach in Maine, where the sociable Irish summered, and the families of Boston powers like P.J. Kennedy and John "Honey" Fitzgerald played together on the beach. Their fathers had risen to the top tier of influence in Irish Catholic Boston. Fitzgerald is often painted as a boisterous, back-slapping buffoon, but that was only one side of his personality. A graduate of Boston Latin, Fitzgerald left Harvard Medical School after his parents' deaths to care for his 6 younger siblings. He was taken under the wing of the North End boss, Matthew Keeney, and within a few years Fitzgerald won a seat in the state Senate. At 31 he was elected to Congress, but it was when he was inaugurated as mayor of Boston in January 1906 that Honey Fitz came into his own, with all the vices and virtues of a turn-of-the-century big-city politician. The Fitzgerald and Kennedy patriarchs had their disagreements and rapprochements, but they could not have been more different in style. Honey Fitz was effusive, short, and roundish, busy telling people what they wanted to hear. P.J., on the other hand, was much more reticent, tall, with glasses and a distinguished handlebar mustache, intelligent, shrewd, and impeccably fair and honest. Both were active in politics for decades, but while P.J. kept himself free of taint, the same cannot be said of Fitzgerald. Late in life, Rose said her father's determination to keep her apart from Joe Kennedy shaped her teenage years. Much has been written about Honey Fitz's disapproval of Joe as a suitor, yet many of those stories were promoted by Joe and Rose themselves, fueling Joe's tales of being a poor Irish kid who had pulled himself up by his bootstraps, and providing her with a solace that they had made it, in spite of the world being against them. 2 years younger than Joe, Rose was being publicly linked with him by the time he graduated from Boston Latin. After finishing at Dorchester High School at the age of 16, Rose wanted to go to Wellesley, but her father insisted she attend Sacred Heart Convent College in Boston. Her consolation was that she was often at her father's side, as he attended an average of 2 dinners and 3 dances a night. Her shy mother had turned reclusive, staying at home and growing bitter over her husband's long absences. So it was Rose, as the eldest of the 6 children, who took her mother's place, enjoying the public life that being the mayor's daughter opened for her. Any remaining hope of going to Wellesley was crushed when her father announced that Rose and her sister Agnes would spend a year at the convent of the Sacred Heart in Blumenthal, in, then, Prussia. At the stark religious school, the girls wore long dark dresses with high white collars, and were taught primarily by French nuns. Rose spoke French and German, and had the opportunity to interact with other girls from all over Europe. But there is no record of her maintaining any friendships from that year. While she found a new satisfaction in the daily structure of prayer, meditation, and confession, her emotional life remained in Boston. She told a close friend that among the few possessions she brought with her was a picture of Joe Kennedy, and she continued writing him throughout the months she was abroad. Rose was 19 when she returned home. Her father was re-elected mayor, and her interest in Joe, now a junior at Harvard, was stronger than ever. Along with the governor and 400 other guests, Joe attended her elaborate debut. But when he asked Rose to his junior prom, her father informed her she was accompanying him to Palm Beach instead. Her education continued the next fall at yet another convent school, Sacred Heart, in Manhattanville, New York. She saw Joe whenever possible, often on the sly. Rose was frequently on the road with her father, accompanying him to Chicago, to the White House to meet President William Howard Taft, and to the Democratic National Convention. They took another grand tour of Europe together when Mayor Fitzgerald headed a Chamber of Commerce delegation. Father and daughter returned home to pack again, this time for Panama. Rose thrived on these public outings and extensive travels, but the more challenging it was for her to see Joe, the more intriguing the relationship became. In the spring of 1912, as Joe was preparing to graduate from Harvard, President Taft and former President Theodore Roosevelt were battling over the White House, giving scant attention to the Democratic candidate, the former president of Princeton, Woodrow Wilson. Only 25 miles north of Boston, thousands of women were demonstrating in the streets of Lawrence, Massachusetts, demanding bread and roses in a strike that was shaking the textile industry. Yet Joe Kennedy's eyes were focused close to home and on his own immediate future. 60% of America's personal wealth was in the hands of 2% of its population, and he knew which side he wanted to be on. Since concluding, the only thing these people understand is money, it was natural that Joe methodically decided to enter banking. Sooner or later, it is the source of all business, he told a reporter several years later. I was careful to choose a ladder with more than one rung, because I knew banking could lead a man anywhere. Or, as he more brusquely put it to a friend, if you want to make money, go where the money is. Banking, like just about everything else in Boston, was the jurisdiction of the Brahmins. But among the hundreds of financial institutions operating in the state were small single-branch banks, such as Columbia Trust, serving local residents and small businesses. With only $100,000 plus in capital, its primary attraction for Joe was that P.J. Kennedy was a member of the board of directors and was currently serving as vice president. Joe began at the family bank as a clerk under the guidance of Columbia Trust's veteran treasurer, Alfred Wellington. Joe immediately set his sights on becoming a bank examiner, and when he passed his civil service exam, he didn't leave anything to chance. Once again he went to see the mayor, this time armed with statistics showing that Massachusetts had never had an Irish Catholic bank examiner. Fitzgerald may have looked askance at Kennedy as a suitor for his beloved Rose, but he shared his resentment at being treated as less than a first-class citizen. With the influence of Fitzgerald and Wellington behind him, Kennedy was appointed a state bank examiner in September, after working at Columbia Trust for only 3 months. There were over 500 banks in Massachusetts, and Joe crisscrossed the state, analyzing thousands of records. It was the equivalent of a crash course in financial structure, operations, and loan criteria, and it would serve him well the rest of his life. He disciplined himself to be impressed with nothing except the bottom line, and claimed the most important lesson he learned was, "We make a mistake when we call money hard cash. It's lively and fluid, the blood of business." After working for less than a year, Joe took his own trip to Europe during the summer of 1913 with several college friends. He was a curious traveler, eager to see how others lived and carefully noting what the wealthier passengers wore and how they conducted themselves. One of his companions recalled how Joe befriended the ship's purser and arranged to take over one of the premier suites for a reduced rate. From then on, there was nothing to do but travel to Europe like kings. Even if his continental travels fell short of the ease that Rose Fitzgerald was used to, Joe returned with a deeper sense of self-assurance and a determination to marry her. They were both ambitious, confident, and born to conquer in some ways, Rose even more so than Joe. She was, however, content within her world as the leader of the young Catholic set in Boston. If she wasn't welcome in the highest echelon of women's clubs, Rose simply started her own. Yet she also had a sense of entitlement, such as her assumption that as the mayor's daughter she shouldn't have to pay the fare when taking the streetcar. Joe never thought he deserved something for nothing. Little was off-limits, but nothing was assumed. Rose saw in Joe someone very much like her father, a man who was the star of every room he walked into, and, just as important, one who was proud to have her on his arm. Both men made a habit of being immaculately dressed, dapper, debonair, and bubbling with good cheer. Honey Fitz must have seen himself in Joe, too, but a different reflection than the one Rose perceived. He saw a man willing to pull strings and take shortcuts, as well as a womanizer with a bifurcated life. One lived to the fullest in the outside world, and one lived very separately and only occasionally at home. Joe may well have been dedicated in his courting of Rose, but he was also already known as a man about town, and the mayor did not have to go far to find that out. Up to that point, both men had kept their extracurricular love lives out of the public arena, but that was about to change for the mayor. In the midst of Fitzgerald's re-election campaign, his opponent, the man he had once mentored, James Michael Curley, had a letter sent to the mayor's wife, detailing her husband's affair with a beautiful young cigarette girl, one Elizabeth Toodles Ryan. Curley threatened to go public with the information if Fitzgerald stayed in the race. To show he was serious about spreading the story, he announced a series of lectures, including one entitled Great Lovers of History, From Cleopatra to Toodles. Even in her self-imposed isolation, Josie Fitzgerald must have heard stories about her husband and other women, but she had suffered in relative silence. This time, However, she confronted him over the potentially acute public embarrassment and the possible ruination of her daughter's futures. Whatever Josie said to Honey Fitz, it worked. Reporters who had been writing that Fitzgerald had the race won in a landslide were shocked when Edward Moore, the mayor's secretary, announced that exhaustion from overwork was forcing Fitzgerald to withdraw, under the advice of my physician. Another immediate repercussion of the Toodles episode was that whatever moral authority Honey Fitz had held over Rose and Joe evaporated. Less than 2 weeks after the now lame duck mayor's announcement, the Boston Herald reported that Rose was rumored to be engaged to a well-known businessman, and within several more weeks, Joe was given the opportunity of proving his worth. In late 1913, Columbia Trust found itself threatened with an attempted takeover by a larger East Boston bank. Columbia Trust's president, Frank Wood, was in favor of selling out, but P.J. Kennedy wanted to remain independent. Joe stepped in to lead the effort to gather enough stock to keep the bank, and yet even with the help of several maternal uncles, a few other relatives, and a Harvard friend or two, he was $15,000 short. For that he went to Eugene Thayer, president of Merchants National, one of Boston's largest banks. Kennedy's passion and obvious knowledge persuaded Thayer to come through with the loan, and when the smoke cleared, Wood obviously needed to be replaced. After P.J. and Wellington withdrew their names from consideration, Joe was elected president of Columbia Trust. On January 21st, 1914, the Boston Herald ran a picture of a smiling 25-year-old Kennedy above the heading, "Youngest President of Massachusetts Bank." "Things don't happen. They are made to happen in the public relations field," Joe would later tell his sons 1,000 times. And he made things happen after he took over Columbia Trust. Newspapers throughout the country were soon reporting the rise of America's youngest bank president, and then the youngest bank president in the world. Columbia Trust might have been one of the smallest banks in the state, but turning an accident into destiny, assuming no one would look too deeply, was becoming another of Kennedy's areas of expertise. He also trusted his relatives to keep quiet when he failed to pay back their accounts that he had accessed to retain control of the bank. The official announcement of Rose and Joe's engagement was made that June, and finally, at the age of 24, Rose could bask in the anticipation of her marriage. She had enjoyed being her father's hostess, companion, helper, and looked forward to taking on a similar role with Joe, but this time at his side as an equal partner. Fitzgerald's fall from grace was reflected in the size and scope of the wedding. In contrast to Rose's coming-out party, which had been hailed as the most gala event of the season, her nuptials were attended by both sets of parents and a few siblings and friends. Rose's sister Agnes was maid of honor, and Joe's Harvard friend, Joe Donovan, was best man. While it was 9 on a Wednesday morning when Cardinal O'Connell performed the private ceremony in the chapel in his home, Rose was beautifully dressed in full white satin bridal regalia. After a simple reception at the Fitzgerald home, Joe and Rose caught the 1 o'clock train to New York to begin their long-planned honeymoon. The newlyweds checked into the Belmont Hotel and then went to see He Comes Up Smiling, starring Douglas Fairbanks. After 2 nights in New York, they headed for Philadelphia, where their miracle Boston Braves were taking on the heavily favored Athletics in the World Series. Rose, who had become a fan attending games with her father, now cheered with her husband as the Braves won both the Friday and Saturday games. Rose and Joe then took the night train to White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, where they had reserved a suite at the luxurious Greenbrier Hotel. They rode horses in the morning and played tennis and golf together in the afternoon, enjoying each other and the couples they met at the exclusive resort. After 11 days and nights, Joe and Rose headed north to Atlantic City, where they saw Nazimova in a Broadway-bound play, before returning to New York for more theater and dining and dancing at the Biltmore. They moved into their new home at 83 Beale Street in overwhelmingly Protestant Brookline, 20 minutes west of downtown Boston. Joe had put $2,000 down on the $6,000 house several months before, and while Rose described it as common-looking, it had 3 bedrooms in addition to 2 maids' rooms. From the beginning of their marriage they had hired help, the first being a gay, neat Irish girl who cooked and served and made the beds at $7 a week. Their first child, Joseph Patrick, Jr., was born 9 months and 18 days after their wedding. A Brookline residence meant Joe was again taking the ferry each day, albeit in the opposite direction than when he was going to Boston Latin. As soon as he arrived at the bank each morning, everyone could feel the electricity, his longtime secretary Ethel Turner remembered. His voice would boom out for whomever he needed at that moment. It would be 15 years until Herbert Hoover became the first president to have a telephone on his desk, but Kennedy was already living by his phone. He took the then revolutionary step of installing a silencer on the mouthpiece, so others could not overhear his conversations. From his perch as president of Columbia Trust, he invested in real estate as well as serving on several boards of directors, making friends, contacts, and money. Saturday nights were for the symphony, and the Kennedys were among the youngest patrons of the Boston Orchestra. On Sundays, Joe put his young son in their new Ford sedan and drove out to visit his parents in Winthrop. The American economy was booming, in part because of the war that had been raging in Europe since 1914. Citizens could tell themselves they had little at stake in what happened across the ocean and re-elect President Wilson on his promise of keeping their boys out of harm's way. Yet by April of 1917, U.S. banks had committed more than $2 billion in loans to the Allies. The financiers' growing belief that their prosperity was intrinsically tied to an Allied victory helped push Wilson to sign a declaration of war, and a month later, the Selective Service Act, requiring all men between 18 and 30 to register for the draft. A vehement isolationist, Kennedy may well have genuinely agonized as he watched his friends and business colleagues enlist for a cause he believed America had no reason to join. But Doris Kearns Goodwin concluded, the truth is that his abstract feelings of patriotism and justice were simply not as strong as his fundamental principle of self-interest. Joe was determined to avoid serving, and claimed exemption by virtue of dependency. He was now the father of 2, with the birth that very month of his second son, named John Fitzgerald after Rose's father, and immediately dubbed Jack. No matter how Joe justified his deferment request to himself and the Selective Service, his granddaughter Amanda Smith says that his failure to enlist resulted in cooled relations between himself and a number of his friends and contemporaries. Now 28 years old and perfectly healthy, Joe was notified he was listed Class 1. Being a father and presiding over a bank were insufficient reasons for a deferment. By the time he appealed, he was able to explain that he had resigned from the presidency of Columbia Trust in October of 1917 to take on the public service of being the assistant general manager of Bethlehem's Four Rivers Shipbuilding Corporation. The man responsible for Joe's career change was Guy Currier, a wealthy Episcopalian who had graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1888, the same year Kennedy was born. Currier went to California after finishing college, but when his father was killed in an accident a few years later, Guy returned home to take over the family finances. He graduated from Boston University School of Law in 1895, was elected to a term in the Massachusetts House, and then moved to the Senate. Confident he had learned all he could after 6 years in the legislature, Currier returned to the business world, combining his experiences and contacts to become a powerful lawyer, lobbyist, and trustee for a variety of companies. Currier was a Renaissance man who traveled extensively in Europe and amassed an impressive library of first editions. He was a progressive Democrat who was a confidant of Republicans such as President Taft and Massachusetts Governor Calvin Coolidge. Currier shunned the limelight and methodically refrained from befriending the press. He took to studying the art of employment negotiations, wrote a book on the subject, and grew to be respected by both management and labor. Kennedy's new mentor was a magnet for accomplished, smart individuals, no matter what their backgrounds, and he firmly believed that prejudice only served to reduce the talent pool. Currier took the time and energy to foster potential whenever he found it, and he liked what he saw in Joe Kennedy. Perhaps Joe was a little too anxious to please, but Currier thought he had an excellent brain and took him on as a protege. Twice before, Joe had tried and failed to become a member of the board of Massachusetts Electric, but when Guy Currier put the word out, Kennedy was elected. Just as he believed he should be, Joe was sitting at the same table with the great-grandson of John Quincy Adams and other descendants of the state's founding fathers, as well as the powerful Gordon Abbott, head of the Old Colony Trust Company, and the financier Galen Stone. And once again, Joe promoted himself in the press with the announcement he was now one of the youngest trustees of a big corporation, as well as the youngest bank president in the country. One of the hats Currier wore in 1917 was counsel to Bethlehem Shipbuilding. When their vice president, Joseph Powell, was looking for a savvy administrator to be the number 2 man at Bethlehem's newly organized Four River shipyards in Quincy, Currier set up a lunch for Powell to meet Kennedy. America's entry into the war resulted in a quantum growth in the government's control of the economy, and money flowed into shipbuilding. Joe's work in Quincy consumed him, as the steep increase in shipbuilding eventually required 25,000 workers, who, in turn, needed to be transported, housed, fed, and pushed to produce. As the chief financial officer, he often put in 60 hours a week, overseeing the extensive agreements necessary to run the plant and the company's wide-ranging insurance businesses. His salary and bonus would reap him $20,000 a year, but he also personally profited by contracting to run the Four River cafeteria and restaurant. Still, he made time to help organize the company baseball team, which played in a league composed of other Bethlehem plants. When the professional baseball season was cut short because all able-bodied men were needed for war work, Kennedy and one of his accountants, Clinton, Pat Scollard, who also served as the in-house team manager, came up with a plan to hire athletes worried not about salary but about the draft. Dangling the possibility of an industrial deferment, Kennedy recruited Boston Red Sox pitcher Hub Leonard. But when he reported for his first day of work, just in time to pitch that afternoon, complaints were heard from other plants. While Joseph Powell lamented that this amateur stuff is no good in the Bethlehem League this year, and was tempted to allow the pros to immediately enter the fray, he ultimately ruled that men had to work for the company for a given amount of time before being put on the roster. Even though shipbuilding was considered essential to the war effort, Joe's latest request for a draft deferment was denied. Almost frantic, he went directly to Powell for help. The Bethlehem vice president made 2 separate pleas to the draft board, and then personally cabled friends in Washington with the claim that to put Kennedy in Class 1 is inexcusable. Joe received his deferment in the late spring of 1918. The war was over by mid-November, but Kennedy stayed on at Four River and then took several months off to recuperate from nervous and physical exhaustion. After putting in almost inhuman hours, he rested at company expense, while giving a hard look at what to do next. His father had stepped in as president of Columbia Trust, and while Joe kept abreast of the bank's activities, he didn't want to return in an official capacity. Instead, he decided the best roost was one where he could learn while having the flexibility to continue his own investments. So he officially resigned from Fore River in June of 1920 and accepted an offer from the banking and brokerage firm Hayden Stone. Kennedy knew Galen Stone, co-founder of the firm, as a fellow trustee of Massachusetts Electric, a friend of Guy Currier's, and a man who had been doing business with Mayor Fitzgerald for years. 20 years Kennedy's senior, Stone not only hired Joe but took the young man under his wing. Their offices were located in the heart of downtown Boston and occupied almost half of the 7-story New England Mutual Life Insurance building. The lobby resembled a gracious library in an exclusive men's club, complete with original paintings and oriental rugs, and Kennedy liked the feeling of belonging in such surroundings. No more fairies for him. Joe's base pay was $10,000 a year, well above the national average, but hardly sufficient for a man dreaming of becoming a millionaire. Yet one of the attractions of Hayden Stone was that the earning potential was unlimited, because employees were free to invest in whatever caught their fancy along the way. Kennedy soon mastered the fine art of making quick profits through the then legal practice of stock pools. A group of brokers came together and appointed a manager to oversee the buying of a particular stock to push the price upward. When the ticker tapes in more than 24 stock exchanges throughout the nation reflected the rise in activity, many smaller investors assumed that it was time to jump on the gravy train, pushing the price still higher. The press could help with the illusion, and Kennedy learned which reporters were the most malleable and cultivated them. At what was gauged to be a top price, the pool manager then sold the pool's shares en masse, taking a nice profit, usually sending the stock price downward and leaving the unattached investors with the losses. Kennedy worked so intensely on establishing himself and expanding his holdings that his sense of well-being was profoundly associated with his ability to smell the market. Traveling often between New York and Boston, Joe was becoming known as a whip-smart loner who kept his business close to the vest. Chapter 2. This is Another Telephone. 1919 to 1920. Kennedy's banking experience heavily influenced his work at Hayden Stone. His eyes never wavered from the bottom line of the investments he explored. But that obsession didn't stop him from combining profits with entertainment. His appreciation of chorus girls went along with his enjoyment of theater in general, and the acrobatic comic Fred Stone was a particular favorite. Kennedy had first seen him in 1914, when Stone was partnering with Dave Montgomery, performing their songs and dances in blackface. After Montgomery's death in 1917, Stone developed a solo musical comedy act in which he walked a tightrope, danced in ice skates, and performed on horseback. He was headlining on the vaudeville circuit, but looking for a way to keep his name in lights during the off-season. As Kennedy became friendly with Stone and his manager, Arthur Houghton, he asked if they had thought about making films. Joe had never made a movie, but he had seen people lined up outside theaters waiting to put their money down to get in. On the stage, profits were limited to the capacity of one theater. But put Fred Stone on the screen, and he could be seen in hundreds of theaters throughout the country. Stone's name was already established, and Joe was convinced his fame as a vaudevillian would translate into that of a movie personality. Films could be made in the summer when the stages were dark, and to put his money where his mouth was, or, more accurately, his associate Daniel Gurnett's money, Kennedy would produce the films. By May of 1919, Joe had Stone's signature on a contract committing him to make films that were essentially recordings of his various vaudeville acts for the next 5 summers. Stone agreed to work for an advance of $1,000 a week while he was filming, and that salary was to be paid back through his own percentage of the net profits. "Joe Kennedy knew as much about movies as I know about flying a plane," Gloria Swanson later claimed. But he did know enough about accounting to ensure that every possible production and distribution cost was taken out of the gross before calculating the net profits. If, for some reason, there wasn't enough left after one film to repay the advance, the charges were to be rolled over and taken out of the next film. Kennedy didn't have to pay Stone his percentage until a year after the release date, and Joe gave himself a salary of $100 a week, as well as an expense account. His responsibility was to arrange with the company to make and distribute the films. To give himself an added safety net, Joe was not only the producer for Fred Stone Productions, he was also the treasurer. Fred Stone was one of many irons Kennedy had in the fire. He leased a summer beach house for his family, but the schedule he kept usually allowed him to join them only on weekends, if that. Other priorities kept taking precedence, such as the weekend in the late summer of 1919, when he mixed business with pleasure on a 150-mile road trip to Maine with his friend, Joe Conway. Their destination was William Gray's lakeside cabin to enjoy the outdoors and discuss Gray's expanding theater business. Bill Gray was in his mid-30s and had been through most states and tried many jobs by the time he landed in Lewiston, Maine in 1914. Running a dance hall in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, he spotted the growing popularity of the one-reel movies shown between dances. Gray turned the hall into a full-time movie theater and proceeded to buy and refurbish sites in Portland, Lewiston, and other nearby towns. By the time Kennedy and Conway arrived at Gray's house, the Maine and New Hampshire Theaters Company boasted several dozen venues throughout New England. Joe assumed that the company was in need of a loan, or at least financial advice, yet as they sat out on Gray's front porch, nothing of the kind was mentioned. In fact, as Bill Gray talked about his business, it sounded too good to be true. "What's this fellow giving me?" Kennedy whispered to Conway, who assured him he never knew him to exaggerate. Gray took his doubts as a friendly challenge and insisted they go to his office where he kept the books. There was no arguing with him, so the 3 men headed for downtown Lewiston. Kennedy took his time going over the ledgers. He was always willing to ask for information if he thought the man across the table knew more than he did, and Gray clearly knew about exhibition. Joe pummeled him with questions. The numbers told him that while the entire company was valued at a little over $300,000, it was grossing almost $200,000 a year. Kennedy didn't declare his conclusions until he was back in the car with Conway, but by then he couldn't restrain his enthusiasm. If the accounts were accurate, and he had no reason to doubt that they were, the profits were astounding. He set a new course when he told Conway, "This is another telephone, and we must get into this business." With new determination, Kennedy began studying the trades, the journals that had sprung up to cover the business side of film. Variety had originated to report on vaudeville, but started writing about movies in 1907 because one-reelers were shown between stage acts. Moving Picture World began printing that same year, and by 1919 there were half a dozen chroniclers of the film business, including Motion Picture News, Film Daily, and the Motion Picture Herald. Not only were there huge profits at stake, but other bankers and investors didn't seem to realize it. Kennedy liked what he saw, and told a fellow broker, "Look at that bunch of pants pressers in Hollywood making themselves millionaires. I could take the whole business away from them." Pants pressers was his euphemism for the almost exclusively Jewish immigrants who had begun as glove salesmen, furriers, or junk dealers, and through hard work, foresight, luck, and timing, had risen to run burgeoning studios. Movie-making in 1919 was still coming into its own, built to that point primarily by immigrants, women, and those not welcome, let alone allowed, in legitimate professions. Films were a magnet for creative entrepreneurs, and soon there were hundreds of small companies making movies, most of them financed by the profits of the last one. Kennedy might have just discovered films, but the medium had been evolving for over 25 years. The Lumiere brothers in France are credited with the first public screening of short films in late 1895, and the following spring Thomas Edison, who had introduced the peep show kinetoscope, displayed a film in which waves pounded toward the audience from the screen, followed by a larger-than-life Annabelle's son dancing seductively for a few minutes. Edison's primary focus was on the equipment, cameras and projectors, but at Gaumont in Paris, Alice Guy was fashioning dramatic film stories each evening after she finished her secretarial duties. In 1903, Edwin Porter in New Jersey filmed and then edited over a dozen shots into a several-minute narrative he called The Great Train Robbery. Short films were soon being used as chasers to clear out vaudeville customers before the next live performance. Yet their popularity pushed proprietors to build separate halls, dubbed Nickelodeons because of the entrance fee. When audiences wanted to know the names of the actors they were beginning to recognize from one film to the next, fan magazines, starting with Photoplay in 1912, spawned an auxiliary industry. Movies were a cheap form of entertainment, aimed primarily at the lower classes, until Adolf Zucker, a Hungarian immigrant furrier turned arcade owner, had the bright idea to import a French film, Queen Elizabeth, starring Sarah Bernhardt. By carefully presenting the almost hour-long film as a prestigious event, and then selling the rights to distribute it state by state, Zucker quadrupled his investment. Then George Klein screened the Italian eight-reeler Quo Vadis at the Astor in New York, and it ran for several months at $1 a ticket. It didn't take long before first-class theaters were built exclusively to show movies, and the Strand in New York opened its doors in 1914 with the premiere of one of the first American-made feature-length films, The Spoilers. The next year there were lines around the block to see D.W. Griffith's The Birth of a Nation, which President Wilson heralded as history written in lightning. While the earlier epics all attracted a growing, wide-ranging audience, it was the technically brilliant and shockingly racist The Birth of a Nation that brought audiences from all classes into movie theaters. Films also played a pivotal role in turning an isolation-inclined nation into one that proactively supported America's entry into World War I. Blatantly promoting the Allied cause, Joanna Enlists encouraged soldiers not to stop until we've taken the germ out of Germany. The enemy was demonized in the none-too-subtle To Hell with the Kaiser and The Kaiser, the Beast of Berlin, with audiences urged to come and hiss. Newsreels informed the hinterlands of the war's progress, and when Mary Pickford, Douglas Fairbanks, Marie Dressler, and Charlie Chaplin made public appearances, they caused near riots while selling millions of dollars in war bonds. With the armistice in November 1918, there was no doubting either the power or the patriotism of the film industry. As historian Kevin Brownlow summarizes it, the movies had clearly shown the effectiveness with which they could exploit a nation's latent hatred, and the box office had shown its profitability. World War I also had a cataclysmic effect on the business of films. Before the assassination in Sarajevo that sparked the war, the quality of French and Italian films far surpassed that of those made in America. As the war progressed, production facilities were shut down and theaters taken over by occupying armies. At the war's end, European filmmaking was crippled, and American movies dominated the world market. An armistice of a different sort had been declared by the courts, ending Edison's attempt to monopolize the rights to filmmaking equipment and thereby control who made and exhibited movies. Independent companies that had fled to Cuba, Mexico, and California were now free to grow, and they were booming. While filmmakers were operating all over the country, there were more than 100 movie companies in Los Angeles in 1919. It was a cash-on-the-barrelhead business, precarious in the best of times. Theater owners routinely paid a quarter of their rental fees in advance, and the remainder when the film was delivered, so everyone was dealt a devastating blow by the flu epidemic of 1918. 2/3 of the country's theaters were closed for at least a week. And, as a result, many small companies went out of business. Even though over 1 million movie tickets were sold in 1919, traditional bankers willing to make conventional loans to filmmakers were scarce. One exception was A.H. Giannini, the brother of Bank of Italy founder A.P. Giannini, who had been extending credit to filmmakers for a decade. Kennedy let it be known there was another investor open to discussing film financing. He approached William Gray about buying his Maine and New Hampshire Theaters Company outright, but Gray had no desire to sell. He did agree to put Joe on retainer as an advisor and to look for appropriate real estate to enlarge the circuit. Aside from the salary, the Maine and New Hampshire connection gave Kennedy continued access to the books, and a title with a going concern that enhanced his entree to other companies. With Gray making such good money screening films, Kennedy looked for ways to grab a percentage of the production end. Confident in his belief that well-known personalities were brand names begging to be exploited on the screen, Joe sought out famous figures to sign. Sam Goldwyn had Will Rogers under contract, and Jesse Lasky was producing films starring Harry Houdini, so Joe found Babe Ruth, the 24-year-old left-hander who had led the Boston Red Sox to victory in 3 of the last 4 World Series. Joe was so sure he had a winner that he bought an option on Ruth for $100 to start making a movie within the next 3 weeks. The agreement guaranteed the ballplayer $10,000 for his appearance in the completed film, the same salary he had earned for the entire 1919 season. With the clock ticking, Joe set up appointments with various production companies, but after 10 days of waiting, William Fox personally turned down the idea, and no one else was biting. Ruth was seen as a Boston phenomenon, but at the moment he was enjoying Los Angeles, playing golf and attending meetings about other possible deals. In late October, Ruth cabled Kennedy that if he didn't have full payment for a picture immediately, he was ending the option. If that wasn't disappointing enough, Joe, the baseball fan, must have been devastated when, less than 2 months later, Ruth's Red Sox contract was sold to the New York Yankees. Coincidentally, Red Sox owner Harry Frazee was also in the entertainment business, and it was reported he needed the cash to finance a new Broadway play. Kennedy was not about to be discouraged for long. If so much work went into individual productions that then had to be distributed, why not create an umbrella organization to distribute other people's films? He brought together 6 local investors, including the attorney Daniel Line, who had handled the Ruth contract for him, and created a Boston-based distributing company he called Columbia Films, Incorporated. Joe held stock in the company, put himself on salary, and established the company's bank accounts at Columbia Trust. Columbia Films soon had commitments from production companies such as the newly formed Mayflower Photoplay Company and the American Feature Film Company. The Columbia Films Board of Directors was a disparate mix of lawyers, diamond importers, and professional investors, and they were often mired in a tangle of tattling, calls for audits, and charges of underhanded payments made to theater owners. When Kennedy missed a meeting, Line kept him informed, and occasionally joined him in his search for other ventures. Joe spent months investigating film companies to invest in, but he found his prospective partners demanding altogether too much for their end of the deal. Kennedy and Line then called on Carl Laemmle, head of Universal, a studio known for 10 to 20-minute films, low-budget westerns, serials, and comedies, and the occasional special, such as Erich von Stroheim's Blind Husbands. Laemmle found in Kennedy a disposition to be perfectly fair, and told him there was a keen desirability of getting men of your type into films. God knows it needs them. Laemmle, however, was referring to bankers and businessmen who would simply invest, and Kennedy had no intention of being anyone's silent partner. He wanted his own slice of the pie, so he began negotiating for Universal's New England franchise. A deal with Universal opened new possibilities and gave Joe access to hundreds of theaters for Fred Stone films, as well as those distributed by Columbia Films. Kennedy could not resist making comments about the quality of some of Universal's films, but he called on Guy Currier, who agreed to invest. Then, adding a few small loans to the package, Joe structured the deal to purchase the rights to distribute Universal films in New England for $135,000. All the while, Kennedy not only kept up his work with Hayden Stone, but continued to serve on the board of Columbia Trust, where he reviewed weekly statements and gave advice on investments and loans. He remained on the lookout for new opportunities and methodically expanded his contacts through a flow of letters and telephone calls, as well as frequent trips to New York. Kennedy did not limit himself to cultivating those in power. Believing it's the little people in key spots who determine whether you will be successful, he developed a lifelong habit of charming the women behind the men. He sent flowers to secretaries and invited them to dinner. He attached handwritten notes on top of his letters to their bosses, laced with endearing comments, before asking them to be sure his requests were handled quickly. He treated them like attractive, entertaining women, worthy of attention on their own, and the gossip, genuine information, and consideration he received in return was priceless. When Kennedy went on the road, he rarely traveled alone. Sometimes he brought along business associates who were also friends, such as Joe Conway or Daniel Line. But the man most often at Joe's side was Eddie Moore. They had first met when Moore was Mayor Fitzgerald's personal secretary, and Kennedy was courting Rose. A native of Somerville, Massachusetts, Eddie served Fitzgerald for 4 full years, and stayed on a few months after Mayor Curley took over, all the while sharpening his diplomatic skills and his dry sense of humor. Moore began investing in real estate with Kennedy as early as 1915, was appointed to the city's election department, and tried his hand at running his own poultry business. But he returned to his role as the mayor's secretary after Andrew Peters was elected in 1918. When Joe left Fore River, he arranged for Eddie to become the assistant to the general manager, a perfect position to keep his eyes on Kennedy's continuing interests in Quincy. Whenever possible, Eddie made himself available to travel with Joe, and if there was extra time in the day, the men might get in a round of golf. Evenings in New York, Chicago, and even Boston were often for being entertained by friends such as the impresario Charles Dillingham and Arthur Houghton, who in turn introduced Kennedy to their friends, such as the actor John Barrymore. It was heady stuff, to say nothing of the joys of the attendant chorus girls. As Joe wrote to Arthur in response to an invitation to a party, "Count on me, and let me know the details so we can work up an appetite." Eagerly awaiting another night on the town, Joe told him, "I hope you have all those good-looking girls in your company looking forward, with anticipation, to meeting the High Irish of Boston, because I have a gang around me who must be fed on wild meat. Lately they are so bad. As for me, I have too many troubles around me to bother with such things at the present time. Everything may be better, however, when you arrive." Joe may have feigned fatigue to his friends, but back home in Brookline it was Rose Kennedy who was getting tired. It was shortly after Christmas of 1919, and Rose was 7 months pregnant with her 4th child, when she decided she just couldn't take it any more. Only 5 years earlier, she and Joe had been planning their future together, and she had envisioned a life as his active partner in a stimulating community. That, she was now realizing, had been a romantic fantasy. Before the Toodles revelation, it hadn't occurred to Rose that her mother's misery was the result of anything her beloved father had done. She had watched her mother become resentful, bitter, and isolated over Honey Fitz's absences, and yet blamed her mother for choosing to respond the way she did. Now Rose had to wonder. She was in a fine home, but with few friends in the neighborhood. She had 3 young children, Joe Jr., 4, Jack, 2, and Rosemary, 1, and another on the way. Her husband leased a beach house for the family for 4 months each summer, but Rose, never making herself fully aware of Joe's finances, considered that a great extravagance. For Joe, it was tangible evidence he was providing the best for his family while he was off working or on his own. He was gone most of the time, and when he was at home he often didn't want to talk about his work. He played with the children, listened to music, or buried himself in Wall Street news or detective novels. And though Rose would never publicly acknowledge her awareness of her husband's infidelity, a relative told a family biographer, even in the early years of their marriage, Joe had a reputation for being a ladies' man, and some of this gossip must have caught up with Rose. A series of women was one thing. One in particular was something else again. Now the word was that there was one specific New York actress whom Joe was seeing on a regular basis. The beautiful blonde who was galvanizing his attention was the 22-year-old star of The Miracle Man, Betty Compson. She found him romantic and generous as he lavished her with flowers, diamonds, and furs. Eventually it was Compson who ended the relationship because she heard so many stories of Joe and chorus girls that his promiscuity was too much for her. Home alone with her children and the hired help, Rose was feeling so diminished that she simply couldn't go on living with a man who treated her with such contempt, says Jack Kennedy biographer Nigel Hamilton. She packed her bags, left the staff in charge of the children, and moved back into her old room at her parents' house. Doris Kearns Goodwin believes Rose suffered a mini breakdown at that time. She couldn't cope with it anymore. She had lost her roots, her place in the world, and her only answer was to go home to her father and somehow hope to recapture who she was, Rosie Fitzgerald, not just Mrs. Kennedy. Yet once Rose was in Dorchester, it was as if no one noticed. Joe didn't come to see her, but still she waited. Finally, after 3 long weeks, her father confronted her. "Go back where you belong," he told her. "The old days are gone. Your children need you, and your husband needs you. You can make things work." If Rose did suffer a breakdown, she certainly didn't receive the support she needed. Her mother was as remote as ever, and the father who had opened the doors to the public life she craved was now telling her she had no alternative but to return to the permanently subservient role she found stifling, degrading, and unfulfilling. Nationally, women were finally being given the vote with the ratification of the 19th Amendment, and the jazz age was beginning. "We got the vote and the barbers got our hair," young women chanted as they cut off their long tresses and traded in their corsets for loose-fitting chemises. Though Rose was only in her late 20s, she identified with the previous Victorian generation. Betrayed by the 2 most important men in her life, Rose reached back to the satisfaction she had found in meditation and prayer at her European convent. Searching to make the best of a difficult situation, she sought out an alternative reality at a local Catholic retreat. She emerged with a determination to take her father's command as a challenge and make his words work for her. "You have made your commitment, and you must honor it." That she would do, not as her mother had done with resentment or martyrdom, but as a higher calling, As a manager of the family she now thought of as my enterprise. Joe was taken aback by the separation. He didn't understand it. "Rosie," he asked in all sincerity, "what's the matter with you? You are a mother." To his mind that should have been more than enough to make her happy. He tried to be more present and attentive, but within weeks of her return they faced a crisis that shook him more deeply than his wife's absence. As Rose was at home giving birth to their daughter, Kathleen, on February 20th, 1920, 2-year-old Jack was showing the early symptoms of scarlet fever. His condition worsened quickly, and with the help of Joe's father-in-law and Mayor Peters, Joe was successful in getting Jack admitted to Boston Hospital, which had only a fraction of the beds necessary for the number of stricken children. For the 2 months Jack was hospitalized, sometimes improving, often worse, Joe cut his work time in half, went to Mass every morning, and spent his afternoons at Jack's bedside. Almost willing Jack to recover, Joe went through his own familial conversion and made his own bargain with God, vowing to be more charitable and put a new emphasis on his family. Joe supported his wife in anything financial or material she needed, and for a while he was even home more often. Rose must have been encouraged when Joe was appointed the manager of the stock exchange department of the Haydenstone Boston office, assuming it would keep him in town. They went out together to the theater and dined with friends more frequently. Rose exacted the promise from Joe that he would try harder to be home for dinner, a time she sought to ritualize with the children. As Rose put it, Joe's acquiescence made me feel I had a partner in my enterprise. Joe arranged for Columbia Trust to buy him a larger and more imposing home, but instead of relocating closer to downtown or near Rose's parents and friends in Dorchester, they moved only a block from their other Brookline residence. Still, the 2.5-story house on the corner of Naples and Abbotsford was imposing, with its bay windows and wide wrap-around porch. It featured 3 bathrooms and 4 fireplaces, an intercom system throughout, and, for Rose, a bedroom of her own. The size of their household staff increased as well. They now had a baby nurse, a governess, and a full-time housekeeper. And even though Eddie Moore was still officially working at Fore River in Quincy, he and his wife Mary moved into the Kennedys' old house on Beale Street, close at hand whenever they were needed. Eddie was Rosemary's godfather, and he checked regularly on Jack's progress when the boy was sent with his governess to Poland Spring in Maine for 2 months of continued recovery. It was also Eddie who took Rose to the theater or the movies in Joe's absence, and it was Eddie who coordinated the letters of support for Kennedy when he lobbied to become President Wilson's Assistant Secretary of the Treasury in the spring of 1920. While a national appointment would have been a feather in his cap and a ticket out of parochial Boston, it is difficult to imagine Joe being all that serious about public service in 1920, as so much of his attention was given to accumulating wealth. First and foremost, Joe saw his primary duty to his family as providing for them financially, not just sufficiently, but substantially. With the birth of each child, he opened a Columbia Trust bank account in their name and bought Rose an impressive piece of jewelry. At the age of 32, Joe spoke of becoming a millionaire within the next few years, and, increasingly, he saw movies as the way to do it. Chapter 3. I have just reorganized the company. 1920 to 1921. There is no question Kennedy entered films because of his financial interest, says his granddaughter Amanda Smith. But he immediately delved into every minute detail of production. By early 1920, Kennedy had his hand in Maine and New Hampshire theaters, Columbia Films, Fred Stone Productions, and the New England Universal Film franchise. He picked up commissions or stock holdings with each deal, as well as cash flow from salaries, dividends, and expense accounts. But he was still looking for the big ticket. Joe put out the word that if any film-related proposals came into Hayden Stone, he wanted to handle them, and he was soon inundated with requests for financing everything from individual theaters to distribution syndicates. He even fielded casting suggestions. Hayden Stone, as a company, appears to have been hesitant to invest in the film business, but Joe wasn't. He was careful to keep the records separate, but there were times when his interests and the company's threatened to conflict, such as when Phil Boyer in the New York office suggested Joe call on Frank Hall, president of Hallmark Pictures Corporation. Only a few months before, Hall had merged his own interests with half a dozen smaller distribution and production companies to offer better and more efficient service, better pictures, and assistance from an exploitation office on a national scale. Kennedy met with Hall and was intrigued. But when he heard that Charles Hayden might be interested, Joe told him that he believed Hallmark wasn't a proposition that would interest the firm at all. Hallmark was too small for Hayden Stone to bother with, and any investment would be entirely speculative. Hallmark had already been through most of the $500,000 the company had raised and was using its stock to pay for services and salaries. At best, it was breaking even. Yet within days of telling Hayden Stone all the reasons to forget Hallmark, Kennedy was doing business with Frank Hall. Hallmark appeared to have everything Joe wanted in his own film investments: production capabilities, a distribution network, and the marketing ability to sell the films. It was a national, ongoing concern, offering expansion into production and distribution beyond his New England contacts. Hall's plan was to release a film a week, 12 of which would be special features. He admitted that he still needed to get his hands on a few good films to pull it off, but he convinced Joe that Hallmark was in a unique position to distribute both the films it bought and films from its associated production companies. Kennedy's apprehension over Hallmark's indebtedness was allayed by Hall's proposal to create a separate financing arm. It would raise money for several high-class productions without carrying the debts of the original company and minimizing the participation of his now dissatisfied partners. And Hall put on the pressure, telling Joe he had to decide immediately, both to take advantage of the films that were available and because J.P. Morgan was very much interested in the proposition. Kennedy bit, and between December of 1919 and June of 1920, he put over $80,000 into Hallmark. He had been assured that he was to receive the grosses from Hallmark's Willard Dempsey Bout Pictures, but by August both Hallmark and its new financing arm were in receivership. A consolidation of failing companies had added up to a larger failing company, and Kennedy's money had done little but buy time before the inevitable collapse. Joe didn't give up without a fight. He spent time and money entangled in court, trying to collect on promissory notes. Yet the failure of Hallmark was a humbling experience. He had never lost that much of his own money in a single investment, and he chastised himself for his ignorance of the business. There were dozens of companies like Hallmark, flailing in the wave of credit crunches and mergers. The business was a challenge even for those most familiar with the personalities and the economics, let alone someone such as Kennedy, for whom film was just one of many interests. More movie theaters were being built, and the demand for films was increasing, but audiences were becoming discerning, and most movies were in and out of theaters within a week. For companies with outstanding high-interest loans or without a steady supply of saleable films, it took only a bad month or two to spell bankruptcy. While Joe knew he had much to learn, he believed that the heart of Hallmark's problem was that he had not been the one in charge. He certainly wasn't looking to repeat his role as a minority financier. So when Rufus Cole, whom he had met through Frank Hall, came calling, Kennedy was less than encouraging. Cole was a tall, good-looking Britisher who, along with his partner, Harry Robertson, had formed Robertson Coal of America to export American cars to India and the United Kingdom. They were soon distributing movies as well, and RC grew into a national distribution network by buying independent films and absorbing vestiges of failing companies such as Hallmark. To expand into production, they were building their own 17-acre Hollywood studio. They were not yet ready to begin filming, but Cole went ahead and announced plans to distribute a feature film every week, in hopes of attracting new, much-needed investors. "My experience in the picture business with my own money, and in some instances with that of my friends, has been disastrous," Kennedy told Cole. But he wasn't taking no for an answer. Cole was so desperate for even a small amount of hard cash, he tried to sell Kennedy one or two RC films to distribute. But Joe wasn't interested in anything if he wasn't in control. Was Cole willing to sell off the New England portion of RC's distribution network? Since its inception, RC had been a national network. But now Cole agreed to separate out New England to reinvigorate the rest of his company. Then the haggling began. Cole claimed they had over $130,000 in unplayed business, films they had already bought or contracted to distribute in the region, but had yet to book. Joe believed the value was half that, and then reproached Cole for booking some films into Boston theaters for far less than the going rate. All the give and take was hard-nosed, but quite civil, and by December it was agreed that Kennedy would form his own wholly owned company, Robertson Coal Distributing Corporation of New England. While the majority of Kennedy's surviving papers are now open, those that contain specific monetary amounts, mention stock held in his family's name, or refer to dealings perceived as tainted with illegality, usually remain withheld. Because of that, and Joe's propensity to handle so much by telephone, the exact methods he used at key moments in deal-making are often difficult to pinpoint. Therefore, the following letter is worth reprinting in full, for it reveals Kennedy's keen ability to juggle the breadth of his holdings, his access to his extended family members' bank accounts, and how very convenient it was to have a bank in the family to handle these complicated transactions. On December 23, 1920, he wrote his secretary at Columbia Trust the following instructions. "My dear Miss Turner, I put through a deal yesterday, which I will outline to you so that your records may be clear. I have formed a Massachusetts corporation called the Robertson Coal Distributing Corporation of New England, with $100,000 preferred and $200,000 common stock. Yesterday I bought $60,000 worth of the preferred. The $40,000 in the preferred is still in the Treasury, and I have not decided how the common will be divided. To get the $60,000, I made the following arrangements. With the Brookline Trust Company, I withdrew from my loan there 100 Eastern Steamship Preferred, and substituted therefor 2,100 shares of Columbia Trust and 10 shares United States Envelope Company. With the 200 Todd which you sent me, I took this 100 Eastern Steamship Preferred and placed it as part of the collateral in a loan that John F. Fitzgerald, his father-in-law, has at the Shawmut Bank, and received a check from his account with Hayden Stone and Company, with the understanding that when I either sold some of my Robertson Coal Preferred or got some additional cash, I should pay back the $20,000 to his account and take back my 200 Todd and 100 Eastern Steamship Preferred. In addition to that, I withdrew $5,000 from the account of Mary A. Kennedy, his mother, and placed it to her account in the Columbia Trust Company, and then put through a charge ticket against it for $5,000. I also put through a charge ticket against my own account in the Columbia Trust Company for $5,000. I also arranged to borrow from the Columbia Trust Company $20,000 with miscellaneous collateral furnished by Mr. Fitzgerald, not signed by J.J. Shinkwin. After you understand this transaction thoroughly and make out your records, kindly destroy this letter. Sincerely yours." Kennedy had assured himself control of Robertson Coal of New England, RCNE, by owning over half of the preferred stock. Yet he had put in only $5,000 of his own money to create a company with an on-paper value of $300,000. Over the next month he would sell some of the remaining stock to his father-in-law and Joe Conway, and then repay himself and some of the loans from his family members' accounts. The deal structure is a classic example of the template Kennedy would use throughout his life. Parting with even a small amount of his own money was anathema to him, and he resisted it whenever possible. Instead, he made his own expertise and guidance his contribution, using other people's money to bring him profits. Joe's investments outside of Hadenstone were now significant enough to justify opening a separate office at 39 Church Street. He hired Stephen Fitzgibbon, who had been one of his assistants at Fore River, to be the RCNE day-to-day man, supervising film rentals and keeping the accounts. Kennedy also moved his Maine and New Hampshire business to the new office, and, at William Gray's request, added one of Gray's associates to his staff. Gray, in turn, agreed to bring on Johnny Ford, an accountant Joe recommended from Fore River, as his executive assistant at Maine and New Hampshire. Kennedy was confident that everything was in order, and took off with several men friends for his January Palm Beach vacation. But he was back in early February to personally supervise the Boston opening of Kismet, the first feature film completed at R.C.'s Hollywood studio. Starring Otis Skinner, Kismet was an epic compared with R.C.'s usual fare, and Joe pulled out all the stops. He arranged for the premiere to be held at the Majestic Theater, which was usually reserved for live performances, and enlisted his father-in-law to use his influence with the Boston newspapers to publicize the event. He also asked Fitzgerald to drop in on the Schuberts to see if they would reduce the $3,500 a week rent on the theater. Advertising began a month in advance, and R.C.'s public relations staff sent over a dozen memos with promotion ideas. Hire men dressed as Arabs to give away Kismet desk blotters, have attractive girls hand out flyers, and find music stores willing to put Kismet sheet music in their windows. They also proposed camels be paraded down the street in front of the theater. But while all these suggestions came under the guise of support, each had a price tag attached. For instance, one camel was available to be rented and transported to Boston for only $150. Kennedy eventually agreed to buy several hundred blotters and 20,000 gold and black printed programs to be given to the first-run customers. He also rented 8 oil paintings of different Kismet scenes to hang in the Majestic lobby in advance of the opening. He had been promised Otis Skinner for the premiere, but only days before he was informed other business prevented his appearance in Boston. Even Rufus Cole canceled at the last minute, saying his wife was ill, and the cable he sent Joe was backhanded at best. Every wish that the opening of Kismet tonight may have the same success that has been experienced in other large cities. In the end, the 2-week exclusive run was a smash, and the people whose opinions Joe did value, such as William Gray, told him it was a magnificent presentation, and he should be proud. Kennedy noted each little slight, but continued to use Rufus Cole as best he could. R.C. agreed to take over the foreign distribution of Fred Stone films, and then the production costs as well, a weight off Joe's mind. And when improbable propositions came to him at Hadenstone, he sent them on to Cole in New York, asking for his advice. If something came of it, he could share the wealth, and if it didn't, he was not the one to say no. With each new contact, Joe expanded his network, while offending no one in the process. Within days of signing off on RCNE, Cole sought Kennedy's help to finance a new corporation to fund future productions. His idea to separate out the company's debt by creating another entity was similar to Hall's attempt to save Hallmark, and Kennedy still felt the tinge of that burn. But Cole had a twist. His new company would buy the old company's Hollywood studio for its cost of $600,000. Cole bombarded Kennedy with numbers and information, and after a bit of hedging, Joe put the financing plan before Hayden Stone and advertised it to attract other investors, but refused to put in any of his own money. He focused his attention on RCNE, and in the process found himself with growing doubts about Cole. Joe discovered the relationship between RC and the local theaters was not nearly as good as he had been led to believe, and the moneys owed were half of what he had been told. He was confident enough in his own abilities and his belief that the franchise had been mishandled that he forged ahead, but Cole had gone down another few notches in his estimation. Kennedy concluded that he was a very good salesman and a pretty good organizer, but he was in over his head. Cole's biggest concern at the moment was the English bankers, to whom he was still very much indebted. Two Anglo banking houses, Graham's and Company and Cox and Company, had already invested over $5 million in RC, and the drain was continuing. The main offices of many Hollywood studios were in New York, but monitoring finances from London was close to impossible. So the English bankers sent Sir Erskine Crumb to America to investigate. Crumb arrived with little faith in Rufus Cole, but what he heard about Kennedy intrigued him. Crumb asked Joe to come to New York, but then decided that since he didn't want the present management to know they were meeting, he would come to Boston for confidential discussions. Kennedy agreed, and in order to divert any suspicions Cole might have, sent Crumb a cable he could show Cole, stating he was unable to come to New York. Before even meeting the man, Kennedy had proven his loyalty to Crumb, and trading up paid off. Crumb appointed Joe to serve on the RC Board of Directors, and gave him a $1,500 a month salary as an advisor, in addition to his director's fees and expenses. As a member of the board, all the books were open to him, and to Kennedy's banker-trained eyes, Cole's balance sheets were a joke. Real value was impossible to grasp when items such as posters were counted as assets to be depreciated. With their numbers changing every week, how could the figures be trusted? By mid-April of 1921, Crumb was threatening to give Cole 60 days to settle his debts or have his company taken over by the bankers. Joe's allegiance had completely shifted to Crumb, and in the process the two men grew closer, trading tidbits about the different personalities they were dealing with, and discussing everything from local distribution to potential script problems. Crumb depended upon Kennedy for honest assessments and assistance in understanding company budgets, projections, and proposals. Joe spent his time appeasing and cajoling all the involved parties, while telling outsiders that the company was in excellent financial condition and prospering very successfully. He assured Crumb of his desire to see you out of this situation. Crumb came to the conclusion there was no choice but to sell RC. He named Kennedy the company's agent and promised him a $75,000 commission. However, Joe soon realized that Cole was also trying to market the company, and as RC's official representative, Joe judiciously complained to Crumb. He sympathized but was not particularly helpful, claiming he just wanted to find a buyer. And he had a complaint of his own. Why did Joe have to show the balance sheets to potential buyers? Then Crumb further frustrated Kennedy by making himself unavailable to meet with possible investors. Selling RC was clearly going to be an uphill battle, yet Kennedy fought on, reaching out to old friends and making new ones, such as the film pioneer William W. Hodgkinson. Back in 1908, Hodgkinson had noticed the strain on the backs and eyes of customers looking through the peep show machines to watch one-reel movies. So He opened Chicago's first theater with a large screen and comfortable chairs. He formed Progressive Films, became a prime organizer of Paramount, and claimed that just before the company's first meeting, he sketched the mountain encircled by stars, the logo still used by Paramount today. Hodgkinson was a character with firm ideas who didn't hesitate to call himself a man of foresight and genius. He was adamant that the business of making films and the business of distributing them were apples and oranges. Paramount initially had been created to distribute other companies' films, beginning with those produced by Bosworth, the Jesse Lasky feature play company, and Adolph Zucker's famous players. Within 2 years, Lasky and Zucker joined forces to push Hodgkinson out of Paramount. After a bit of kicking and screaming, he formed his own distribution firm, which went through several incarnations before being renamed the W. Hodgkinson Corporation, his base when he met with Kennedy in the summer of 1921. Kennedy was intrigued by Hodgkinson and his theories, and he loved sitting across the table as an equal with someone who had seen it all. Hodgkinson's pitch was that it was practically impossible to make enough successful films to justify the costs of carrying a distribution arm. If R.C. worked with him, they would be free to concentrate on making good films. He would take care of the rest. Yet Kennedy knew that Hodgkinson's offering price was nowhere near enough to fund productions for the next year. It was true that distribution was a financial drain for R.C., but there were no guarantees that Hodgkinson could get more for their films than R.C. did now. With a new middleman, they might get even less. Most of all, Joe didn't want to enter into a situation that could threaten his own role at R.C. or his New England franchise. Kennedy advised Crum and Cole that Hodgkinson had not much to offer, and warned them that if word got out R.C. was dumping their distribution unit, it would give rise to further suspicion on our ability to survive as a company. Joe then implied to Hodgkinson that it was others who declined his offer, keeping himself in the pioneer's good graces. Kennedy and Hodgkinson spent the next few months discussing taking over each other's distribution interests in New England. In the end, Joe decided that while Hodgkinson was interesting to know, he strikes me as a smart fellow, but one with a personality that would be difficult to get along with. And no deal was made. Joe continued to attend the R.C. board meetings, where the company's steady losses dominated the discussions. Declaring bankruptcy was an option that came up often, only to be dismissed, since little could be salvaged, and it would put the parent company's automobile business at risk. That left two real choices: either severely reduce the asking price, or resign themselves to investing even more money. Kennedy declared, "We should either go all the way through and do it right, or else not put any more money in than we have today." But the rest of the board continued to wallow in micromanagement that revealed how lost they really were. Hours were spent debating issues that staff should have been handling, whether to bring in a co-producer for individual films, if a director should have casting approval on a particular film, the length of actors' contracts, the plot lines of different scripts, and even the potential for success of various titles. They flailed in their attempts to increase income in small but creative ways, such as selling scripts they had bought but couldn't afford to produce, reissuing old films, and offering bonuses to the region with the largest increase in sales. New England was the only franchise in private hands, and the board discussed selling off other regions. Joe looked at the possibility of expanding his RCNE into a national enterprise, but when he approached Guy Currier and Joe Conway about investing, they agreed that without an increase in the number and quality of RC productions, whoever was distributing them was doomed to continued failure. While being the one to sell the company would give Kennedy a nice commission, it would also leave him without a national toehold in the industry. Revisiting all his options, he came up with the idea of masterminding a merger. He was convinced All these smaller companies are on their way to the poorhouse, and nothing can stop them unless a consolidation goes through. And he saw himself as the man to accomplish it. Claiming, "I have just reorganized the company," Joe told the chairman of Goldwyn Pictures that he was meeting with the publisher William Randolph Hearst, and then told Hearst he had talked with Goldwyn. His plan was to get hold of an organization that would consist of Goldwyn, Metro, Robertson Cole, and Louis Selznick. Hearst, for one, was willing to listen, but saw no reason to make a move. When asked why Hearst didn't bite, his biographer David Nassau says, he recognized Kennedy was a real businessman, in contrast to the rest of the movie people who he thought had just been lucky. But he also realized how competitive and complex the business was, and his priority was Marion Davies. Hearst's Cosmopolitan Pictures produced a wide variety of films, but his priority was indeed the love of his life, the chorus girl turned accomplished actress, Marion Davies. Hearst would later make a deal to distribute Marion's films through MGM, a studio formed in a merger several years later, along the very lines Kennedy envisioned. If Kennedy had been able to pull it off, he would have created the largest film company of the day. He was absolutely right. But R.C. did not have enough real assets relative to debt to make it attractive at the bargaining table, and Joe wasn't a big enough player. Yet. Chapter 4. Fight Like Hell to Win, 1921 to 1923. Sir Erskine Crumb returned to England in the fall of 1921 without declaring a decisive course of action, and Kennedy's frustration was ready to boil over. While he was still receiving his advisers' fees, R.C. was also costing him money because until the company turned around, his own RCNE continued to struggle. What he had envisioned as a $300,000 company now had a net worth of a little over $60,000. It had made a profit of only $5,000 over the past 9 months, and they had less than $100 in ready cash. Then, to add to his annoyance, Joe heard that Crumb was holding meetings in England to sell the company without consulting him. Joe lost his temper, protesting that he had been working unceasingly to make R.C. a going concern, and the service he was providing was worth lots more than the monthly salary. If he wasn't going to get his commission on the sale, then the least they could do was let him match any offer on the table. Crumb returned to America in December and called Joe on his bluff, telling him that there was nothing sufficiently definite from any other buyer, and he would be happy to listen to his proposal. R.C.'s real assets were its New York office building and the Hollywood studio, but mortgage payments were due on both. With more money going out each month than was coming in, Joe knew the English bankers were desperate. He offered $100,000 in cash for 25% of the business, with a guarantee that they would receive 75% of future income or the profits from a sale. Crumb took the offer seriously enough to send it to London for consideration, but in the end it was determined that the amount was insufficient to make a dent in their losses. Once again the board of directors decided not to decide, hoping that somehow something would change. Kennedy was too action-oriented to agree, but he had lost nothing from making his attempt to take over the company, except that now he and Crumb were a bit more wary of each other. Joe stayed on the board, learning from both the positives and negatives, and turned his time and energy to his other, more profitable interests. He was working hours on end, busy on all fronts, expanding and massaging his contacts, and walking the tightrope of representing and investing for Hayden Stone, while serving on the boards of Robertson Cole and Columbia Trust, being on retainer to Maine, New Hampshire, as well as making and protecting his own separate investments. In spite of his promises to Rose, Joe was rarely home 2 nights in a row, but he was amassing the wealth that was so important to him. He bought his first Rolls-Royce and hired a chauffeur to go with it, He positioned himself as a presence in the Boston community, where he was ecumenical, if not overly generous, in his charitable activities. He gave to the Catholic Church, local hospitals, and Harvard, as well as the Irish Relief Fund, the Boston Police Fund, the Red Cross, Jewish War Relief, and the Boston American Christmas Basket Fund. He was also a joiner, becoming a member of the Harvard Club in New York, the Boston Athletic Club, the Woodland Golf Club, and the Exchange Club of Boston. Shortly after President Warren G. Harding's election in 1920, Kennedy had joined the Middlesex Club, the oldest Republican club in New England, and one of the 3 best-known Republican clubs in the United States. Henry Cabot Lodge was one of the vice presidents, and Joe socialized with members with last names of Bates and Proctor. He also used his membership to advocate that Irish Catholics are not discriminated against just because they are Irish Catholics. He was on the entertainment committee for his Harvard reunion and arranged to provide the liquor as well as a screening of the recent Jack Dempsey championship fight. Away from Harvard, Joe could claim he didn't care about his old college, but he thoroughly enjoyed the bonhomie of the all-male reunion and the awareness that anyone who cared to notice had to acknowledge he had done very well indeed over the last 10 years. In 1922, Kennedy attempted to elevate his social standing by moving the family's summer rental from the Catholic-dominated retreat of Nantasket, where Rose's parents stayed, to the WASP enclave of Cohasset. His name was submitted for membership in the local country club, and he was given a list of the members and a 5-day guest pass, so he could golf and mingle to make his case in person. While some of the members liked his cut and his attitude enough, others did not, and his application was not found acceptable. Biographers have speculated that his rejection in Cohasset, following his failure to be accepted in a prestigious club at Harvard, explains his bitterness against Boston and her Brahmins. It certainly is true that it was a deeply held antipathy, and one that he released in angry flashes of indignation throughout his life. Joe's tendency was to blame any such rebuffs on the fact that he was Irish Catholic, and never on the possibility that questions could be raised about his methods of doing business or his reputation as a ladies' man. Without debating the depths of hypocrisy, self-righteousness, and prejudice on both sides, one can easily envision a wealthy Episcopalian's knee-jerk disdain for the man J.P. Morgan, Jr. dismissed as an Irish papist and a Wall Street punter, or a society matron's sense of superiority to the daughter of a discredited mayor. Whatever the cause of his defeat or the extent of the wound, Kennedy knew that to dwell on it would accomplish nothing. As he later told his sons, "Fight like hell to win, but if you don't, forget about it." One of the advantages of being engaged in so many interests was that there was always something new around the next corner. The summer and fall of 1922 found Joe involved in 2 political campaigns, the first being his father-in-law's run for governor. After withdrawing from the mayor's race in 1914, Honey Fitz had tried and failed to be elected to Congress in 1916. He won the same race 2 years later, but when a congressional investigation revealed blatant and massive voter fraud, the House voted overwhelmingly to unseat Fitzgerald and swear in his opponent on the spot. None of this discouraged him for long, and, through it all, the correspondence with his son-in-law reveals a convivial relationship. Joe regularly asked Fitzgerald for small favors, often involving their mutual financial investments, of which Joe was clearly in charge. Now that Fitzgerald was running again, Kennedy didn't record any objections, and even used his show business contacts to have Honey Fitz's name woven into the scripts of vaudeville performances. Joe Jr. and Jack Kennedy, 8 and 6, accompanied their grandfather to parades and rallies. He also made time to take them to Red Sox games, visibly reveling in his role as grandfather. The other campaign that galvanized Joe's attention was a Massachusetts referendum against film censorship. Cries for censorship, at varying decibels, had been with the movies practically since their inception. But they were now at an all-time high, and several dozen laws were pending before voters and legislators throughout the country. Since the end of the war, righteousness in many forms had been thriving. The Ohio legislature was considering a law to forbid women from wearing skirts a few inches above the ankle, and a bill was pending in Virginia to prohibit a woman from showing more than 3 inches of her throat. On a far more serious level, the anti-German campaign of the war years had fanned a hatred of foreigners and immigrants that culminated in the full-fledged Red Scare. Attorney General A. Mitchell Palmer led raids that blurred any distinction between lawful union organizers, anarchists, communists, and actual illegal activity. Hundreds were deported, and thousands jailed without formal charges being filed. Prohibition was enacted in 1920, after being debated for over 75 years. With this victory, the most vociferous reformers were ripe for a new cause, when the popular 300-plus-pound comedian Roscoe "Fatty" Arbuckle was arrested for manslaughter in the death of Virginia Rapp, following a Labor Day party in San Francisco in 1921. Anyone who had ever blamed Hollywood for post-war cultural changes, loosening morals, or sins of any kind had a new focal point. Arbuckle was making $1 million a year because his screen antics were adored by children as well as adults, and so his arrest was tinged with a sense of betrayal that increased the outrage. The comedian's size aggravated his dilemma. As Earl Rogers, the prominent attorney, and the father of writer Adela Rogers St. John's, said when he was approached to defend Arbuckle, "The idea of a man of that enormous fatness being charged with the rape of a young girl will prejudice them. Just the thought of it." That visceral reaction shot terror through the hearts of the studio bosses. Between the jingoism that was bubbling throughout the country and this latest scandal, they feared a deepening resentment toward the immigrant Jewish moguls who controlled the industry. Could it threaten all they had built? Paramount's Adolph Zukor, who released Arbuckle's films, and Joe Schenck, who produced them, joined together in the fall of 1921 with William Fox, Rufus Cole, and half a dozen others in deciding something drastic had to be done. The only equivalent infamy that had threatened an entire industry was the Black Sox baseball scandal of 1919. Seeking a neutral third party of unquestionable character to give the game a clean bill of health and nominally oversee the business of baseball, the team owners had turned to Kennesaw Mountain Landis, a judge known for cracking down on securities fraud, to be baseball's czar. The studio heads needed a similar savior, and they quickly agreed their man was Will Hayes, President Hoover's Postmaster General. If they were searching for an astute, accomplished politician, they could not have made a better choice than William Harrison Hayes. He might have looked like a little mouse with oversized ears, but he was born and bred to become the canny lobbyist the film industry thought they needed. The son of an Indiana Republican, Hayes was committed to the party at birth by being named for President William Henry Harrison. After graduating from college, Hayes joined his father's law firm and quickly showed his skill at cultivating contacts through his involvement in the Presbyterian Church, the Shriners, the Elks, and just about every community organization in the state. By 1918, Hayes was the chairman of the National Republican Party, masterminding its takeover of Congress, the same Congress that would refuse to ratify the Versailles Treaty and leave President Wilson's League of Nations dead on arrival. While Hayes was mentioned as a presidential candidate himself, no one was more supportive of the party's eventual 1920 nominee, Ohio Senator Warren G. Harding. Hayes supervised the raising of over $8 million, 4 times the amount spent by their Democratic opponents, James Cox and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Hayes was one of the architects of the campaign that kept Harding out of the public eye and urged the country, weary of Wilson, to go back to normalcy. When Harding and his running mate Calvin Coolidge won in a landslide, Hayes was rewarded with a cabinet post. Will Hayes had been Postmaster General for less than a year when the movie chieftains came calling with the $100,000 a year job offer. Hayes told them he had to think about it. But, as much as he enjoyed being a Washington power, the opportunity was too alluring to resist. In January of 1922, he announced he was accepting the position as head of the new Motion Picture Producers and Distributors Association, just weeks before Fatty Arbuckle's third and final trial came to an end. After 2 hung juries, yet another dozen San Franciscans had spent a month listening to more than 70 witnesses. It took them only 6 minutes to declare Arbuckle innocent and issue an extraordinary pronouncement. Acquittal is not enough for Roscoe Arbuckle. We feel that a great injustice has been done him. Roscoe Arbuckle is entirely innocent and free from all blame. It was straightforward and heartfelt. But Will Hayes knew what he had to do, regardless of the juror's plea. A week after his acquittal, Fatty Arbuckle, whose salary had been cut off with his arrest on the grounds he had failed to show up to work, was permanently banned from the screen by the MPPDA. "A real leader. He knows and loves America," declared Photoplay, in a flurry of accolades for the new movie czar. When Hayes made his first trip to Hollywood in July, he was greeted like a conquering hero with a parade down bunting-lined streets and a star-studded dinner of 1,500 at the Ambassador Hotel. Still, what Hayes referred to as the unsavory incidents, the Arbuckle trial, the unsolved murder of director William Desmond Taylor in February, and the rumors of matinee idol Wallace Reed's drug addiction, were threatening to jeopardize the box office. The loose coalition of outraged reformers, women's organizations, and the Catholic Church that had come together after Arbuckle's arrest was now growing into a full-fledged censorship movement. Hayes had not realized how serious the threat was, or how disastrous the economic ramifications could be, until he was established in his new office. He sought to promote self-regulation of the industry, and the studio bosses were ready to agree to almost anything, yet first they had to survive the upcoming elections. Reading through all of the pending legislation, Hayes decided the most important one to win was in Massachusetts. The Committee of Massachusetts Citizens Against Censorship was already at work to put a referendum on the fall ballot. Hayes strategically decided that it was crucial to turn censorship back before it was allowed to spread, and put the full weight of the MPPDA behind the campaign. Hayes framed the question, if movies could be censored, were newspapers next? He put the case before the editors of Massachusetts' more than 300 newspapers, whose publishers' pocketbooks were also threatened, because a key element of the reformers' cause was the salacious and sensational film advertising in the newspapers, especially on Sunday. As he had done throughout his life as a political organizer, Hayes worked community groups and sought out prominent figures such as Joe Kennedy. Knowing the state like the back of his hand from his bank examining days, being a film distributor, and serving on the board of RC, as well as being friendly with several of the key newspaper editors, put Kennedy in a position to be helpful. He made the most of his opportunity to work with Hayes, and when the votes were counted that November, Fitzgerald lost his governor's race, but censorship was rejected by a margin of 3-1. The win was so decisive that Hayes claimed the people's victory in Massachusetts turned the national tide against censorship, and concluded, "We never made a wiser decision nor won a more important test." For an organization that had been in place for less than a year, the victory was a crucial step in cementing the credibility of the MPPDA, and Hayes let Kennedy know his help was appreciated. Even though Hayes was knee-deep in the Teapot Dome scandal, by the time the corruption of the Harding administration was becoming public knowledge, the irony that they had provided America with its king of film morality was mute. Hayes' power was firmly entrenched, and Kennedy's was on the rise. At the end of 1922, Galen Stone announced his retirement from Hayden Stone, and Kennedy decided it was the opportune time to officially go out on his own. Without Stone there for support, protection, and as a sounding board, staying with the company looked to be more of a hindrance than a help. Joe claimed he never had any ambition to be a partner in the company, and he had learned his lessons well. While he still had his R.C. office on Church Street, he needed more palatial surroundings for himself, and he didn't have to go far to find them. He opened an office in the same building where Hayden Stone was housed, and put a sign on his door reading, J.P. Kennedy, Banker. Banker was a very loose term in the early 1920s, and Joe took on private clients, individuals who gave him money to invest on their behalf. If a person entrusted Kennedy with $5,000, and he requested cash, he committed to pay them $25 a month in interest, a guaranteed return of 6%, the going rate for loans and mortgages. Yet he never had to reveal what he did with the money, and any return over the 6% went straight into his own pocket, unaccounted for. The one-page, single-spaced agreements were unlimited in duration, but Kennedy could resign and return the base amount at any time. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement, for the client couldn't lose, and Joe was provided with a pot of funds to invest, once again creating profits without touching his own money. Being on his own meant Kennedy needed a support staff beyond those already working out of his Church Street office and Columbia Trust. He turned to Eddie Moore, who readily agreed to leave for River and join him on a full-time basis. For the past several years, Joe had counted on Eddie for his discretion and follow-through to make inquiries on his behalf and generally expand his reach. Now Eddie was there on a daily basis to handle the minutiae and be his auxiliary memory. With his infinite capacity to make friends, Moore buffered Joe's occasional hard edges. Kennedy summed up Moore's affability by pointing out that he had served as secretary to 3 former mayors of Boston, no one of whom talks to the others, but each speaks affectionately to Eddie. Moore was 12 years older than Kennedy, but the role Eddie was to play was most akin to that of a devoted younger brother. They knew every detail of each other's lives, yet there was never any doubt about who was in charge. Eddie had a sixth sense for knowing what buttons he could push, and, with his dry sense of humor, got away with needling Joe in a way no one else dared, in part because of his total, unconditional acceptance of and support for everything Joe did. Having Eddie on the job gave Joe new freedom. He was in and out of New York often, with intermittent trips to Chicago, where, in his constant search for contacts and talent, he met a young tenor who impressed him, named Morton Downey. They would become lifelong friends, and Downey remembered being a bit awed by Kennedy. The intangible something, radiating knowledge, success, perception, and an excitement in living. Through his R.C. connections, Joe took advantage of the opportunity to meet Frances Marion, the highest-paid screenwriter in Hollywood, and her husband, Fred Thompson. Joe knew Frances had written the dozen films that had defined Mary Pickford's stardom, including Poor Little Rich Girl, Pollyanna, and Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. But he was also a passionate sports fan and remembered Fred as the college athlete who had set world records when he attended Occidental and Princeton. An ordained Presbyterian minister, Fred served as an Army chaplain overseas during the war and won medals in the Inter-Allied Games for the javelin throw, shot put, and, paradoxically for a man of the cloth, set an international record by hurling a hand grenade 85 yards. Yet he had refused a trip to the Olympics because it would interfere with his church work and mandate competition on the Sabbath. As they walked through the door, Kennedy had to be a bit bemused by the impressive-looking couple. Frances and Fred were both in their mid-30s. She was as beautiful as the stars she wrote for, and at 6'3", with chiseled cheekbones and a strong chin, he radiated the good looks of a matinee idol. The Thompsons were also surprised. Accustomed to the squinty-eyed appraisal of those in power, who sat behind big desks and merely grunted or nodded when you entered their offices, we were taken aback by Kennedy's sudden leap from behind his desk, his warm handshake, and his friendly volubility. Here was a man their own age who lavished both of them with praise for their accomplishments, and led them to 3 equally comfortable chairs, saying, "Now, sit down and tell me how I happen to be honored by this visit." Fred began the conversation by talking about his plans to make clean-cut westerns for young America. As a minister and former head of the Boy Scouts in Nevada, he had seen the way young boys worshiped their cowboy heroes, so he was looking for a backer for films that promoted clean living, kindness to animals, and the Golden Rule. For more than a year, Fred had been training a dapple-gray hunter he named Silver King to do an impressive array of tricks. Thompson became animated as he described the horse's ability to kneel and bow his head in prayer, dance, swinging his big rump rhythmically, roll over and play dead, bare his teeth in a menacing threat or a self-conscious grin. Taking his cue from his friend Doug Fairbanks, whose athletic hijinks had catapulted him to stardom, Fred planned to combine his own physical prowess and the singular abilities of his horse into a pulpit to teach young people compassion, while entertaining them in the process. Fred closed his passionate appeal with, "Now you can understand why I think he's worthy of being starred, Mr. Kennedy." Joe brushed aside Thompson's formality. "Joe, please. Joe, Frances, Fred. That could be a good sound-working trio one of these days." Yet Kennedy had to wonder why they were coming to him when Frances knew every important producer in the business. What became clear in the course of their conversation was that these two people from very different backgrounds valued their marriage above all else. If Frances were to be the one to overtly make the financing connection or use her own money, the imbalance in the relationship would be set. What she would say out loud was that they had seen too many friends, such as Clara Kimball Young and Charles Ray, back their own productions, with disastrous results. While she was accompanying him on this visit, Fred insisted on making his own success on his own merits. It was an admirable, if naive, position, but that was Fred. When they first met on the set of Joanna Enlists in 1917, Frances was a twice-divorced screenwriter making more than $50,000 a year, and Fred was a widowed Army chaplain. He was forced to leave his ministry when he married a divorcee, and appeared in his first film only because he was a handy replacement for an actor who failed to show up on the set of a film his wife was directing. Mary Pickford was sufficiently impressed with Fred as an actor that she tapped him to be her co-star in another film Frances Marion wrote and directed, The Love Light. If his wife had doubts about Fred's screen persona, they were assuaged when she saw The Rushes. After all, the agnostic Frances concluded, what great preacher wasn't a good actor? Only Fred was less than enthusiastic because he wanted his work to serve a larger purpose. Universal was now offering to star him in a serial highlighting his athleticism, but he believed he had found that higher calling in his Silver King westerns. What was Kennedy to make of this man who looked like a matinee idol, but was a Boy Scout underneath? Action-packed westerns starring a world-class athlete and a horse with a personality sounded like a surefire package. Yet Joe wasn't about to single-handedly underwrite films, and R.C. was hardly in a position to take on new projects, so he ingratiated himself without committing. While Frances remained skeptical, Fred broke into a broad smile, assuming that Joe's general encouragement meant a deal was near. Instead, Joe told Fred he should accept the offer on the table from Universal. From his experience distributing their product, He knew they were very successful with serials. Fred started to reiterate his reasons for not wanting to just act, but Kennedy interrupted him. "This will give you experience in how to handle stunts, study camera angles, build sets without entailing too great a cost, and in finding the best locations for Western backgrounds. After you finish that chore, you'll be ready to start your own productions." Universal would be footing the bill for all this education, as well as the cost of promoting him as a star. Everyone now agreed the serial was a logical next step, and while no promises were made, the Thompsons left assuming that Kennedy would be there to help when the time came. Fred was walking on air, declaring Kennedy a brilliant man. By far the more sophisticated of the two, Frances was less impressed, and unable to shake her suspicion that he was a rascal. But in the end she concluded, "I was so thunderstruck by the way he had swayed my handsome, stubborn husband that I could only nod in agreement." Kennedy had made two important friends without spending a cent or calling in a single chit. Chapter 5. We have valued your advice and assistance. 1923 through July 1925. One of the keys to Kennedy's success in handling a multitude of activities was his remarkable ability to be absolutely present, to give his whole-souled concentration to whatever task was at hand. And that was just as true when he was with his children as it was in his business dealings. For the holidays, Christmas Day was spent at home, and then the family packed up for Poland Spring, Maine. That is, Rose, their now 5 children, Eunice was born in July 1921, some hired help, and usually Mary Moore, all headed north. Joe and Eddie followed a few days later, and once they arrived, the men simply took another room and bunked together and joined in family activities full throttle. Time was also made to dine with William Gray and catch up on Maine, New Hampshire business. Joe and Eddie went to Boston for the work week, and then reunited with the family for another weekend of play, before leaving on what was becoming Joe's annual pilgrimage to Palm Beach. He went south with the boys, a group that almost always included Eddie Moore, and occasionally his college friend, Ted O'Leary, or men from the press, such as William Spargo, publisher of the Quincy Telegram. No matter how many irons he had in the fire, Kennedy made time for periods of serious relaxation. Joe depended upon his old Boston friend, Chris Dunphy, to make the arrangements. They had met when Dunphy was assistant manager of the Copley Hotel in Boston, and he was now managing the Mount Pleasant Hotel in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, in the summer, and the Royal Poinciana Hotel in Palm Beach during the winter season. Over the years, Kennedy helped Dunphy with his stock portfolio, even guaranteeing his account when necessary. And Dunphy, among other things, was on call to serve as an ad hoc travel agent, assuring Kennedy the finest suites and reserving private rail cars and other accoutrements of luxurious travel. Dunphy was also the secretary of the Palm Beach Oasis Club, where he arranged for Kennedy and his friends to stay. The Oasis Club was a men-only private resort, on par with the Everglades or the Breakers, and the place to see and be seen by the likes of E.F. Hutton, the Biddles, and the DuPonts. The Oasis's claim to fame was that it attracted members who usually did not join clubs, particularly ironic in light of the fact that Kennedy would not be welcomed as a member in their clubs in Boston or New York. Wealth, more than class or religion, was the determining factor for a positive reception in Palm Beach, and Joe was comfortable relaxing while cultivating the financial elite. Rose stayed in New England, going back and forth between Maine and Boston, sometimes taking a child with her, sometimes leaving them all under the supervision of governesses and Mary Moore. Since 1920, when the Moores had moved into the Kennedys' old Beale Street home, the lives of the two families had grown entwined. Eddie had long been flanking Joe, but now Mary, too, joined in as an adjunct, sometimes with Eddie, often without. The Moores had married in 1904, and Mary had to adjust to life with a man whose job it was to be at the beck and call of others, first with various mayors, and now Joe. Eddie was dubbed Doc, or the Doctor, because of his reputation for fixing things, but Mary called her husband the Hopper, since he was constantly on the go. Her attitude, however, was one of tolerance and acquiescence. Early in their marriage, she realized it was hopeless to fight Eddie's propensity for telling her when he'd be home, and then arriving much later, if at all. Mary discovered Eddie was never at a loss for an excuse, but I gave up trying to catch him, for whenever I thought I had him cornered, he always had another good excuse for telling me the first one. So I said to myself, why should I make him tell more lies? Mary chose to accept rather than resist, laugh instead of cry, and go along for the ride. Rose, on the other hand, adapted to her familial situation by leaving it. She appeared to be understanding of Joe's absences, but took off on extended trips of her own. In the spring of 1923, Rose and her sister Agnes were gone for nearly 2 months, traveling west together to Chicago, the Grand Canyon, Yosemite, the Missions of California, and a brief foray into Mexico. If most of the family chose to regard Rose's trips as routine, one child dared to verbally object. "You're a great mother to go away and leave your children all alone," 6-year-old Jack is reported to have said to Rose's face as she was walking out the door. She gave him a frozen look in response, and he learned the hard way that his tears only resulted in his mother withdrawing further from him. The other children had to see that as well. Cheerful waving and acceptance of whatever their parents did was the way to keep peace. One or the other parent being absent was the norm in the Kennedy household from early on, but the children were hardly left alone. Mary Moore stepped in to assist the plethora of hired help, and Joe made a point of staying close to home when Rose was away. He visited the boys' school and met with their teachers, arranged the children's visits with their grandparents, and took them all out to dinner on the cook's night off. Rose sent home picture postcards, and Joe and the children sent her loving notes and cables at her various stops. This time Joe was staying in Boston not just to be close to the children, but because his mother had been in and out of the hospital for several months. After being operated on in the spring of 1923, Mary Kennedy died of uremia on May 20th, the day after Rose's return from California. More than 1,000 mourners packed St. John the Evangelist Church in Winthrop. 3 priests officiated, and over a dozen local reverends, pastors, and deacons were in attendance. The newspapers claimed, "Never before in the history of the town has there been such an outpouring of people." Fitzgerald was a pallbearer, and Eddie Moore one of the ushers, as Joe sat with his family, his father, and his sisters, surrounded by current and former congressmen, mayors, and council members. P.J. Kennedy had been financially successful, yet Joe had already accumulated more wealth than his father. It was he who paid his mother's remaining doctor and hospital bills, took over all the administrative duties on his mother's estate, and then made arrangements for his father to take a trip to Europe. That summer of 1923 was one of decision for Joe Kennedy. It had been almost 3 years since Rufus Cole had first come to call, and Joe had managed to rise to the board of directors, as well as establish his own regional distribution network. Yet he had failed to sell RC, or package it to create a mega-company, and now he found himself fighting just to be heard. Sir Erskine Crumb might not have been ready or able to stick to his decisions, but he was running out of patience with Rufus Cole. Cole had failed to bring in new money and was spreading irritation at both the California studio and the New York office by telling everyone else what to do. Finally, Crumb confronted Cole and asked for his resignation by the next board meeting. Cole was shocked, believing he had bent over backward to bring in potential investors and be the positive public face of the company that bore his name, but over which he had little control. As he began to realize his days were numbered, Cole asked if he could at least take over foreign distribution or be given a production deal to make it look like an amicable settlement. Crumb said no. A 6-month salary with no stock was the best he was going to get. Crumb explained his decision to Kennedy, saying, "I am very, very sorry about it, but if ever a man has had a chance, he has had it, and he has indeed made a mess of it." Joe agreed. But if the decision had already been made, there was no reason for him to make an enemy, even a discredited one. He stayed away from the board meeting where Cole was the lone negative voice at every turn. Cole was out of the company he had founded, but not before complaining loudly that "the treatment I have received has been unkind, unfair, unbusinesslike, and absolutely repudiating every promise made to me." While he was still trying to save himself, Cole had brought in Pat Powers as a potential savior, but Crumb had latched on to him and personally taken over the discussions. Born in Ireland and raised in Buffalo, New York, Powers had already been in the picture business for several years when he joined forces with the tiny German immigrant Carl Laemmle to form Universal Pictures in 1912. As the two major stockholders, Powers and Laemmle bought up a half-dozen smaller companies, fought Edison's trust, and opened the several-hundred-acre Universal City outside Los Angeles. But their nearly constant power struggle threatened to overwhelm the company's accomplishments. At least once, police were called in to break up a brawl between them. Laemmle eventually triumphed, buying out his partner for over $1 million, and now Powers was looking for a new roost. Powers already had the reputation of being one of the most aggressive, belligerently active men in the business, but he had been producing and distributing films for over 10 years. That experience, along with his cash, was enough to convince Crumb that he was the man to take over RC. For his several $100,000, Powers was named administrative director of the company, given 4,000 shares of stock, and control of the Los Angeles studio. He brought with him another investor and experienced movie man, Joseph Schnitzer, who was given an equal number of shares and made vice president of the company, based in New York. Powers was a physically huge man, 6'5" with a voice to match, and he commanded attention by just walking into a room. Joe Schnitzer, if not quite Mutt to Powers's Jeff, was slight and bespectacled with a quiet demeanor. In his own way he was just as knowledgeable, having worked for a variety of film companies since 1907. He had risen to general manager of Universal before joining forces with Powers. Powers replaced Cole on the board of directors, but it was Schnitzer who turned to dealing with Kennedy. Schnitzer knew his way around film company budgets, and he wanted more money from Joe, both as an investor and as the man responsible for distribution in New England. Instead, Kennedy complained that the quality of films he was given was so poor, theaters wouldn't pay good money for them. Schnitzer countered that the other regions were doubling their profits for the quarter, while the Boston office had a 35% decrease over the same period. They quibbled back and forth, with Joe protesting that New York should pay for the promotion of his films, and that they were holding income far too long before forwarding it. He alternated between sulking that he was imposed upon and reaching out with claims he wanted to be helpful. He made it obvious he didn't want to deal with anyone but the head man, and Schnitzer was clearly number 2. It couldn't have been too pleasant for Schnitzer either, for the usually thorough Kennedy continued to misspell his name for months. Unfazed, Schnitzer kept asking for new investments in any form, down to advancing cash on individual films. "I am all through with putting money into the picture business," Kennedy told him with finality. Of course he wasn't, but he was getting fed up with RC. With his own franchise not doing as well as he thought it should, Joe was all the more susceptible to irritation, and he didn't have to look far to find it. As Crumb was the first to admit, he had arrived in America knowing no one in the film business, and had depended heavily upon Kennedy for advice and direction. However, From the moment the Powers deal had been accepted, he was running the show. Joe remained on the board, but Powers was the first among equals. He was not above standing next to Kennedy and staring down at him, imposing in both size and authority. Joe didn't even have Crum to turn to, as he had returned to London, leaving Major Thompson as the English bank's representative. Both Thompson in New York and Crum, by long-distance mail, sympathized with Joe but said their hands were tied. They claimed to absolutely agree that it is exceedingly galling to have Powers's view considered at all times, particularly when the rest of the board opposed some of his actions, but it is the only policy to follow at the present moment. Kennedy tolerated the new situation as long as he could, but after they cut his salary and director's fees, he settled his contract, sold his New England franchise back to R.C. at a substantial profit, and then, after several pique-filled missives, resigned from the board in July of 1923. Crum responded that while we have valued your advice and assistance, his resignation was regrettably accepted and understood. Whether he wanted to be or not, Kennedy was now free of his R.C. commitments, and he went into high gear creating several corporations over which he did have control. He still had his interest in Columbia Films, and it was continuing to profit, but Joe was only one of 6 board members. He created his own Motion Picture Finance Corporation, a broad umbrella organization to funnel his buying, selling, and producing without limit or restriction. The address of the corporation was his personal office, and the 2 other board members, Eddie Moore and Ted O'Leary, had already proven their loyalty. Joe wasn't taking any chances. Kennedy's growing sophistication and understanding of the business was showing in a multitude of ways. When he invested in or loaned money on individual films, he arranged for R.C. to distribute them, keeping their books open to him. With each new contract, clauses were added and more bases were covered. For instance, he was now assured possession of the film's negatives if the companies went into receivership, and the attorney who was handling his film-related legal work was none other than Benjamin DeWitt, the court-appointed receiver Joe had wrangled with during the Hallmark bankruptcy, but who had impressed him with his acumen. Ever since placing Mayor Fitzgerald's name into vaudeville performances, Kennedy had been thinking of the money to be made in putting the company's names into stage shows. He was convinced the idea was so effective it was worth incorporating yet another entity, and so Columbia Advertising was born. Buying the rights to the curtains in both stage and movie theaters, the company turned around and sold space to hotels and restaurants to have their names painted on them. Steve Fitzgibbon, who had been running the RCNE office, now became the day-to-day man for Columbia Advertising. They took a small office on Fifth Avenue in New York and hired several salesmen on a commission basis to promote theatrical scenic advertising. Cafes, lumber companies, and cigar manufacturers were just some of the businesses willing to pay a weekly fee to have their names on curtains in theaters in Boston, New York, and New Jersey. Amanda Smith looks back on Columbia Advertising and says, Kennedy may have been one of the earliest practitioners of product placement. Joe stayed on top of Columbia Advertising's accounts receivable, billing summaries, and the status of each theater's curtain. By cable, he encouraged the salesmen and reminded them to watch their travel expenses. Columbia Advertising was soon in Chicago, St. Louis, and Memphis, covering the eastern half of the United States with ad-laced theater curtains. With his expanding domain, Kennedy needed a full-time, top-rate accountant he could trust, so he brought in his old Four River accountant and company baseball team manager, Pat Scollard, to monitor the financial end of the business. Scollard's large ears, small eyes, strong jaw, and long nose gave him a bit of a horse face, but his quiet, self-deprecating sense of humor endeared him to his co-workers, and his talent for ferreting out the last penny endeared him to Kennedy. As was becoming his pattern, Joe limited the board of directors of Columbia Advertising to those in his employ, in this case Steve Fitzgibbon, Pat Scollard, and the ever-faithful Eddie Moore. On the national front, President Harding died suddenly in August 1923. His vice president, Calvin Coolidge, had come to national fame when, as governor of Massachusetts, he refused to arbitrate a Boston police strike, claiming they had no right to strike in the first place. Labor issues were one of the questions that Coolidge discussed with his friend Guy Currier, and at the moment he was notified of Harding's death, Coolidge was leaving his father's home to visit Currier in New Hampshire. Instead, Coolidge was sworn in as president on the spot and headed straight to Washington. The ubiquitous corruption of the Harding administration was slowly revealing itself, but the taciturn Coolidge wasn't held responsible. He was perceived as a man who led by not interfering, and that was good news for business. It went beyond that. With Coolidge and a Republican-controlled House and Senate, the Wall Street Journal found that government was completely fused with business. Kennedy backed Coolidge for election in his own right, believing he was the best man for Wall Street and, more to the point, to Joe's own continuing good fortune. With a Supreme Court that overturned child labor laws and a Congress that opposed regulations and cut the maximum surtax on the richest Americans to 20%, the stock market was running wild. Banking and brokering were so intermingled and unrestricted that the historian William Leuchtenberg says bankers provided their customers with everything but the roulette wheel. The phrase insider information had only positive connotations, and Joe worked hard to stay on top of trends, proving himself to be, by all accounts, a brilliant corporate predator and an expert manipulator of both Wall Street and his fellow investors. In the spring of 1924, Walter Howe, the editor of the Boston American, turned to Joe for help. 2 years before, when Fitzgerald was running for governor, Kennedy and Howe had come to a reported understanding. Howe's paper would support Fitzgerald, and Kennedy would supply useful information. The relationship had grown from there, and now Howe found himself in the position of having sunk much of his own money into the Chicago-based Yellow Cab Company, which was being threatened by a hostile takeover. With encouragement and a borrowed $5 million from Yellow Cab's president, John Hertz, Kennedy, along with Eddie Moore, went into seclusion at the Waldorf. Installing ticker-tape machines and several phone lines in the room, Kennedy began exercising the skills he had learned at Hayden Stone in reverse. Instead of riding a pool's upward surge and cashing in, he confused and discouraged others from pooling Yellow Cab stock by methodically increasing and decreasing the stock's value in what appeared to be random actions. While Hertz later speculated that Kennedy had carried out such a raid against the stock himself, after 6 solid weeks Joe emerged from the Waldorf victorious. He was several pounds lighter and suffering from neuritis, but with the stock stabilized, Hertz and Howe in his debt, and another healthy commission to add to his bank account. He returned to Boston to meet his 6th child, Patricia, born while he was in New York. The Yellow Cab story was one that Joe told, positioning himself as a skillful manipulator who used his talents as a friend and savior. One can also assume that his expertise was used dozens of times, if less dramatically, for no greater purpose than to increase his personal wealth. A decade later, a Fortune magazine reporter used the Yellow Cab story to illuminate the building blocks of the pure personal politics with which Joe created his web of influence. Kennedy saves his father-in-law with Howe. Howe's deal is productive with Kennedy. Kennedy aids his friend Howe. Howe helps himself and his friend Hertz. Hertz has been saved by Kennedy. This is the house that Joe builds. Yellow Cab was a micro-example of Kennedy's broadening interests. He was now serving as a trustee of several enterprises, including the New England Fuel and Transportation Company and the Fenway Building Trust. He continued to be active with Columbia Trust, soliciting institutional investors such as Boston College, as well as reviewing the bank's mortgages and active loans. P.J. Kennedy remained the president and Alfred Wellington the treasurer, but Joe was the one who approved the new bylaws before they were disseminated. Ethel Turner sent him regular updates on the status of all their accounts, and Joe didn't hesitate to encourage his father to seek additional collateral on loans he considered vulnerable. While he willingly cut through the red tape for friends, such as Joe Conway, he required assurance that the collateral is ample. The sole exception was Eugene Thayer, the banker who had come through with a last-minute loan in 1914 that allowed Kennedy to keep Columbia Trust in the family, and thereby, Joe said, make all the rest of the things possible. When he heard that Thayer, now in New York as head of Chase National Bank, was in personal financial trouble, he told him $75,000 was yours for the asking on 72 hours' notice. With multiple sources of income, many of which required a minimum of personal attention, Kennedy was accumulating real wealth, and was not averse to spending it in ways that enhanced his image. Joe dressed in the finest, often imported, clothes, and his chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce announced his importance upon arrival. He was always looking for new opportunities. He seriously investigated buying into the Florida land boom, but after consulting the men who were becoming his mentors, Guy Currier and Matt Brush, Kennedy resisted the temptation to jump on a train that had already left the station, no matter how much steam it still appeared to have. It has been reported that another source of income for Kennedy during these years was liquor. Joe Kennedy being a bootlegger is taken almost as common knowledge, as if that explains everything: his fortune, his presumed involvement with illegal activities, and his contacts with the underworld. Gus Russo, in his book on the Chicago mob, The Outfit, goes so far as to say, "It is all but universally accepted as historical fact that in the 1920s Joe Kennedy was up to his eyes in illegal alcohol." But was he? The 18th Amendment to the Constitution, making it illegal to manufacture, sell, or transport intoxicating liquor, was ratified in 1919 and went into effect early the next year. If pre-Prohibition Americans could take or leave their liquor, they were suddenly insatiable. The surge in the popularity of speakeasies was bolstered by the fact that while bars of the past had been primarily male bastions, the illicit variation welcomed both sexes. In the fine tradition of capitalism, this surging demand had to be supplied, and Kennedy was in an enviable position to take advantage of it. A banker surrounded by friends and relatives in the liquor business. His father owned several saloons, as well as the wholesale business that had been importing liquor for years. Rose's uncles, Edward and James Fitzgerald, had been in the brewing and saloon business all their professional lives, and now James turned to opening a soda fountain with a drugstore that serviced those with prescriptions for liquor, and the back room became a speakeasy. Two of Joe's close friends in Boston were liquor wholesaler Ambrose Dowling and John Murray, the manager of a large brewing company. The law clearly stated that liquor could be stored for personal use, and it appears P.J. Kennedy increased his stock under the assumption it could be legally locked away. Then, only 2 days before the new law was to go into force, the courts ruled that any liquor outside private homes could be seized. Suddenly there was a frantic rush by the Kennedys to move P.J.'s supply of hard liquor into his basement, and the wines into Joe's cellar. Evasion of the law began immediately, Frederick Lewis Allen reports, and that evasion took on many forms. The relatively straight-laced governor of New York, Al Smith, discreetly served liquor at public receptions, while New York's freewheeling mayor, Jimmy Walker, flaunted his disregard for the law. In Hollywood, Mary Pickford's mother, Charlotte, just bought out a liquor store and had the contents moved to her basement. Sam Goldwyn's secretary saw it as a sign of her boss's growing trust when he gave her the responsibility of dealing with his bootlegger. Director George Hill's assistant, Joe Newman, counted among his duties his 4 o'clock run to the drugstore to pick up Hill's medically prescribed daily pint of liquor. Doctors' prescriptions were so prevalent that in Chicago alone 300,000 prescriptions were written for patients who required liquor for medicinal purposes. Prohibition was to last for 13 years, but the first few were very different from the last few. An enormous, complex industry was created that required many levels of activity, not all of which was conducted by gun-toting men in loud ties. New York's Italians were not as quick off the mark as the city's Jews and Irish, and several years would pass before they felt emboldened to expand beyond their Italian colonies, notes Mafia historian Thomas Repetto. By 1929, when the infamous St. Valentine's Day massacre occurred, Al Capone and his minions had made bloodshed and prohibition synonymous. But that combination evolved over time. It was when the law initially went into effect in January of 1920 that Joe was uniquely positioned to profit. Kennedy would do business wherever and whenever there was a good chance for a safe profit, and among the people he associated with over the years were members of the mob. Gore Vidal believes that the family connection goes back to 1914, when Mayor Fitzgerald had his hand in the cookie jar, and Kennedy became president of Columbia Trust. After all, asks Vidal, what is a bank besides a great money laundromat? Members of the underworld who flourished during Prohibition, such as Meyer Lansky, Joe Bonanno, Lucky Luciano, and Frank Costello, told writers over the years that they had bought booze that had been shipped into the country by Joseph Kennedy. Precious little remains in Joe Kennedy's files that alludes directly to liquor. His father's papers do not survive, and in Joe's own files there is a record of a one-page accounts receivable, whiskey, in a closed Columbia Trust file for 1922 to 1925. There are letters to a number of people regarding the several $100s they owed for their orders, a reference to getting the figures from my father's head man, and notes thanking Joe for providing the liquor for his college reunion in 1922. There are also half a dozen cables from the early and mid-1920s between Joe and his father, and to Joe from Ted O'Leary concerning vague business in Buffalo, an important hub for transferring still legal Canadian liquor. Picturing Joe Kennedy standing on the shores unloading crates from boats, or hopping on the running board of a car speeding from a raid, stretches the imagination beyond credulity. However, put him at a dining-room table, cajoling and thoroughly enjoying himself with men of the underworld in an atmosphere of mutual respect, or on the phone, finding, allocating, and financing an activity offering real and immediate profits, and the image comes into clearer focus. Seymour Hersh examined hundreds of pages of FBI files and found no mention of any link between Joseph Kennedy, organized crime, and the bootlegging industry. While acknowledging this circumstantial evidence, Doris Kearns Goodwin thinks that it is possible that Joe was involved in financing shipments, but says that it is harder to imagine Kennedy still involved during the middle to late 20s, after the large criminal gangs had taken over and fundamentally changed the nature of the illicit trade. And John Kennedy biographer Nigel Hamilton, who spent years looking, concluded, I've never seen any documentary evidence that Joe Kennedy was a bootlegger myself, and I rather doubt it. I mean, there's no doubt that this man really is a swindler. There's no doubt that this man manipulates the stock market. There's no doubt that this man is a master of insider trading. There's no doubt this man is one of the great mavericks of the 20th century. But I see him as a man who is far too smart, actually, to get deeply embroiled in something like bootlegging. He looked at a far bigger balance sheet. And by 1925, as the illegal liquor trade shifted to deeper gangland control, Kennedy was turning his eyes to that far bigger balance sheet, and that meant his own film company. Chapter 6. I'm beginning to think I'm a picture man. August 1925 to March 1926. Robertson Cole had been shopped around off and on for 3 years. Since Kennedy's departure from the board, the distribution arm had been renamed Film Booking Offices, and for a short while the Hollywood studio had boasted a sign that read Powers Studio. Pat Powers had lasted less than 2 years in active management and left to produce his own films, but Joe Schnitzer stayed on as vice president in charge of production. The company was now commonly referred to as RCFBO or just FBO. While the names had changed, the problems they faced were the same. One of their primary financiers, Cox & Company, had been absorbed by Lloyd's Bank, and in the summer of 1925 Lloyd's, along with Graham's & Company, let it be known they were ready to recoup some of their losses. Kennedy knew it was time to make his move. He met with his mentor of almost 10 years, Guy Currier, who agreed to be his silent partner in the enterprise if Joe could purchase the entire company for a bargain price. Though Kennedy was said to be worth over $1 million at this point, he wasn't about to volunteer any of his own money, even for a deal he had wanted for so long. Instead, Guy Currier brought in investors. Currier's best friend was Frederick Prince, a Boston mayor's son who had dropped out of Harvard to earn a fortune in railroads and rise to chairman of the board of Union Stockyards and Transit Company of Chicago. Prince, along with other Currier colleagues, such as Gordon Abbott, chairman of Boston's Old Colony Trust, and Louis Kierstein, head of Boston's Filene's department store, were not men who normally would have considered investing in films. But on Currier's recommendation, they each put in between $25,000 and $100,000, more than enough to secure the necessary initial financing. Kennedy and Currier created Reserved Assets Company Limited to hold the investors' commitments. To make the offer in person, Joe sailed for England on August 18, 1925. The story was later repeated that the English bankers refused to see Kennedy because they didn't know who he was. To conquer that situation, the saga goes, he went to Paris, where he bribed a waiter to seat him next to the Prince of Wales, from whom he finagled a letter of introduction that so impressed the bankers, Joe was allowed entree in their hallowed halls. That tale, however, has all the earmarks of a Joe Kennedy special, the kind of story he told to show that no one, not British bankers or even a prince, was going to intimidate him. Of course, the English bankers knew full well who Kennedy was. He had been taking a salary from them for years, all the while learning everything about their finances and their losses. They had been paying him to find a buyer, not to be one, so they must have been infuriated when he offered $1 million for the entire company, less than the value of the Hollywood studio alone. Kennedy did go to Paris, but according to his own records, he spent most of his time shopping. He purchased underwear and pajamas from Dallet, silk socks, ties, and monogrammed handkerchiefs from Asulka, an umbrella with a mother-of-pearl handle from Delpieux, and cufflinks from Maubuisson. He had ordered hand-tailored suits in London, so the bankers must have at least been impressed with his wardrobe when he eventually appeared before them. Joe met with Lord Inverforth of Lloyd's, and enjoyed what he called extensive palaver, but the bankers still had one more card to play. Their Hollywood studio was worth $1,250,000, and now they sent Joe Schnitzer to Los Angeles to try to sell or lease it. First National was making their films at the United Studios, adjacent to FBO on Melrose, but famous players Lasky Paramount had expressed an interest in buying the United property. If that sale went through, First National would need a new operating base quickly, and what could be easier than moving next door? Schnitzer was not enthusiastic at the prospect of selling the studio they needed to stay in production, but he spent the second week of December holed up in meetings with First National. The United Studio Paramount sale went through, but First National still wasn't interested in moving to FBO. Schnitzer reported to London that if he was to ensure the minimum flow of films vital to maintaining the basic value of the company, he had to focus on their upcoming production schedule. To the best of his knowledge, there were no other buyers on the horizon. No buyer, that is, except Joe Kennedy, who had returned home to Boston in time for the birth of his 7th child, Robert. Joe bided his time and stayed in touch with Major Thompson, who was readying to go to London to meet with Lloyds and Grahams about the future of the company. The bankers were looking at accumulated losses of between $7 and $9 million. Without Powers or Kennedy or even Cole to spur them, the company had sunk to new depths. They let their membership in Hayes MPPDA lapse, and even added a man to their board who gave them a discount on printing. It was time to get out, and Kennedy's was the only offer on the table. Thompson and Lord Inverforth were dispatched to America in January to negotiate a deal. The Englishmen stayed in New York and conferred on the phone with Kennedy, who remained in Boston. In between conversations with the bankers, Joe consulted with Guy Currier as well as William Gray and Will Hayes. There was talk of plenty of competition arising at the last minute. But on Friday, February 5th, 1926, agreement was formally reached for Kennedy to put down $200,000 on the $1.1 million purchase price, $400,000 less than they were asking 5 years before. He had worked and waited for almost 7 years to make this day a reality, but his patience and persistence had finally been rewarded. Boston financier purchases control of FBO, headlined Moving Picture World that February of 1926, and similar banners were posted across the pages of Variety, Exhibitors Herald, and the other trades. The New York Times made note of the Boston banker taking over a film studio, and other newspapers variously identified Kennedy as a financier, an associate of Hayden Stone, a former executive at Bethlehem Shipbuilding, and the youngest bank president in America. Kennedy was the first outsider to simply purchase a studio outright, and much was later made of film pioneer Marcus Lowe's comment upon hearing of the buyout. "A banker? I thought this was a business for furriers." While some Hollywood veterans may have looked askance, it didn't immediately affect them. FBO was known for the B pictures that showed for a week at a time in smaller theaters, not in the large picture palaces with full orchestras, where MGM and Paramount showed their films. Yet Kennedy's acquisition made for good press in the larger world, and with a photogenic wife and 7 children, he presented the appearance of home and family life and all those fireside virtues that was manna to Will Hayes, still combating the image of Hollywood as Sodom and Gomorrah. With most film companies being run by self-educated immigrant Jews, Hayes greeted Kennedy with hosannas and hailed the Catholic Harvard graduate as exceedingly American. The trades encouraged the wide coverage of Kennedy's ascension to studio chief because it proved that the picture business is an ideal business for bankers. His lofty and conservative financial connections were seen as evidence that the film business was finally coming of age among the nation's industries. There was also a large amount of misinformation in those initial announcements. Many newspapers simply reprinted the English bank's press release, quoting Major Thompson as saying they had sold because of their belief FBO needed to be under resident control. No mention was made of their massive losses, or of Kennedy's longtime association with the company. Some reports assumed that the purchase was backed by Hayden Stone because of Joe's past connection. And while it was true that his father-in-law had a small amount invested in the deal, it hardly justified the dominating Boston Post front-page headline, "Fitzgerald a Film Magnate." The former mayor had grabbed the local microphone to announce that he would be actively interested in the $10 million motion picture venture that would bring a profit of $1 million a year. Only in small print was it noted that it was Honeyfitz's son-in-law who was to actually head the company. If Joe was irked at his presumption, he had to love the lines that claimed that since the day Joe Kennedy received his degree at Harvard, he has been the marvel of the Boston financial world, and now he was to take his place alongside the great movie magnates of the world. When Kennedy talked directly to the press, he was methodically self-deprecating and made the entire enterprise sound like a fluke, instead of the culmination of 7 difficult and challenging years. He told Photoplay he was leaving the Harvard Club in Manhattan and heading to the train station for a long-planned vacation in Palm Beach, when he was suddenly called back to take a phone call. A few minutes later he returned to tell his waiting friends, "You'll have to go on without me. I seem to have bought a motion picture company." Of course it hadn't happened that way at all. Joe and Eddie Moore did board a train on Sunday, February 7th, but it was from Boston to New York, where they checked into the Harvard Club. Before he even went to his new office, Kennedy solidified his relationships with old friends. He wrote William Gray what he told others he thought might be useful, that he was counting on them for advice, and "I hope I may call on you from time to time for further suggestions." There was nothing like being needed to make people feel appreciated. Kennedy also paid a call on Will Hayes, whom he had taken to addressing as General. Joe assured him he was looking forward to being a real honest-to-goodness member of the MPPDA as soon as our finances are properly adjusted. Just as Joe had ached to serve on the board of Massachusetts Electric, to sit with the scions of society, he wanted to do the same with the heads of MGM, Paramount, and Universal. He told Hayes how much he needed and valued his support, and Hayes, in turn, assured Joe he was delighted to have him as a studio owner. "Really," Hayes said, "it is going to be a great satisfaction, comfort, and pleasure to me." They were both natural-born politicians who could be of great benefit to each other. Only weeks before Kennedy's takeover, FBO had moved their New York headquarters to the new 11-story Embassy building at 1560 Broadway. The trades called their offices one of the most efficient and attractive in the country, and it included their own projection room. Kennedy recognized many of the employees as he walked in and out of the various rooms with his trademark smile, shaking hands and telling everyone he was much impressed with everything I have seen. "The executives and operating personnel will remain unchanged," was an oft-repeated phrase in the coverage of the purchase, but it was a quote from the Lloyds press release. While Joe had definite plans to the contrary, there was no reason to let anyone else know about them at the moment. His immediate task was to create his own team, and he called in two of his former Four River shipyard colleagues who had proved their loyalty under fire. Edward Durr, known as E.B., and Charlie Sullivan had also exhibited other crucial traits: brilliant minds for money, a willingness to work long and hard when the occasion called for it, and the ability to keep their mouths shut. E.B. Durr was a Pennsylvania native, a few years Kennedy's junior, a short, good-looking man with dark wavy hair and piercing eyes. He had a smile that revealed dimples, and a walk that revealed the fact he was pigeon-toed. He was also an impressive, accomplished accountant who could work out any mathematical problem in an instant and give the answer off the top of his head. By the time Kennedy left Fore River, Durr had risen to comptroller. For the past several years he had been thriving in Boston as a consultant to several New England banks, specializing in large manufacturing loans, and Joe had called on him for advice when he was buying RCNE several years before. Durr was the only one of the group who had previous experience in the entertainment business. When he was in his early 20s in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, he put his savings into building and managing the Broad Theater. He learned the hard way when he paid too much for renting films, but it was a measles epidemic in 1917 that closed many theaters and forced him out of the business entirely. Setting his dreams aside, he joined Bethlehem Steel, and when Kennedy called after buying FBO, Durr came running. Charlie Sullivan was a very quiet man, at least with outsiders. With his brown hair parted down the middle and dark-framed glasses, he was quick to smile, but rarely spoke unless spoken to, and even then his shyness got the best of him. As one friend who saw him at work put it, Charlie never seemed to be able to express himself until a pile of papers with digits on them were dropped in his lap. Then he became a wizard. Pat Scollard, whom Kennedy had recruited several years before to join him at Columbia Advertising, was also a Fore River veteran, and now he was reunited with Durr, Sullivan, and Eddie Moore. Together they became the core group around Kennedy, forming a cordon of loyalty to protect him, to keep him informed, and to be in the places he couldn't be. Each man served different purposes at different times, but they were there to keep the information flowing, ensure that all transactions were as legal as possible, and know when they could handle things and when to bring in Kennedy. They double-checked each other's work and gave each other a bad time if they were a nickel off. But they also took care of each other, and most of all they took care of Joe Kennedy. They were all married, and Durr had a young daughter. But home was where the work took them. At first glance, some assumed they were sycophants, yet while they were generally deferential, they were anything but yes-men. Joe counted on them to tell him the truth as they found it. One secretary expressed concern when they walked in the room together, because they looked like gangsters. But what mattered most to Kennedy was their total loyalty. They were willing to, as Durr put it, take the gloves off and get down in the gutter to fight. Collectively, we can lick anybody. They called each other the gang, and they called Kennedy boss. It was a clear and simple worldview. If you weren't one of them, you were an outsider. There was no middle ground. The gang moved into the new FBO offices, and Joe Schnitzer, still in California working on the upcoming production schedule, was left wondering where he fit in the new regime. Kennedy took over Schnitzer's office, used his secretary, and waited 5 full days to be in contact with him. If that made Schnitzer nervous, and it did, the reality was that he was no threat to Kennedy, and it was a good idea to have someone on hand with institutional knowledge. Besides, Schnitzer had just signed a 4-year contract, and he still held some stock from when he and Pat Powers had run the company. He had shown himself willing and able to work with a variety of administrations as a nose-to-the-grindstone executive. While there had been little love lost between the two men in the over 3 years they had known each other, Kennedy wanted Schnitzer inside his tent, and assured him he had the greatest confidence in the world in your ability. For the time being, though, he needed Schnitzer to remain in California to keep his eye on production and stay away from the New York office while Joe was making changes. Kennedy's pride in his new position was obvious, as he told friends, "I'm beginning to think I'm a picture man." As the news spread, he heard from a variety of well-wishers, as well as from those who hoped to do business with him, including Rufus Cole, who was now with Hupp Motor Cars in Detroit. Joe politely brushed him off, but kept the lines of communication open with the likes of Pat Powers, claiming he would be glad of any suggestions he might have. In between his glad-handing and communicating with dozens of people in and out of the company, Kennedy set Durr, Scollard, and Sullivan to the task of assessing the company's books and hemorrhaging budgets. He knew that credit squeezes and high-interest payments had plagued the company for years. Overhead was running at $100,000 a week, and over the past 2 years, incoming cash had fluctuated between $35,000 to $150,000 a week. All the accounting was done in the New York office, and Hollywood sent their needs in on a monthly basis. Nothing was in the detailed format Kennedy expected. First, Joe needed to secure ongoing funding. His answer was to internalize the financing, and he did that by creating a new company, the Cinema Credits Corporation. Once again he turned to Guy Currier and his friends, who had already backed the purchase of FBO. Investors were promised a return of 7% annually, and, in a $100 per share cash-for-stock transaction, Frederick Prince put in $100,000, Joseph Powell $50,000, and Louis Kirstein $25,000. 4 other friends of Currier's combined for an additional $200,000. Kennedy's father-in-law was good for $75,000, but Joe himself was once again putting his brains to work instead of his own money in exchange for his share of the business. Within weeks, $500,000 worth of CCC stock had been sold, and Kennedy turned that into lines of credit of more than $1 million at 4 different banks. Cinema Credits Corporation was a simple but brilliant creation. The ebb and flow of cash was no longer a concern. It was the equivalent of a private bank, providing a revolving fund that kept financing in-house, and it was the key to putting FBO on solid footing. CCC also gave Kennedy total control. There were no external financiers to placate or superiors to cajole. As Bud Schulberg, son of the Paramount production chief B.P. Schulberg, remembered, all you had to say was New York to make other studio heads shudder. It meant they had to justify their spending. It meant trouble. New York was bad news. By creating Cinema Credits Corporation, Kennedy didn't have a New York to worry about. There was no one to check with or wait on, let alone to question him. He was New York, and so he was free to concentrate on the task at hand, making and distributing movies at a profit. Cinema Credits' only employee was the Harvard-educated Ted Stribert, who served as accountant as well as treasurer for $216 a month. He signed on as the company's secretary on the formal Delaware incorporation forms, and the only other officer listed was Kennedy's New York attorney, Benjamin DeWitt, as president. Scollard, Sullivan, and Durr reported back with a new accounting system. No more money in advance, because someone in Los Angeles thought they might need it. Now each film supervisor had to provide a weekly accounting of every penny spent, listed under a dozen different categories. Funds were allocated only after expenses were approved and verified, again on a weekly basis. The gang could be counted on to check and double-check the money as it was transferred between accounts. Kennedy's new procedures were just being put into place when the first Board of Directors meeting under his leadership was held in early March. The initial order of business was to elect Joe as chairman. Major Thompson, representing Graham's, and W. Lancaster of Lloyd's would remain on the board until over half the money for the purchase actually changed hands. But several others were out, including H.J. Yates, who owned the printing company that gave FBO discount rates. He was replaced by E.B. Durr, who was elected treasurer. Benjamin DeWitt also joined the board as general counsel. Pat Scollard was named assistant treasurer and overseer of the distribution offices. So much for the idea that the personnel would remain unchanged. Another major shift was occurring in the business at large, the slow but sure movement of film production from east to west. While the financial center remained New York, movie-making was increasingly concentrated in California, and business was booming. Over 400 features would be made during the 1926-1927 season, and 90% of them were made in the Los Angeles area. There was no doubt about it. It was time for Joe to head to Hollywood. Chapter 7. I Never Needed a Vacation Less. April to December 1926. Joe Kennedy, with Eddie Moore at his side, boarded the train to Chicago and, for the first time in his life, continued on to California. The snow-capped Rockies, the desert, and the Sierra Nevada were all glimpsed before the last leg into Los Angeles, where ribbons of wildflowers, aided by years of porters and conductors tossing out seeds, paralleled the tracks. Then came the palm trees with fronds like feather dusters. They weren't in Boston anymore. They checked into the finest hotel in town, the Ambassador on Wilshire Boulevard. The 6-story main building was surrounded by bungalows on more than 20 beautifully landscaped acres. With an Olympic-sized swimming pool, tennis courts, and its own golf course, the Ambassador rivaled the best hotels in the East. An ornate fountain graced the middle of the massive lobby, and arched hallways led to the dining room, ballrooms, and the Coconut Grove nightclub. If for any reason every need was not met within the hotel walls, the Brown Derby, a restaurant designed in the shape of a giant bowler, was just going up across the street. As Joe and Eddie acclimated themselves to the sunshine, 2 of Hollywood's most famous names were heading out of town. Buster Keaton was on his way to Oregon for location shots on The General, and Rudolph Valentino was heading to Yuma, Arizona, which was to pass for Arabian sands in The Son of the Sheik. Yet many other celebrated citizens were right down the street, such as Charlie Chaplin, busy at his own studio on La Brea, directing and starring in The Circus, and Amy Semple McPherson, who in a matter of weeks would disappear from her Echo Park church of the Foursquare Gospel and be the cause of a nationwide search, ending in a scandal when she was discovered hiding in Carmel with a married lover. Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks were the reigning monarchs of Hollywood, but they had reduced their personal output to one film a year. The big three companies were MGM, First National, and Paramount. The next tier was known as the Little Five: Warner Brothers, Fox, Producers Distributing Corporation, Universal, and FBO. Perhaps middle-sized would have been a better tag, because there were over 35 studios in the greater Los Angeles area. Universal City was over the hill in Burbank, and to the southwest, in remote Culver City, Cecille B. DeMille was putting the finishing touches on The Volga Boatman. Down the street from DeMille's studio was the much larger Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, created in 1924 in the first major merger of the budding industry. With Louis B. Mayer as studio boss and Irving Thalberg as head of production, they systematically put enough writers, directors, and actors under contract to allow up to 20 films at a time to be in their production assembly line. At the moment, William Randolph Hearst was preparing to oversee Marion Davies, dressed as a Dutch girl in The Red Mill, and her personal choice for director was Fatty Arbuckle, still banned from the screen but trying his hand behind the camera under the name of William Goodrich. MGM's resident class act, Lillian Gish, was filming The Scarlet Letter on the impressive back lot. And the very week of Kennedy's arrival, critics were praising the find of the year, a young Swedish actress Mayer had signed 2 years earlier, who was only now making her American film debut in Torrent. Greta Garbo. Los Angeles was thriving because of the movies. In 1910, a little more than 300,000 people lived there, but by the time Joe arrived, 1 million called it home. Since 1920, filmmaking had been the area's largest employer, and the ripple effect on hotels, restaurants, and tourism was incalculable. What had been disdained only a decade earlier was now appreciated for the business it was and the business it brought in. It was all a new world to Joe Kennedy as he was driven to his new domain, 17 acres on the corner of Gower and Melrose. Only a thin fence separated FBO from the much larger United Studios that was about to become Paramount. But Joe was the proverbial kid in the candy store as he walked through the gracious lobby and climbed the stairs of the arched 2-story administration building that fronted on Gower. Today, stuccoed walls blocked the studio from public view, but in 1926 a garden courtyard with landscaped lawns centered by a fountain welcomed guests to the FBO studio. The main office building was bookended by 2 large rectangular structures, housing the carpenter shop and storage for the sets, furniture, props, and wardrobes. There were a plaster and paint shop, a 9-car garage, and cutting rooms. Filming was done on stages of various levels of construction, many with movable glass roofs to take full advantage of the sun to light the actors. The back lot was laced with an assortment of constantly changing sets, except for the tall minaret that remained from Kismet, the first major film shot at the studio 5 years earlier. Before spending serious time at his own new corner office, Kennedy went calling. Just as one of his first visits upon buying FBO was to Will Hayes, Joe now went to see Hayes' top man in Los Angeles, Fred Beatson, at his office on Hollywood Boulevard. Beatson's presence at almost every meeting where 2 or more studio heads were gathered testified to the power of the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors Association. He was referred to as Fred Beatson of the Hayes office, as if it were his full name. A hail fellow well met, Beatson was social to the point that Bud Schulberg called him the drink-and-let-drink custodian of motion picture morality. He always seemed to have a Scotch highball somehow permanently attached to his right hand, yet managed to never appear altogether drunk. The important thing to Kennedy was that a few positive remarks from Beatson could open many doors. Joe impressed him to the point that Beatson reported back to Hayes, "While you spoke beautifully of him in your letter to me, it wasn't half enough. I found him to be not only one of the most delightful men in the picture industry, but one of the most delightful men I have ever met in my life." Beatson's conclusion that FBO should go far under his guidance helped spread the word that Kennedy was a man worthy of attention. Beatson's generous comments were soon followed by the announcement that FBO had joined the MPPDA, and Joe had been elected to the board of directors, underscoring the message that he was here to stay. Kennedy's trip coincided with the previously planned FBO annual sales convention, so he played host to more than 75 executives and branch managers who poured in from all over the country. The convention opened at the Ambassador on Thursday, the 1st of April, and then Joe walked his men through the lots he himself had seen for the first time only a week before. Not that he pretended to know anything about making films. He went out of his way to let them know he didn't. He told the story on himself that when he watched the director, Ralph Ince, film a circus performer fall from a trapeze several times, his frustration led him to ask Ince why he didn't get an actor who could do the stunt correctly. "I can," Kennedy said Ince told him, "but you see, it would spoil the story, which calls for a flop." For Kennedy, the three-day convention was an opportunity to size up the men working under him. He also used the time to bombard them and the trades with a guarantee of great films to come. Promoting them with a straight face was no small feat, when their biggest films included the likes of Kosher Kitty Kelly, with its Irish-Jewish theme, and a promise of a deluge of laughs in an ocean of sentiment. The convention concluded with a Saturday night dance on FBO's Stage 3, where the executives and sales force mingled with the movie stars. For many, however, the highlight of the weekend was the welcoming reception hosted by the studio's top attraction, Fred Thompson. After their initial meeting, Fred had taken Joe's advice and starred in Universal's 15-part serial, The Eagle's Talons. Billed as the world's champion athlete, Fred co-starred with Ann Little and stuntman Al Wilson in the super-thrilling chapter play used in theaters throughout the country to get patrons to return week after week. Just as Kennedy had predicted, Fred drew enough attention that he graced his own lobby posters, and the trades soon proclaimed him new but already popular. And as Joe had suggested, Fred used the opportunity to study every aspect of making outdoor action films. He continued Silver King's daily training, and if anything, the Eagle's Talons increased his commitment to making westerns. As the Universal serial was hitting the nation's screens, Fred and Silver King found their backers in producer Harry Joe Brown and his silent partner, the actor Lou Cody. In August of 1923, Thompson signed with them to make 6 westerns, with budgets of $10,000 each. He was to receive $300 a week and 5% of the profits. But after 3 films were in the can, there were neither profits nor money to continue filming. Monogram Pictures was trying to distribute the westerns on a state-by-state basis, but with only marginal success. With good words from Monogram head Andrew Callahan and Joe Kennedy, FBO, with sales offices throughout the country and Canada, picked up the national distribution rights. The first Fred and Silver King western, The Mask of Lopez, was released in January of 1924, and 1 year and 9 films later, Fred and Silver King had, in the words of Moving Picture World, skyrocketed to fame. Fred turned down approaches from bigger studios and, in the spring of 1925, renegotiated his FBO contract to include the creation of his own production unit and a salary of $6,000 a week. He was Hollywood's second highest-paid Western star after Tom Mix, and Silver King, whose box office value almost equals his famous master, now had several doubles and a $100,000 life insurance policy. The cost of making a Fred Thompson Western had risen to close to $75,000 each, but by grossing an average of $250,000, they were by far the studio's biggest money-getter. The other important numbers, as far as Kennedy was concerned, were the almost 20,000 theaters throughout the country. Over half of them were in towns with populations under 5,000, and that is where Thompson's films were becoming legend. In theaters with 200 to 500 seats, children, often with their parents in tow, paid 10 to 50 cents apiece to pack the house on Saturdays to watch Fred and Silver King catch the bad guy and get the girl. Praise for Thompson's films came in from grateful theater owners, and columns such as "What This Film Did for Me" reported tales of seats being filled week after week. The Exhibitor's Herald ran an article headlined, "Thompson Pictures Kept House Open," about the Bristol, Colorado theater owner who had been ready to close his doors permanently before Fred and Silver King brought in enough profit to keep him in business. Thousands of fan letters arrived each week, some addressed simply, "Silver King, Hollywood, USA." There was no arguing with Thompson's popularity, and since he had first come to Joe's attention as a sports hero, the new studio head looked for another famous figure to put in front of the camera. He found him in Harold "Red" Grange, the impressive running back whom sports writer Grantland Rice dubbed the Galloping Ghost, because no tackler seemed to be able to touch him on the field. Grange had been playing in front of as many as 85,000 fans at the University of Illinois, and within a week of his last college game in November of 1925, George Halas signed him for his Chicago Bears of the nascent National Football League. Until then, the largest crowd the league had attracted was 6,000. Grange increased that tenfold and was given a percentage of the gate. While contemporaries described him as very modest and humble, Grange was a natural promoter who heard opportunity when it knocked. He had already made a small fortune, endorsing products such as the milk he claimed helped him run fast, a clothing line, and even cigarettes that he would smoke if he ever decided to take up smoking. Grange was so well known that the actor John Gilbert, the director King Vidor, and a dozen other male guests at Marion Davies's lavish spring costume ball had all reddened their hair and dressed up as the football star. As Variety put it, 3 years of more publicity than any other football player has ever received has made Grange synonymous with the gridiron sport. Proven fame, and the drawing power that went with it, impressed Kennedy, and at 5'11" and a powerfully built 170 pounds, the handsome 23-year-old Grange looked like a natural for the screen. The two men met following the Bears game at the Los Angeles Coliseum and agreed Grange would make one film in which he played himself. As soon as Grange signed on the dotted line and promised to move to Los Angeles within the month, ads announced that Joseph P. Kennedy was presenting Red Grange in FBO's upcoming The Halfback. Kennedy was pleased to be the one to nab Grange. Once again, Joe received a burst of press coverage, and it certainly impressed his children, especially Joe and Jack, now in the 4th and 3rd grades at the Dexter School in Boston. Having a bona fide sports hero working for your father was something to be proud of, as were the Fred Thompson chaps and spurs that he sent home to them. Yet now Joe had 2 highly paid actors on the payroll, and that ran counter to his plan to cut costs. Just weeks before his takeover, FBO had announced increased budgets for a series of super specials, in which star, cast, and story value will be the most pretentious yet. As far as Kennedy was concerned, those were press releases for the likes of Paramount or MGM. FBO wouldn't and shouldn't compete on that level. His vision was to create basic entertainment for small-town America. "In other words," he proudly told the press, "we are trying to be the Woolworth and Ford of the motion picture industry, rather than the Tiffany." To follow his own mandate, Kennedy looked to clone a cheaper version of Fred Thompson, and turned to a Detroit weightlifter who had hitchhiked his way to Hollywood and found a few bit parts under his birth name, Vincent Markowski. The 22-year-old 6-footer was renamed Tom Tyler, put on a horse for the first time in his life, and started churning out westerns that even copied Thompson's titles. Tyler's first FBO film was Let's Go, Gallagher, after Thompson's earlier success, Galloping Gallagher. Best of all, from Kennedy's point of view, the Tyler films were produced for under $10,000 each, and the star was happy with his $175 a week salary. While Tyler's westerns would never begin to match Thompson's in popularity, such a small investment guaranteed a profit. To make sure he touched every base of the sports craze, Kennedy signed the French tennis champion Suzanne Lenglen and the American tennis star Mary Brown for a series of low-cost racket girls pictures. And almost every studio had a German Shepherd dog on the payroll, and FBO had Ranger, and counted on him to bring his popular films in under budget. With a production schedule set for the next 6 months, Kennedy decided to eliminate a policy that had kept the FBO lot busy but did not maximize profits. A variety of independent producers were hanging their shingles at FBO, and their films brought in a steady, if relatively small, cash flow. That might have impressed others, but Joe saw the arrangement as sharing income with unnecessary middlemen. Within weeks of his arrival in Hollywood, the independents were notified that when they finished their film currently in production, they could start packing. Someone had to oversee the studio lot, and Joe Schnitzer didn't intend to be the one to do it. He had been in Hollywood since November and wanted to go home to his family. He also knew that he needed to be in the East if he was to successfully integrate himself into Kennedy's operation. The two men made their peace, and together chose Edwin King, the general manager of the famous Players Lasky Studios in New York, to be the new FBO head of production. His charge was to produce 42 feature films and a dozen specials, and only Fred Thompson, who had his own production unit, was outside King's purview. After all the years of red ink, FBO was now operating in the black. The new accounting system gave a weekly picture and finance report for every film in production. Columns listed the original budget for each item, what had been spent so far, the estimated cost needed for completion, and the amount of overhead applicable to that particular film. Anyone having anything to do with the production soon learned to keep the report in his desk drawer, available at a moment's notice. As E.B. Durr put it in one of his pep talks, "It will show you where you're coming from and where you have been." The underlying message was clear. Profits were the engine that was driving the company. All the while, Eddie Moore was serving Joe's interests, sometimes at his side, but more often following up on loose ends and getting to know the personnel. His grave, graying, and urbane manner was welcomed in the office suites, and it was soon clear that he can and does assume complete command whenever necessary. Few made the mistake of thinking of Mr. Moore as supercargo. After a full month in California, Kennedy returned to New York, feeling good about the policy changes he had instituted. The trades praised him for his business acumen, but soon the ripple effects of eliminating the independent producers began to be felt. One of the first actors to raise questions was Maurice "Lefty" Flynn, who was known as an FBO star, but his films were actually produced under Harry Garson's purview, and Garson's contract was cut in Kennedy's purge. Flynn entered negotiations to stay with FBO, and he did for a short time. But the top female star, Evelyn Brent, was not as easy to appease. Brent had been a steady moneymaker, and Kennedy picked up her option for another year. But she was not pleased by the cost-cutting that she saw affecting the quality of the scripts and her crew. She agreed to make Flame of the Argentine, but balked at Princess Pro Tem and The Adorable Deceiver, with their predictable storylines and minimal production values. When her objections were quickly followed by several directors announcing they would not accept what they considered inferior stories, Edwin King was told to lay down the law. Anyone could either film what they were given or leave. Brent asked for her release, and after several days of meetings her request was granted. Kennedy wasn't worried. He believed there was always someone else eager to work, and for less money. Viola Dana, who had proven her appeal and cooperation in Bigger Than Barnum's, was groomed to take Brent's place as FBO's leading female star. Dana signed a 6-film deal, and promotion on her about-to-be-released Kosher Kitty Kelly was increased to play up her name. It was cheaper to build a star than to pay an established one, and Kennedy had faith in his ability to build. From his New York office, Joe kept in daily touch with Hollywood, and lit fires under any section of the company that he felt was lagging. He had been unimpressed by FBO's publicist, Edward McNamee, whose idea of clever promotion at a theater owners' convention was to park a dilapidated old Ford outside with a sign reading, "I didn't buy FBO pictures." Kennedy was looking for someone to publicize him in addition to his company, and his inspired choice was Joe O'Neill. A former reporter for the New York World, O'Neill had also served as assistant to Will Hayes and knew the reporters who covered the business. Soon, Joseph P. Kennedy Presents was strung across the ads for FBO films, and Joe's name began appearing more regularly in the columns. Since the April convention, it had come to Kennedy's attention that FBO's salesmen, who were scattered throughout the country in more than 30 branch offices, did most of their selling by mail or telephone. Joe ordered the sales force to hit the road and get to know the theater owners, find out what they liked, and make them believe they had partners in their success. The results were close to immediate. Orders for FBO films set new records that summer. Another simple but effective way of boosting sales was snappier film titles. Red Grange's debut was changed from the stagnant The Halfback to the more rousing 1 Minute to Play. Even Ranger's dog films could be made more exciting, and so Always Faithful became Flashing Fangs. The word went out to look for opportunities for tie-ins as a film was being conceived, and soon it was announced that Fred Thompson's next was to be a regular scout, with the Boy Scouts of America signed on as a supporter of the movie, and real scouts used as extras. With that imprimatur, a story version of a regular scout was then serialized in over 200 newspapers throughout the country. As hard as Kennedy worked, he had his share of fun as well. He told his eldest son to send him the names of his best friends to be included in Crazy Cat cartoons. Then, to herald his new status to his hometown, Kennedy chose to premiere Bigger Than Barnum's, the first major film released under his aegis, in Boston. He hosted a lunch for the local press, and reporters surrounded him later that night as he waved to the crowds outside the Olympia Theater on Washington Street. Joseph P. Kennedy Presents was prominently printed on the film's posters, and he took advantage of the attention to emphasize his commitment to making films worthy of being witnessed by every member of an American family. In case anyone thought he had gone completely Hollywood, he pointed out that filmmaking was now a well-balanced, conservatively operated enterprise. The fact that Ringling Brothers was threatening legal action over the film's tagline, "The Greatest Show on Earth," and the use of the Wrangling Brothers in their plotline, didn't seem to faze Joe in the slightest. He was too busy thoroughly enjoying his new role as the public face of movie-making. Kennedy hit pay dirt in the columns when he invited New York's Mayor Jimmy Walker to be his guest at a private preview of 1 Minute to Play. The mayor's viewing of the Red Grange film was hailed as an unusual tribute to a motion picture and its producers. And then Walker was quoted as proclaiming the film thrilling entertainment that was bound to please everyone. While Joe spent most weeks and many weekends in New York, the family summered at a rented home on Cape Cod. Both Rose's and Joe's fathers visited their grandchildren frequently, and Joe and Rose set aside one weekend to visit Joe Jr. at camp. They returned home to pack for their first long trip together since their honeymoon 12 years before, a much-postponed voyage to Europe. It had been exactly 1 year since Joe had gone to London to try to buy FBO, and he had owned the studio for less than 6 months. Not that this trip was just for pleasure. Europe was a solid source of income, But Kennedy knew they could do better. 85% of the world's films were being made in America, and a large portion of their receipts came from abroad. Calvin Brown, who had started in the business working for the producer-director Thomas Ince and was acting as FBO's general sales manager when Kennedy bought the company, had impressed Joe with his efforts to re-energize the sales force. Now Kennedy sent Brown to Europe ahead of him to visit their current distributors in Paris, London, and Berlin. If the contacts were not impressive, Kennedy wouldn't have to bother with a visit, and if there were new deals to make, Brown was to initiate discussions and lay the groundwork. As Guy Currier put it in a letter of introduction he sent to a friend in Paris on Kennedy's behalf, "We do a substantial business in France, but not as much as we would like." The Kennedys spent almost a month abroad. Joe was in and out of Paris, in meetings and buying clothes, while Rose saw the sights. They celebrated his 38th birthday at the luxurious Hôtel du Palais in Biarritz. Joe was so geared up to do business he kept in daily touch with FBO, and told Eddie Moore, "I never needed a vacation less." After 5 nights at Brown's Hotel in London, Rose and Joe departed for home on the 21st of September. Many of the cables Joe received during his travels concerned the release of 1 Minute to Play. He heard good things about the Grange picture from Johnny Ford at Maine, New Hampshire, and Martin Quigley, publisher of Exhibitor's Herald, told him it was sure to be a great money-maker. Photoplay proclaimed, "You'll like Red and you'll like the picture," calling Grange a real screen personality who wins you from the start. FBO was giving 1 Minute to Play the biggest promotional boost of any film yet, with over-the-top ads comparing Grange to the gladiators of Rome. The box office was going wild, but Grange's off-screen personality left much to be desired. Sitting around waiting for the cameras to roll was not his idea of a good time. He complained to the press that he was fed up with the picture business and Hollywood stars that kissed like a bunch of amateurs, nothing like the co-eds back in Illinois. Production chief Ed King should have been able to stifle such remarks, but increasingly Joe was receiving reports that King was too weak to deal effectively with grumbling actors and directors. Of the men closest to Kennedy, E.B. Durr was emerging as the one to be groomed for active production duties. Durr joined Joe Schnitzer and Lee Marcus, the general sales manager, on a tour of FBO's distributing centers, holding meetings with salesmen in San Francisco and New Orleans, and points in between. He was getting to know the players, while learning how their product was selling and how they were selling it. Now Durr was sent to California to be the eyes and ears on the lot, and he quickly concluded that King was in over his head. Still, they weren't ready to make a change, so the gang would have to share the duty of being on the scene at all times. Kennedy would return in late October, but first he had a few things to take care of in New York. The sports mania that was sweeping the country and filling the theaters to see Red Grange had spawned another passion: championship boxing. Jack Dempsey had held the heavyweight championship title for 7 years and was the choice of most sports writers to beat his latest challenger, Gene Tunney. Dempsey was a Hollywood favorite, in part because he was married to the popular actress Estelle Taylor, but one Hollywood star who was rooting for Tunney was his old friend, Fred Thompson. Thompson and Tunney had grown close during the war while training together for the Inter-Allied Games. When Tunney came to Los Angeles to star in a 10-part serial for Pathé, the Fighting Marine, he stayed with the Thompsons when he wasn't at the Hollywood Athletic Club. Both men actively disliked the accoutrements of stardom, such as performing asinine gestures for publicity. Fred had learned to live with such necessities by keeping them to a minimum, but his wife chided them that their idea of a great evening out was a horseback ride through the Beverly Hills followed by dinner at home with no other company. After several months, Gene had had enough of Hollywood and began training in earnest for his match against Dempsey. Thompson, who lived almost exclusively for work, family, and church, wanted to go to Philadelphia to witness his friend's match, but was concerned about leaving Frances, who was 7 months pregnant with their first child. She insisted he go, and encouraged him to do some business while he was there. His FBO contract was ending in March, and he needed to have a serious talk with Kennedy, who had been urging Fred to come to New York to promote his films. Thompson took the train to Philadelphia, where, as big a star as he was almost lost in the crowd of over 120,000 people gathering at the open-air Sesquicentennial Stadium. Charlie Chaplin, Tom Mix, William Randolph Hearst, and Joe Schenck and his wife, Norma Talmadge, were just a few of the other famous faces. The excitement was electric. Despite the rain that began to fall halfway through the fight, almost everyone stayed for the full 10 rounds to witness Gene Tunney become the new heavyweight champion. Fred was exhilarated by Tunney's victory, but when he went on to New York and walked into the Astor Hotel, he found that what had been billed as a small lunch for theater owners had become several hundred exhibitors in a large ballroom. Kennedy jovially presided as host, and on the dais next to Fred were 2 surprise guests, Will Hays and Gene Tunney. Arthur James of Motion Pictures Today was the master of ceremonies. Clearly, the event wasn't just to prime exhibitors to buy Thompson's westerns, but to promote all FBO movies, and Kennedy as well. When he rose to speak, Joe nodded in Fred's direction and then read his rather bulky prepared remarks, telling the crowd that the pleasure of association with real men like this one is one of the greatest regards to be obtained from the motion picture business. But if his praises of Fred sounded stilted, Joe became eloquent when he turned his attention to Will Hays. Speaking of his recent trip to Europe, Kennedy claimed it was Hays who had placed us on a strong footing throughout the world, and instilled the confidence that made their prosperity possible. Hays responded in kind by actually thanking Joe for buying FBO, saying, "You have honored the motion picture business by coming into it, and it is better for your presence." The highest praise Hays could think of for Fred Thompson was that, to the best of his knowledge, there has never been a single shot in a single picture you have turned out that had to be censored. In the end, only Gene Tunney spoke at length about Fred, telling of training with his modest and retiring friend during the war. Finally, it was Fred's turn to talk, and he kept it very short, saying nothing at all about his own films, but thanking Gene for coming and for the satisfaction of watching him win the championship. Hays, the booster, was not about to let the afternoon end on that note, so he returned to the microphone and announced, "I see 3 champions here. Champion Gene Tunney, Champion Fred Thompson, and Champion Joe Kennedy, all champions in their lines." When the master of ceremonies quickly added, "and Champion Will Hays," the room went wild in a burst of self-approval. It was the type of event Fred detested, but he still felt a strong loyalty to Kennedy, and listened when he asked him not to sign with any other company until they had a chance to talk at length when he came to California in a few weeks. Fred agreed and returned home to Francis, and to begin his next FBO film, Don Mike. Kennedy knew full well that other companies had approached his star, but he was determined to continue profiting from him, one way or another. Fred was certainly a pleasure to deal with compared to Red Grange's public grousing. Joe had announced the football player would be back for a second FBO film, but his off-screen antics made Kennedy all the more appreciative of what he had in Fred Thompson. When Joe arrived in Hollywood that October, one of his first orders of business was to meet with Thompson. He proposed what he described as a mutually beneficial solution. If Fred signed a personal contract with him, Kennedy would represent the cowboy star in talks with various studios and cut the best deal. Fred could keep his crew together, expand his budgets into super westerns, and do nothing but concentrate on making the best films possible. Joe would take care of everything else. It sounded perfect to Fred, who had come to depend on Kennedy for his advice, trusted him completely, and wanted to keep his friendship. After all, he was the man who had encouraged him long before he had skyrocketed to fame. Thompson had already talked seriously with Joe Schenck about signing with United Artists, where he would work alongside Mary Pickford and Doug Fairbanks, friends since he and Frances had shared a double European honeymoon with them 7 years before. Schenck was also a friend of long standing. Frances had been writing films for his wife, Norma, and his sister-in-law, Constance Talmadge, for years, and Fred and Frances often went to his home for Saturday night barbecues. Yet, at United Artists, Fred would have to be his own producer, responsible for his own financing. Paramount was also looking for a cowboy star to compete with Fox's Tom Mix, MGM's Tim McCoy, and First National's Ken Maynard, and the studio had approached Fred with an offer of $15,000 a week, doubling his current salary. Now Kennedy could be the one to compare these deals, and, if United Artists still looked the best, Joe would handle the financing. Thompson signed the personal contract in late October 1926, and because Joe told him it was best for tax purposes as well as having a convenient medium for handling the transaction, Fred signed a waiver approving the assignment of the contract to a newly formed Delaware corporation called Fred Thompson Productions. With that, Fred went back to finishing out his FBO contract, relieved and confident he was in the best of hands. And Joe was relieved as well, knowing he was now going to personally and directly profit off the success of Fred Thompson. Kennedy continued to cultivate the press, often putting on the self-deprecating front that was becoming familiar. He was getting used to seeing his name in the trades, but now he increased his visibility by giving a lengthy interview to the Los Angeles Examiner. He predicted that mergers were in the offing because a period of consolidation was the only economical way for the film industry to continue to grow. The trades reprinted the story, but several columnists asked if Kennedy's comments meant his own studio was for sale. While he consistently denied FBO was on the block, there was a flurry of rumors, such as the report that FBO was going to acquire Universal and then Paramount would buy FBO. Kennedy was said to be turning the offer down, even though it meant a $2 million profit. Yet it was Joe who was feeding the press many of these tales that were eventually followed by denials. If others were irked by having their studios being the subject of conjecture, Kennedy's name was being bandied about as a player, and it marked the beginning of his image as a mystery man. The FBO lot was bustling with activity, and the films in production were the cheap and quick type he advocated. Her Father Said No and California or Bust were underway, as were the low-budget westerns Lightning Lariats, Cactus Trails, and Rangers for the Love of a Mutt. This time Joe left Eddie in Los Angeles to keep his eye on things, and Mary Moore came out to be with her husband. Eddie had managed to quickly immerse himself in the business and the relationships that were key to being effective in Hollywood. Joe claimed there was no one like Eddie when it came to making a refusal a pleasant experience for the supplicant. He was an artist in personal relations, leaving most everyone with a favorable and affectionate feeling. The end of the year brought annual reviews that took the temperature of the business and rated the status of its leaders. Variety acknowledged that FBO was making strides in production since taken over by Joseph P. Kennedy, and credited him with getting a few of their films into the bigger Broadway theaters for the first time. Yet FBO remained a second-tier studio, and when Film Daily polled over 30 leaders of the industry on their predictions for the year ahead, Kennedy was not among them. In spite of the announcement that FBO would gross $9 million and increase their production to 54 feature films and 48 two-reelers, the studio did not warrant the attention lavished on the majors. If there wasn't anything Kennedy could do about that at the moment, he was determined to find a way to have himself taken more seriously. And he would do it by offering the studio bosses, who almost to a man were without extended formal education, one of the ultimate imprimaturs of respectability: Harvard University. Chapter 8. The Inner Cabinet of the Film Industry. Early 1927. In Boston for Christmas, Kennedy approached Wallace Donham, the dean of Harvard's Graduate School of Business Administration, with an idea for a series of lectures by the Inner Cabinet of the Film Industry. Donham believed in courses that studied specific businesses, and he and Kennedy quickly roughed out a curriculum featuring 9 speakers over a period of 3 weeks. It was hardly a major commitment of time, yet it would make Harvard the first Ivy League school to sanction and promote a course on the business of filmmaking. Joe Kennedy was the man to deliver it. To ensure the acceptance of his plan by others at Harvard, he promised to donate $30,000 to the university. To ensure that all the seats were filled, the course was to be required for all second-year students. And to ensure the appearance of Hollywood's elite, Joe turned to Will Hays to issue the invitations. When Kennedy first mentioned the idea, Hays embraced it as a wonderful way to elevate the industry. But he was surprised to receive a cable from Joe confirming he had completed negotiations, and the lecture series was to begin in 2 months. Kennedy threw out such names as Zucker, Schenck, and Lloyd, and told the general that Harvard wanted the speakers confirmed immediately so they could announce it in 3 days' time. Hays's innate caution didn't allow him to move that quickly, and besides, at the moment he was on the Sunset Limited, heading west to Hollywood. Hays wired his response from a stop in Texas, and while he was effusive in his praise of the plan, he had some concerns. Invitations should be spread throughout the various studios, so there weren't too many from any one company. Speakers should represent every important phase of the industry, and he cautioned it might not be easy to find men willing to travel as far as Boston. Harold Lloyd didn't give speeches, but Hays suggested Doug Fairbanks, Bill Hart, or Fred Thompson as the actor representative. Zucker would be great on executive management, and DeMille was the best selection for directing. Hays readily agreed to be a participant and added, "Obviously, among the 9 should be yourself, and a good subject for you would be motion picture financing, or any other subject you select." Hays need not have worried. Kennedy was planning to speak. He deferred to Hays's suggestions and then quietly molded the course into what he envisioned. The 2 men conferred regularly by phone, and Joe assigned Ted Stribert, still in Boston and on salary with Cinema Credits Corporation, to handle the details. Hays asked his New York assistant, Carl Milliken, to be his representative. Both Milliken and Stribert were Harvard men who easily interacted with the faculty and staff. But it was Joe who laid all the groundwork and made the assignments behind the scenes with Hays as the front man, sending the invitations over his signature on his office stationery. Kennedy was determined to minimize the number of speakers with heavy accents, and viewed an émigré such as Universal's chief Carl Laemmle as inappropriate for Harvard. Instead, Universal's vice president, Robert Cochran, was invited. Kennedy and Hays settled on Milton Sills, a University of Chicago graduate, to speak on acting. A.H. Giannini, Sidney Kent of Paramount, and Samuel Katz, president of Publix Theaters, were also added to the roster. DeMille was the director both Kennedy and Hays wanted, but he protested that such a trip would interfere with his all-important filming. Harvard was finally able to send out its press release, approved and punched up by the MPPA, at the end of January 1927. Everything was set to the point that Joe felt comfortable spending several weeks at the Oasis Club in Palm Beach. E.B. Durer was in Los Angeles, overseeing FBO business, and, as usual, Kennedy was in regular touch with both the studio and New York. He was able to sit back, relax, and quietly celebrate his 1-year anniversary of being a Hollywood mogul. By the time Joe returned from his vacation, the Harvard initiative was expanding beyond the business school. Telling Hays they had the support of Dr. Kennedy, James Seymour, head of publicity and alumni affairs at Harvard, wanted to create an ongoing link between the film industry and Harvard's Fine Arts Department, their Fogg Museum, and the university library. He suggested a jury of Harvard faculty choose a dozen films each year to be housed at the museum. Perhaps older films could be surveyed for their merit, and then new ones added annually to preserve as works of art. Photoplay had been naming a best film of the year since the early 1920s, but the idea of awards had not been discussed at the Plan and Scope Committee meeting Will Hays attended during his recent trip to Hollywood. This new organization, initiated over dinner at Louis B. Mayer's house with the director Fred Niblo and the actor Conrad Nagel, was now investigating the possibility of bringing together the 5 creative branches of filmmaking to organize for the common benefit. Hays expressed apprehension that their mission might duplicate work well in hand by the MPPA, but his Hollywood representative, Fred Beatson, was included in all the meetings and was acting as secretary. Besides, the Hays office represented the companies to the outside world, whereas this new association sought to promote harmony and solidarity from within. Hays acknowledged such a group could be most beneficial to the industry, for their unnamed catalyst, alluded to in the minutes only as the menace, was the rising threat of unionization. That was the immediate concern of the group that would become the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences later that summer. The bestowing of awards was still several years in the future. Kennedy could not have been more pleased with the way his Harvard plans were progressing, and he promised to donate 2 projectors, one for the museum and one for a juror's home, so the committee could screen films in comfort. He also offered to arrange summer jobs at the studios for Harvard students. When Hays arrived in Cambridge in advance of his lecture, the agreements were finalized and announced as youngest of arts recognized by oldest of American universities. Here was the revered Harvard, labeling movies as integral to the cultural development of the country, and Hays was so enthusiastic that he sent copies of the release to his full mailing list. The course opened on Tuesday, March 14, 1927, with Donham introducing Kennedy, who delivered the first lecture to the more than 100 graduate students. After an effusively flattering sketch of each of the speakers to come, Joe gave an interesting and fairly thorough overview of the business. He surprised some by claiming he had no problem with million-dollar salaries so long as those stars brought in more than that in return. The next day, Will Hays spoke on what he called supervision from within, painstakingly differentiating that from censorship in any sense of the word. Each of the speeches was followed by question-and-answer sessions that were remarkably on point and elevated the program to more than a lecture series. Kennedy had been successful beyond Hays's hopes in finding the highest-caliber speakers willing to trek to Boston. Only Cecille B. DeMille had balked, but then Joe personally appealed, telling the director that he had spent most of my first lecture at Harvard telling them about the marvelous work you have done, that his latest, The King of Kings, was the greatest motion picture ever, and how anxious Harvard's president was to meet him. DeMille eventually agreed to come, but his late arrival resulted in the lecture series lasting until the end of April. Joe introduced each of his guests to the class and was their host on campus. He squired them through the Common and into the Fogg Museum to show them where their films were to be archived. They were clearly being courted for their films and quite possibly their contributions as well. The Harvard administrators had to see the initiative as a potential fundraising boon. Joe had already committed $30,000, and the people he was bringing to campus were almost all millionaires, several times over. Hays, Sills, and Kennedy held college degrees, but Joe had opened the doors of Harvard to men who, in the main, had little schooling. Pioneers such as William Fox, Adolph Zukor, and Harry Warner personified the history of the business, and their stories underscored the rapidity of change and growth. Marcus Lowe, the venerable creator and head of the MGM Corporation, contradicted doctors' orders to travel from New York to Cambridge because, as he told the students, "I cannot begin to tell you how it impresses me, coming to a great college such as this to deliver a lecture, when I have never even seen the inside of one before." It was exactly the response Kennedy had hoped for. In one stroke, he gained instant access to the established leaders of Hollywood, while picking up chits at the same time. As Joe wrote in his letters thanking the participants, the Harvard series had given him the opportunity to meet you more intimately than I might have done in many years in the business. If he was a bit obsequious in his introductions, his guests could hardly find fault in the flattery, and the end result was that, in a matter of weeks, Jessie Lasky's daughter recalled, Joe's telephone started to ring with invitations to play golf and dine with his important new friends. The press coverage of the Harvard series was spectacular, both in the trades and in newspapers such as the Washington Post. Several articles referred to the momentous nature of the encounter, declaring that historians would proclaim it as the date the motion picture was given official recognition as a business and as an art. Kennedy's name was prominently displayed. He was described as the facilitator and quoted extensively, predicting that this course was just the beginning of the permanent study of film at Harvard and other universities. The publicity was a result of having made himself available as the spokesperson, but also because Harvard's James Seymour had promoted him. Seymour's efforts and his effectiveness were soon rewarded. A month after the final lecture, he resigned his Harvard position for a berth in FBO's publicity department. Joe offered his continued support to both Hayes and Harvard, but removed himself from active participation in any follow-up. In fact, the college would have to remind him often of his pledge of $30,000 and wait 4 more years to collect all of it. He had accomplished his goal of joining that inner cabinet of the film industry. Still, he wanted more. To ensure that posterity appreciated his role, and to provide a permanent and tangible tribute to the course and to himself, he decided to publish the lectures in book form, under the all-inclusive title, The Story of the Films. He told the Harvard administrators that he hoped it would be a comprehensive study of a major industry and a series of intimate personal histories with numerous prophetic passages. It would supplement a textbook of the movie industry, if there were one, or serve as the basis for one. Yet for Joe it was much more than that. It was his name being stamped, figuratively, on the industry, and literally on the cover of the book, as a member of the elite. Kennedy had planned to be in California in early April, but with the Harvard series still going on, and FBO's upcoming sales meetings scheduled to begin in a few weeks, he handled the company business from New York. Moore, Sullivan, Scollard, and Durr were fulfilling their roles, keeping their collective eye on the other personnel, and knowing where every penny was going. None of them wanted to spend all his time in California, but they were willing to take turns doing whatever Joe needed. After Durr had stepped in to oversee the disappointing Ed King, Kennedy knew he needed to replace the production chief with an experienced film man, and he found him in William LeBaron. Bill LeBaron, a 10-year film veteran in his early 40s, was Kennedy's first big hire outside his own sphere. Born and raised in Illinois, LeBaron graduated from New York University, where he teamed with Deems Taylor to write several musicals, including the Broadway hit The Echo. In 1918, LeBaron was the managing editor of Collier's magazine, and, showing a flair for story selection and editing, he was hired away by William Randolph Hearst to produce for Cosmopolitan Pictures. He oversaw the photoplay award-winning Humoresque and Marion Davies's big-budget films such as When Knighthood Was in Flower, before Hearst moved his filmmaking to California in 1924. LeBaron wanted to stay in New York, so he moved to Paramount's Long Island studio, where he supervised films starring Gloria Swanson, Thomas Meehan, and Louise Brooks. When Paramount announced it, too, was closing its East Coast production facilities in favor of Hollywood, LeBaron became an executive at its home office. Yet after only a few months he was missing hands-on production, and so he was intrigued when a call came from FBO. LeBaron's story sense and his experience as both a writer and producer, as well as a studio supervisor, all impressed Kennedy. Everyone seemed to have good things to say about the man, who was charming and authoritative both on a movie set or off the lot, with a martini in his hand. LeBaron was a few years older than Kennedy, and an inch shorter, but had the same bright blue eyes, and the two men hit it off. In their discussions, LeBaron told Joe he thought the look of the films coming out of Gower Street could be improved. With better people running the lab, he could get a higher quality of prints without spending more money. And so Kennedy agreed to bring John Swain, who had run the Paramount lab, to FBO. When LeBaron was assured of a wide breadth in decision-making and given some stock, he accepted the position of vice president of FBO in charge of production. Along with Eddie Moore, E.B. Durr, and Charlie Sullivan, Kennedy went to Atlantic City for the Eastern Sales Convention, the first of 3 across the country. The big news was Bill LeBaron's appointment, and photographs and articles about him were displayed throughout the hotel lobby. Here was a man who had been with the major studios putting his faith in FBO. Plans for the new season included 50 feature films, and Joe and his team promised each one was a wallop. Kosher Kitty Kelly had been a box-office bonanza, so now they were following it with Clancy's Jewish Wedding. There were plenty of other features to promote as well: The Great Airmail Robbery, The Devil's Trademark, and Patsy Ruth Miller in Shanghai. Kennedy genuinely impressed his salespeople with his enthusiasm, his strong handshake, and his ability to remember their names after just 1 or 2 meetings. Throughout the convention, Kennedy was a natural at making the men feel valued and appreciated. After the closing night banquet, Joe and the gang were off to Chicago to repeat their presentations at their mid-country sales convention. Chapter 9. All records have been broken. April through October 1927. Joe Kennedy's life was in New York, Los Angeles, and on the road. For a man absent for weeks, if not months at a time, he was a remarkably involved father. He was a constant writer of notes to his children throughout their lives. He prodded them, assured them, and challenged them. He was clearly on top of their schedules, their school reports, and their work habits. As Ted Kennedy put it later in life, he kept the blowtorch on us. They felt his passion for them and kept it in their hearts. That might be fine for the children, who knew nothing else, but by the spring of 1927 that was not enough for Rose. Joe Jr., 11, and Jack, 9, were both enrolled at the private Dexter School in Brookline. After attending kindergarten at Devotion Elementary, Rosemary had not been recommended for promotion to 1st grade. Was it the fact she had been born at the height of the flu epidemic, or some other affliction that made her slower to develop than other children? Rose knew her eldest daughter had trouble completing simple tasks, but when the teacher suggested that the child be institutionalized, Rose rebelled. She sought out expert opinions, yet while everyone seemed to be able to point out what Rosemary could not do, no one could improve the situation. Convinced no institution would be more constructive than her own home, Rose hired private tutors to teach the now 8-year-old Rosemary academics, as well as dancing and sports. And while Rose supervised the other children's activities and dutifully monitored their monthly weight gain, illnesses, and doctor's visits on note cards, she physically played with Rosemary. As overwhelmed as Rose must have felt at times, she knew that Kathleen, just 7, Eunice, 6, Patricia, almost 3, and Robert, the baby born the previous November, were all still young enough to have developed few strong ties outside the home. She had resisted the idea of moving, but if her husband was to be a physical presence in their lives, It seemed to be the only viable solution. While they rarely traveled together, Rose decided to meet Joe in California to evaluate the possibility of relocating. Even though it meant missing Joe Jr.'s confirmation by Cardinal O'Connell and Kathleen's instructions for First Communion, Rose arrived at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles in time for Joe's West Coast FBO sales convention. After their Atlantic City and Chicago appearances, Joe and the top members of his team had honed their performances. Lee Marcus sang the praises of the upcoming films, E.B. Durr sang the praises of their solid finances, and Joe Kennedy sang the praises of the sales force and the product they had to sell. A dinner dance at the Ambassador closed the 3 days of back-slapping, hard-selling, and general revelry, and for most of the FBO employees it was also the only time they would have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the boss's wife. Rose had either been kept away or stayed away from nearly all Joe's business activities, but this time she accompanied him to dinner at the home of Fred Thompson and Frances Marion. Rose and Joe were driven up through Beverly Hills, where the road narrowed and turned as they approached the very top of Angelo Drive, taking in the 360-degree view. The car continued along a fruit tree-lined driveway, past the tennis court, the 5-car garage, and the house for the ranch hens, and on past the swimming pool with its freestanding dressing rooms and aviary. Finally, they entered its cobbled front courtyard with a spouting, tiled fountain in the center. Fred and Frances had entertained Joe at their home before, and were used to his bringing other women with him. Being married to a minister had not changed Frances's attitudes. Before her marriage to Fred, she had had 2 husbands and a series of lovers, and was never one to judge others. Hollywood had rubbed off on Fred to the extent that, while he lived a straight and narrow life, he adopted a laissez-faire outlook when it came to how others chose to conduct themselves. Now they were meeting Rose for the first time, and couldn't have been more genial. Frances was still grateful to Kennedy for his early encouragement of Fred, and was excited about the arrangements Joe had just made with Paramount, a 4-picture deal that promised to establish a new standard in the field of westerns. Fred would keep his own company and crew together, be paid $100,000 for each film, and maintain his association with Kennedy. Joe had arranged Fred's release from his tentative agreement with United Artists, and, after various discussions, decided that Paramount gave them the best break in publicity, advertising, and distribution. They already had their subject for the first grand-scale Western, Jesse James. Will Hayes had been a bit disturbed that they might be glorifying the bandit, but Joe had gone to bat for them. While Hayes had refused others who wanted to put Jesse James on the screen, he trusted Fred and gave his approval. Frances was in the process of writing the script, with the bandit as a victim of circumstances fighting the invading carpetbaggers. Frances showed Rose and Joe into the atrium and then down a few steps to the oversized living room, where arched windows revealed views of the city on one side and the ocean on the other. Before dinner, Fred walked the Kennedys down the path to the mahogany-floored stable that housed Silver King and the family's other horses, and then Frances took Rose upstairs to meet Fred Jr., not yet 6 months old. Joe was at ease in the home, and was most enamored with the basement theater with its concrete-walled projection room and overstuffed chairs for comfortable viewing. Yet even with the public life and servants she had been accustomed to since childhood, Rose was taken aback by the vastness and opulence. Frances dismissed the surroundings, and, in the process, her own talent, by calling the estate the house that Bunk built, even though she was tremendously proud of what she and Fred had created. Rose told her she found the home magnificent, but she would never want to surround her children with such an overabundance of luxuries. Rose returned to the Thompsons a few days later when Frances hosted a lunch for the woman she still called the boss's wife. Colleen Moore, who epitomized the screen flapper, the comedienne Polly Moran, and the actress Hedda Hopper, her powerful column still a decade away, were among the dozen guests. Rose held her own in such company, and charmed the Hollywood women with her poise, gracious manners, and flashes of Irish wit. But when it was mentioned in passing that the young, bobbed Colleen Moore made $10,000 a week, with that lousy haircut, Rose was shocked. She was always a bit in the dark about her husband's money, and such sums seemed astronomical. If Rose felt isolated as an Irish Catholic in Brookline, she had to admit that, relatively speaking, Los Angeles was an open society. Almost everyone came from somewhere else, and many had experienced some kind of prejudice. As the writer Anita Luce pointed out, it was a town where the wealthiest and most prestigious social leaders were the peers of their hired help in everything but sex appeal. A class system like Boston's simply did not exist. Yet Los Angeles, with its near-constant sunny weather, its culture, or lack of it, and its paucity of a traditional society, was a place that Rose was happy to visit, but she wouldn't want to live there. It is difficult to imagine Joe seriously thinking of moving his family to California. While Kennedy found himself needing to be in Hollywood more than he had initially thought, some of his business, and his father and sisters, were still in Boston. Joe also had to know that if they all moved to Los Angeles, Rose would become more dependent upon him and more demanding of his time. He wanted to keep her appeased, but maintain a separate life as well. Rose knew some compromise had to be made, but for now it was back to Brookline and Jack's 10th birthday party, for which a projector and large movie screen were set up in the middle of the living room for a private viewing of Fred Thompson's yet-to-be-released Silver Comes Through. If that wasn't special enough, Joe had cowboy outfits delivered for all the children. Kennedy spent much of that week in his FBO office in Hollywood, reviewing the studio's commitments and meeting with his top aides, including Bill LeBaron. One of the issues on the table was whether to make an offer to Charles Lindbergh, who had captured the world's imagination when he soloed across the Atlantic and landed in Paris on May 21st. Studios were scrambling to lay a fortune at Lindbergh's feet for the rights to his story. Paramount offered him $300,000 to appear in a film. First National upped the ante to $500,000, and a variety of companies and theaters wanted him for personal appearances. After some debate, Kennedy determined that even if they could get the innately shy Lindbergh to agree to play himself in a film, by the time that was accomplished, I have grave doubts we could get the kind of picture we want, or it would sell as well as we hoped. Kennedy knew profits required exclusive rights, and that was impossible with someone of Lindbergh's unprecedented fame. Joe was proven right when over 500 news and motion picture photographers showed up to record the pilot's every move upon his return to America. The trades were riddled with ads claiming unique angles on Lindbergh, but there was just too much out there for anyone to corner the market. Still, the coverage underscored the growing impact and importance of newsreels. As Film Daily put it, there is more of a genuine thrill in 100 feet of Lindy on the screen than in 100 pages of cold type. With the completion of Red Grange's second and final film, A Racing Romeo, and Fred Thompson's salary taken care of through Paramount, FBO was free from the burden of high-priced talent. In spite of E.B. Durr wincing over what a terrible actor Tom Tyler was, he was boosted to the position of lead Western star, and Kennedy looked for another, even lower-priced cowboy to put under long-term contract. He found him in Robert Bradbury, a teenager who had acted with his twin brother, William, in a series of one-reelers directed by their father, Robert North Bradbury. When Bill decided to go to medical school, Kennedy renamed young Robert Bob Steele and put him on a horse. Bob Steele was 19 years old when he made his first FBO Western, The Mojave Kid. Yet the audiences who packed the small-town theaters on Saturday were mostly young boys, so Kennedy would give them one of their own as well. 13-year-old Buzz Barton was spotted in a featured role in Tom Tyler's Splitting the Breeze and signed to his own 7-picture deal. Playing a character named Red, Barton joined Tyler and Steele as the FBO Cowboys. Their plots blurred together as the good guys chased the bad and the beautiful girl was rescued, all with guns blazing and hooves thundering. Their film titles verged on redundancy as well. Thompson had hit box office gold in The Bandit's Baby, so Tom Tyler headlined The Masquerade Bandit, and Bob Steele's second FBO Western was The Bandit's Son. With the troika of Tyler, Steele, and Barton working alongside Ranger on the lot, a new action movie was due to be released almost every week for the rest of the year. Other FBO films in various stages of production included those with pull-em-in titles such as Chicago After Midnight, Not for Publication, and In a Moment of Temptation. If the names belied Kennedy's original claims of only making wholesome films for the entire family, they all shared the same mantra that was the key to profits: a minimum spent on production while maximizing sales. FBO no longer had independent producers at the studio, but they did distribute films made elsewhere. Kennedy personally picked up the American and Canadian rights to the German film Moon of Israel, directed by the then-unknown Hungarian Michael Curtiz. It had been made several years earlier in a Zeppelin hangar, where the space allowed for mob scenes and even the parting of the sea on a scale that rivaled DeMille's epic The Ten Commandments. With the insertion of English title cards, Moon of Israel was the surprise hit of the summer. With the experienced LeBaron overseeing production, E.B. Durr spending months at a time at the studio, and the recalcitrant Ed King shunted to the side, Kennedy left for the East, feeling firmly in control of the company. To add a flurry to his departure, he announced that all records have been broken for FBO sales, and he took care of a housekeeping issue as well. Film booking offices, long referred to as FBO, would now officially take that name, without periods between the letters, for both the studio and distribution arm. Kennedy returned to Boston after an absence of almost 2 months. Yet summer meant the family was in their rented house on Cape Cod, while Joe spent most of his days in New York. E.B. Durr was back home after 3 long months in Hollywood, and Bill LeBaron came east for several weeks of meetings in July. Joe took a suite at the Waldorf, his hotel of choice, and when Rose came into the city, she began a lifelong habit of staying at the Plaza. While they were still discussing whether to move or stay in Boston, Joe made the decision to purchase their Hyannisport summer home for $25,000. It had been built at the turn of the century, and Kennedy brought back the original architect to increase the size to 14 rooms and 9 bathrooms. To complete his needs, Kennedy had a private stock-ticker machine installed, small enough to be brought out onto the sun porch for easy tracking. If that seems extraordinary, another change in the structure would make a bigger impression on visitors for years to come. He had the cellar converted into a movie theater, similar to the one he had admired at the Thompsons. While still a rarity in Hollywood, private screening rooms were unheard of on the Cape. The finest commercial projectors were installed behind a steel door for fire protection, and there was plenty of room for the audience to view the films in comfort. Joe knew that he and his family would never be fully accepted in Boston, and even if he could learn to live with it, he couldn't abide his children being raised in an atmosphere of discrimination. He had the house on the Cape, and Massachusetts would always be home, but he and Rose made the decision to move to New York. Eddie Moore was assigned to the task, and he found an estate to lease overlooking the Hudson in Riverdale, north of Manhattan, and overlooking the Hudson. There was no way Joe was going to let his grandly defiant departure from Boston go unnoticed. He made arrangements worthy of press coverage by leasing private railroad cars to transport his family to their new home. Chapter 10. The Reigning Queen of the Movies. By the fall of 1927, the family was ensconced in Riverdale, adjusting happily to Joe's more regular presence, at least on the weekends. He spent just as many hours as ever at his desk in New York, and it was there, one morning in early November, he received a request from Robert Kane, a major independent producer. They had known each other since 1919, when Kane was seeking film financing. But he was also a founder of United Studios, the former manager of the famous Players Lasky studio, and had produced dozens of films on both coasts. He was an experienced player, and Kennedy would have paid attention to any appeal from him, but this time the business was also a distinct pleasure. Kane had a friend he thought Joe might enjoy meeting, the reigning queen of the movies, Gloria Swanson. Kane explained that she had just finished filming Sadie Thompson and was planning a trip to New York. She was, he said, in rather dire financial straits and in need of advice. Kane suggested they might help her out together. He could produce her films, and Kennedy could finance them. Joe had plenty on his plate at the moment, but he cleared it to set a lunch date with a woman photoplay called The Most Interesting Feminine Personality of the Present Generation. At 28 years old, Gloria Swanson had been making films for almost half her life. Barely 5 feet tall, with a large head, diminutive feet, huge sapphire blue eyes, and dazzling white teeth, she was every inch a star. She was tiny, almost bird-boned, observed the screenwriter Lenore Coffey, who appreciated Gloria's refusal to be typecast. Swanson had proven herself capable of playing the comédienne, the ingenue, and the drama queen, everything from sophisticated matrons to shopgirls, waifs to royalty. Her friend Frances Marion compared her to Greta Garbo, with their Nordic faces, the passionate gravity of their expression, deep-throated laughter, and luminous eyes that reflected every emotion. The only child of Joseph Swanson, an Army officer, and his wife Addie, the Chicago-born Gloria May Josephine Swanson had moved with her parents to Florida and then to Puerto Rico. She was a young teenager on a summer visit to Chicago when her aunt took her to RKO Studios, the largest film company in the city. Dressed to the nines in the clothes handmade by her talented mother, Gloria was immediately recruited as an extra and was soon playing larger roles. When it evolved into a steady position at $13.50 a week, 15-year-old Gloria willingly left school to act full-time. Playing opposite much older men such as Edmund Lowe, Wallace Beery, Francis X. Bushman, and Charlie Chaplin, she taught herself to cry on cue and became friendly with one of the staff writers, Luella Parsons. As much as Gloria enjoyed the work, her independence, and the studio's communal atmosphere, she wasn't all that disappointed when her mother informed her they were leaving Chicago to join her father, who had been stationed in Manila for over a year. On the train west, Addie changed her mind and confided to her daughter that she wasn't really all that sure she wanted to stay married. Perhaps they should stop in Los Angeles so she could think things over. There was hardly time for quiet reflection, however, for Wallace Beery was there to meet their train. The 30-year-old bachelor had been moved to SNA's Northern California studio following complaints of inappropriate behavior with underage females, but either Addie didn't know or didn't care, for Wally was soon helping them find an apartment, driving down to visit almost every weekend, and encouraging Gloria to go out to Glendale, where Max Sennett was making his comedies. At Sennett's Keystone Studios, she was paired with the actor Bobby Vernon in a series of romantic comedies where she finally was playing a girl her own age on the screen. Off-camera, she was a 16-year-old making $100 a week and just learning to drive when she married Wallace Beery in Pasadena, with her mother as their witness. Gloria later reported that Wally literally raped her on their wedding night, then fell soundly to sleep as she writhed in pain and blood. The newlyweds moved in with his parents, and Wally joined her at Keystone, where he began picking up her paycheck along with his own and spending the money on other women. When Gloria told her husband she was pregnant, he gave her medicine that induced an abortion. That was more than enough for Gloria. She left both Wally and Keystone, and went to live with her mother and to work at Triangle Studios in Culver City. Swanson had been making films for over 3 years, but at Triangle she read her first script, and was introduced to the technical aspects of filmmaking by her directors Jack Conway and Frank Borzage. Shifting from light comedies to sophisticated romances, she was noticed by the Director General of Famous Players Lasky, Cecille B. DeMille, who had been in the lead of California filmmaking since arriving to make the acclaimed Squaw Man in 1913. 5 years later, DeMille was nearing a creative power on par with Griffith and Chaplin. The World War was over, the Jazz Age was about to begin, and together Swanson and DeMille, assisted by his screenwriter Jeannie McPherson, caught the wave of changing mores. In films that DeMille's brother William dubbed sex a la mode, such as Don't Change Your Husband, For Better, For Worse, and The Affairs of Anatole, Swanson portrayed a flirt, a restless wife, a seductive innocent. With her beautiful cat-like eyes and cool languor, Norma Shearer said Gloria symbolized what every woman wanted to be, the modern seductress with the Mona Lisa smile. Clothed in some of the most fabulous furs, jewelry, and lace ever seen on the screen, she inspired the imaginations of females throughout America. Halfway through their 6-film collaboration, Swanson's name began to be billed above DeMille's. She bucked trends from the very beginning. Stardom was a new phenomenon, and many believed it hinged on having a singular persona, a la Mary Pickford and her curls. But Gloria changed her hairstyle with every film. She was an anomaly who broke a variety of taboos. Movie magazines were beginning to cover the personal lives of actors, albeit in a sanitized fashion, and most were presented as unmarried and childless, whether they were or not. Her producer, Jessie Lasky, told Swanson, who had married film distributor Herbert Somborn, that having a child would ruin her career. But she was blissfully photographed with her baby daughter, Gloria Jr. Swanson immediately returned to the screen and was more successful than ever, but Lasky didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. Within months, she announced she and her husband were separating. Somborn, however, claimed he had been instrumental in escalating her salary to $2,500 a week, and requested a large chunk of that money as he filed for divorce on grounds of adultery. He named over a dozen men with whom he claimed Gloria had been unfaithful, including Zucker, Lasky, and DeMille. She protested the list was fabricated, but there was no denying her affair with the director Mickey Nealon, also named, as they had openly appeared together in Hollywood, New York, and Paris. 1923 was not the time for anyone in Hollywood to flaunt questionable morals. The fear of scandal was still palpable following the Arbuckle trial, and studio bosses seized the opportunity to inject a morals clause into actors' contracts. The little paragraph threatened to nullify the studio's obligations if the star was caught in a compromising position, defined in part as adulterous conduct or immoral relations. Nothing had to be proven. It was guilt by column inches. If any such charges are published in the public press, the studio was free to void the contract. Gloria's natural bent was to fight, but the odds were too overwhelming. With financial help from the studio, she settled a hefty amount on Somborn and signed a new contract with the morals clause included. The only silver lining was that she was given permission to make her next film at their Astoria studios on Long Island, with the experienced Alan Dwan directing. Gloria had already made 3 films that year when she arrived in New York in the summer of 1923. She took a decade-long lease on the roof of a Park Avenue apartment building and proceeded to spend over $100,000 creating a penthouse. Her family now included an adopted son she named Joseph after her father, but dubbed Brother. She didn't want little Gloria raised as an only child, yet Swanson was rarely at home, so the children were supervised by their governess, Miss Simonson. When they joined Gloria in New York, she bought a 25-acre estate in Croton-on-Hudson and poured another small fortune into repairing the house and building the children their own cottage. Swanson worked hard and played hard, and over the next year and a half she made 5 more films at Astoria, 4 of them directed by Dwan. She blossomed in a creative arena where everybody had their say, yet none of the films featured strong co-stars. Swanson was the one and only star of a Gloria Swanson film. She enjoyed being away from the everyday constraints of Hollywood, and her next stop was Paris, to film Madame Sans-Gêne, the tale of a Napoleonic-era washerwoman who rises to royalty. Alentoine was scheduled to direct, but though the French authorities agreed to allow an American company to film in Fontainebleau, they insisted on a French director, and Léonce Perret was agreed upon. Gloria was now making $7,000 a week, and the cost of traveling like a diva, with a large entourage, her housing, and most other accoutrements, was all picked up by Paramount. Among her needs was a translator. One arrived in the form of Henri, the Marquis de la Falaise de la Coudray. He was 5'9", with light hair, an athletic build, and a distinguished mustache, and his looks reflected his aristocratic heritage, which traced back to the 11th century. While there was no longer a fortune attached to the title, his mother was a Hennessy of the liquor family, so he was hardly deprived. He had served as an officer in the French cavalry during the World War, and was currently in the insurance business in Paris, living a very social life. Henri was the perfect aide-de-camp, easing the way for Gloria in the City of Light, and soon he was at her side day and night. One of his attractions was that he claimed never to have seen a single one of her films. Happiest when she was in the throes of a new affair, Swanson sailed through the filming of Madame Sans-Gêne, and she and Henri made plans to marry. They were still waiting for her final divorce papers from Somborne when she realized she was pregnant. As much as she thought she wanted more children, no amount of hiding or hedging would fool the powers that be. With the morals clause hanging over her head, she married Henri on January 28, 1925, and the next morning checked herself into a Paris hospital to have an abortion. She was back at their hotel that afternoon, but soon the headlines declaring her the first Hollywood star to become literal royalty were pushed to the side as newspapers covered a 2-week-long life-and-death vigil. Infection had set in, and her temperature spiked so high her head was shaved in an attempt to cool her down. She was reported suffering from food poisoning, but she couldn't speak for days, and was so weak she couldn't walk for a month. When she finally recuperated, she was the most famous woman in the world. The international coverage of her marriage, followed by her sudden life-threatening illness, had made the one name, Gloria, instantly recognizable. Her return to America was triumphant. Gloria Swanson was spelled out in the biggest electric letters in theater history on the Rivoli's marquee, and Variety reported, "Never has Broadway seen such a splash." Her cross-country train trip to Los Angeles with her marquee turned into a whistle-stop tour, as thousands thronged the stations along the way, and children were let out of school for a glimpse of royalty. As overwhelming as the crowds were, they paled in comparison to the reception that greeted them in Hollywood. A brass band met the train, and "Welcome Home, Gloria" banners decorated the station. Tossing flowers and standing on their toes to catch sight of the couple, the fans stood so deep that the open limousine barely inched along in spite of the blaring sirens of their police escort. The premiere of Madame Sans-Gêne nearly caused a riot. Gloria's popularity has been sweeping the country like wildfire, Adela Rogers St. John's explained in Photoplay, because of her amazing marriage, quite the biggest marriage any motion picture star has ever made, her illness in Paris, when for days we thought we might lose her, and her long absence from this country. The unprecedented response was an incredible affirmation of her popularity. She was thrilled. She was a little scared. And, most of all, at this pinnacle of success she felt very much alone. Although she had sent Lasky a telegram instructing him to arrange ovation, she also felt very used. Swanson had made millions, but the money ran through her fingers. Her personal expenses were astronomical, and she spent a fortune on such retainers as maids, chauffeurs, secretaries, masseuses, managers, and attorneys. She blamed DeMille for her expensive tastes, claiming, "He has made me wear gowns that are just simply gorgeous," and after that she couldn't compromise on her personal wardrobe. Her lingerie bill alone was $10,000 a year, with an additional $500 a month spent on perfume, owing to her habit of going through several bottles of forbidden fruit each week. Even assuming exaggeration, Photoplay reported, she was at all times the diva. But Swanson didn't see her compulsion with her appearance as self-absorption. She viewed it as the utmost in professionalism to always appear as the star, in public and private. As she entered negotiations with Lasky to increase her salary and lengthen her commitment to Paramount, she envisioned Henri as the strong partner at her side. He certainly looked the part, dashing yet demure, and was quickly sought after by Hollywood society. Yet, while he was a natural as a diplomat and a charmer, he was so polite and eager to please that he was out of his league in meetings with the likes of Jessie Lasky. As Gloria kindly but accurately put it, Henri was too noble in every way for Hollywood. Feeling more on her own than ever, she listened to Lasky's proposal to pay her $1 million a year for 4 films. No actress had ever received such a sum. But Paramount's astounding offer was based on more than just the profits they made on her films. They used the promise of the golden box office from a Swanson film to force theater owners to book dozens of other Paramount films, sight unseen. She was to be the highest-paid woman in the world, and yet she wanted more. She was resentful of what she saw as Lasky exploiting the Swanson gold mine to the fullest, and convinced herself she had been manipulated into signing that morals clause and been forced into having an abortion. Lasky's daughter, Betty, maintains that because Jesse was one of the few moguls raised in a middle-class home, he was hindered by his lack of street smarts. Yet to Gloria he became the devil incarnate. She worked herself up to the point that she did not see the benefit of the huge salary or having a company behind her that was willing to finance her films and a substantial portion of her lifestyle. Instead, she thought of herself as a victim sacrificed on the altar of stardom and decided to look elsewhere. Mary Pickford and Doug Fairbanks had first spoken to Swanson about joining them at United Artists when she was making Madame Saint-Jean. They assured her that, if I could do what I had just done in Paris all by myself, I certainly didn't need Jessie Lasky any more. While Gloria had hardly done it all by herself, Mary and Doug had planted the idea that there were options. United Artists was essentially a cooperative, with each of the star members being responsible for producing their own movies, which the company then distributed. Joe Schenck, an experienced film entrepreneur, had signed on as chairman of the board in 1924, and his wife, Norma Talmadge, joined as a star member. Schenck also established the Art Finance Corporation as a funding entity separate from United Artists, so the stars wouldn't have to turn to outside financiers or use their own money. Envisioning creative independence and personal liberation, Gloria signed her contract with United Artists on July 15, 1925, promising to produce 6 films over the next 3 years. The schedule was luxurious compared to what she was used to, and she would be her own boss and set her own salary. At UA, her films were to be sold and promoted individually, and so she assumed that meant more profit in her pocket. Of course, as producer, she would be responsible for the budgeting, financing, story, crew, and casting, but that didn't seem like a problem. She was blinded by the upside. United Artist historian Tino Ballio believes that Swanson's decision was the result of cold self-appraisal. To sustain her career, she would have to make fewer and better pictures and exploit them with care. Perhaps so. Gloria's career had steadily climbed upward over the last decade, while dozens of other stars had risen to the top only to pass from the public's awareness. Florence Lawrence, Pearl White, Cleo Madison, Clara Kimball Young, and Anita Stewart were just a few of a long list of actresses who had commanded their names above the title, only to fall into oblivion by the mid-1920s. Even Mary Pickford's popularity was nothing like what it had been in the late teens. And reviews of Swanson's recent films noted that they had little but her presence to recommend them. Swanson was smart, and she was feisty. Even Cecille B. DeMille, a gentleman not prone to complimenting others, gave Gloria full credit for her intelligence and patience in handling her career. But she had also grown self-indulgent, and was tired of being told what to do. She trusted her own judgment above anyone else's, and who could argue with her? After all, I was the Golden Girl, and everyone said so. Gloria rushed to complete the movies she needed to fulfill her Paramount contract, and by April of 1926 she was finally free, and ready to begin her own films for United Artists. Free, maybe, but hardly ready. She needed an office, a staff, a budget, and, most of all, a script. 3 months later she chose The Eyes of Youth, a story told in 4 parts, with the main character choosing her fate from several played-out futures. It had been a popular Broadway play, and a successful 1919 film for Clara Kimball Young. With a familiar title and opportunities to showcase her trademark glamour and spectacular wardrobes, The Eyes of Youth seemed like an inspired, if none too original, choice. Slowly, and in no particular order, Gloria put her company and crew together. She signed the director Al Parker to a 2-picture contract, and for her leading man hired the handsome stage actor John Bowles, who had never made a film before. She thought that would save money, since he worked for a relatively low salary, yet it actually was costly because he had to be trained on the set. That was just one of the many expensive results of Gloria's inexperience as a producer, and every decision had a ripple effect. She rented studio space months before a script was ready, and once the cameras were rolling, she ordered retakes upon retakes. When filming was finally completed, in early December of 1926, she took a month off for the holidays. Bills continued to pour in. While she was supervising the editing and titling, she decided that to make the film truly her own, she had to change its name to The Love of Sonia. As a result, she threw out the benefits of having a known quantity, as well as all the publicity materials that had been prepared, heralding The Eyes of Youth. More printing was ordered, more expenses were charged. Joe Schenck was shaking his head over the way she was conducting her business. Her film had already cost over $500,000. When the initial advance on her next film arrived, she used it to finish The Love of Sonia. The Love of Sonia premiered as the opening film at America's newest and finest movie palace yet, New York's $8 million Roxy Theater. It was the most prestigious venue possible, and the 2-week run brought in $50,000. Reviews, however, were decidedly mixed, and after several months in release it was clear The Love of Sonia would barely make back its costs. Gloria was to see profits only after paying back all her production loans, and that was either a long way off or never. Pete Bedard, her Hollywood production manager, and her New York business manager, Tom Moore, urged her to start a new film as soon as possible. Swanson had already spent over $10,000 on several stories she was no longer interested in, when Schenck suggested she make The Last of Mrs. Cheney, a Broadway play for which he owned the rights. The story of a jewel thief who falls for her intended victim was a perfect starring vehicle for her, but Gloria was hesitant to put her full trust in Schenck. To agree with him was to empower him, so she spent several more months vacillating. If the obvious choice was to go with a proven formula that might get her bank balance back up to zero, Gloria went to the other extreme. She decided to take on the Hayes office and film Somerset Maugham's short story, Miss Thompson. The tale of a prostitute who enraptures and brings down a minister was a classic example of what Hayes was supposed to be keeping off the screen. Yet Gloria and her chosen director, Raoul Walsh, had a plan. They roped in Joe Schenck and developed a less than forthcoming course of action. Schenck arranged for an anonymous broker to buy the rights to the play Rain, which was based on Miss Thompson, to get it off the market, and Swanson optioned the rights to the short story on which they planned to base their film. Gloria then arranged a lunch with Will Hayes and explained she had found a powerful story about tolerance. She assured him she was changing the minister to a reformer, so no one would be offended, but she needed Hayes's support in approaching Mom, because she feared the author might resent the alteration. One can only imagine the homely little man with big ears leaning in and being verbally vamped by the beautiful movie queen, telling her he appreciated her respect for his rules and pledging his cooperation. When the news broke that Swanson was planning on playing Sadie Thompson, Schenck received a scathing cable signed by 15 members of the MPPA board, including one Joseph P. Kennedy. They demanded to know how UA dared to film a banned story. After all, they all had assumed they couldn't produce it. Hayes was in Hollywood at the time, and when he was notified of the board's action, he responded that he was ascertaining exhaustively and authentically the facts of the matter. It seems difficult to believe he didn't remember his lunch with Gloria, or perhaps he just wanted to claim ignorance for the moment. But either way, he promised to deal with the issue at their next meeting. By that time, Gloria had written to each of the signers, informing them that Hayes had no objection, because I am not using either a missionary or a clergyman in the picture. And Schenck promised that the film would be very innocuous. It was in Hayes's interest to have the entire incident settled as quietly as possible, and Marcus Lowe set the tone of the members' response when he apologized to Gloria for the misunderstanding. The rest of the board fell in line, and Schenck bathed Gloria with rare praise, calling her brilliant for masterminding the plan. Swanson was patting herself on the back for her successful coup, yet all that time, energy, and money had been expended, and the cameras had yet to roll. Sadie Thompson took almost 3 months to shoot, and Swanson and Walsh, who co-scripted and co-starred in addition to directing, had their share of problems. The cameraman had to be replaced halfway through, and the high cost of housing and feeding over 100 actors and crew members on Catalina Island for a month combined to escalate the $500,000 budget to $650,000. And this was before the costs of post-production and publicity. Sadie Thompson would have to gross almost $1 million just for Swanson to break even. By the time filming was completed and Gloria put her head up, her creditors were closing in. She owned a 22-room mansion on 4 acres in Beverly Hills, a Manhattan penthouse, and an estate in upstate New York, and she was deeply in debt. Her Sonia director, Al Parker, was threatening to sue to collect the $60,000 she owed him for their 2-picture deal. Gloria had no intention of working with him again, but they had a personal contract, so she had no protection. To make matters worse, she had borrowed $20,000 from him. By October, she had paid Parker almost half of what she owed him, and Tom Moore was trying to negotiate the remainder to be carried in a long-term promissory note. But Parker knew of Swanson's precarious financial situation and wanted collateral. A reasonable request, perhaps, but there was little left to allocate. For the past year, Tom Moore and Pete Bedard had made what they thought of as constant attempts to bring her finances under control. Bedard, a Harvard man who had been a bank executive before joining Gloria at UA, oversaw the day-to-day spending and was frantically trying to find cash wherever he could. The Croton-on-Hudson property was sold, and her New York apartment was rented out for $1,000 a month. When Irving Thalberg, who had married Norma Shearer in September, wanted to rent Gloria's Beverly Hills home for 6 months at $1,200 a month, He'd assured Gloria he could find her another home nearby for half that amount, and called the savings a godsend. From New York, Moore attempted to monitor what UA was adding to the production costs and keep the Internal Revenue Service at bay. Their latest missives claimed Gloria owed $100,000 in income taxes going back to 1921. Tax laws were in flux, and several of Hollywood's luminaries, including Thalberg, had their returns questioned. But there was no way the IRS was going to agree that Swanson's off-screen wardrobe was a necessary and deductible business expense. In desperation, Bedard announced he was cutting the costs of the New York office from $2,500 a week to $1,500. By November, that was close to meaningless to Grace Crossman, Gloria's New York-based secretary. She had only enough money left to pay that week's rent and the telephone bill. Among the creditors putting pressure on her was Swanson's personal projectionist, who was owed for the last 8 screenings. If he didn't get $40 right away, he was threatening to sell the chauffeur's fur coat. For the most part, Gloria remained above the fray. If half her staff's energy went into trying to cut her expenditures, the other half was spent protecting her from the unsavory details. In the midst of one of her discussions with Tom Moore, she urged him to come to California, where he might have better luck in getting United Artists to reduce their charges or put some of her staff on their payroll. However, she failed to mention that by the time he arrived, she would be heading east herself. Henri was in New York, having just returned from his semi-annual trip to France to renew his visa, as mandated by the immigration authorities. But when he came home to Beverly Hills, Gloria was packing. She was off to New York to meet Joe Schenck, who was returning from a month in Europe. Together they were to oversee the final editing of Sadie Thompson, as well as discuss a new contract and much-needed loans. Seeing no alternative, her staff confronted her about her desperate financial situation, and while she urged them to deal with it, she did become somewhat involved. She owned leaseholds in Malibu, and in looking for someone to take them off her hands, she turned to Alan Dwan, who had built a home there. He suggested that Robert Kane, the producer he was currently working with, might be interested in the property and have some ideas for fresh financing as well. Gloria approached Kane, who indeed wanted the Malibu leases. While it didn't bring in new money, it at least took an expense off the books. In search of a sympathetic ear, she told Kane of her problems. Tom Moore swore he was searching for alternate financing, but there were few bankers familiar with the picture business. That sparked an idea. Kane knew a man who understood both banks and moving pictures. She might want to meet him while she was in New York, and they agreed he would contact Joe Kennedy on her behalf. As Swanson boarded the train on Monday, November 7th, 1927, she was feeling optimistic. Encouraged by the audience's positive reaction to the sneak preview of Sadie Thompson in San Bernardino that past weekend, she carried the response cards to show Schenck. They wouldn't hurt with the Hayes office either, which still had to give its final stamp of approval to release the film. Yes, she was convinced she had a real hit on her hands. Chapter 11. Together, we could make millions. November to December 1927. Gloria Swanson should have recognized Joe Kennedy's name when Bob Kane mentioned it to her. It had been on the list of signatories objecting to Sadie Thompson. She had sent a cable to him in response, and received one back telling her Mr. Kennedy was currently out of town. Yet for an actress as self-absorbed as Gloria, it was reasonable that she paid attention only when it could be of use to her. When Kane told her of Joe's background as a banker and his growing reputation as a financial wizard, her ears perked up. She was facing a debt of almost $500,000. A banker was just what she needed. With a slight bow to frugality, Swanson refrained from staying at the Plaza and checked into the Barclay on East 48th Street instead. Still, she didn't want to appear needy or indebted, so she suggested that Kennedy meet her in the hotel's dining room. There she could instruct the maitre d' where to seat them, to have him call when Kennedy arrived, so she wouldn't be the one waiting, and to have the tab put on her room bill. Kennedy was seated at a corner table when Gloria entered, and he watched as the other patrons turned their heads to get a glimpse of the diminutive star. With those large blue eyes and full mouth that broke into a dazzling smile, Gloria radiated personal confidence. She wasn't classically beautiful like Barbara Lamar. She didn't tug at the heartstrings like Mary Pickford or radiate sex appeal like Clara Bow. Yet Gloria Swanson, on screen and off, exuded an aura of pure glamour that personified the unattainable. A bit mysterious, very much self-contained. This clearly was a woman who was a challenge to impress. If Kennedy let his mind wander, Gloria was focused on her purpose, advice, and ultimately the refinancing of her company. She was used to charming by becoming the enraptured listener, and soon he was telling her about his wife and 7 children. As they spoke of their families, she was taken aback at the thought of so many children, and he was surprised that brother had never been baptized. He was also thrown by her insistence on eating only steamed vegetables, and while they found commonality in the fact they both suffered from ulcers, he flatly turned down her offer to put him in touch with her California nutritionist. If there was a moment when he didn't appear totally confident, it was when she pulled out a cigarette, and he realized he didn't have a light. A waiter stepped in to alleviate his embarrassment. They danced around each other, taking the other's measure. Gloria was unlike any woman Joe had ever been with, and he certainly didn't look like any banker or studio mogul she had seen before. There was nothing sedate about him. When he laughed, it was loudly, and he often slapped his leg to accentuate his pleasure. His apparent comfort with her made her comfortable with him. Finally, Swanson brought out the 2 proposals she had for financing her next film, one from Joe Schenck, and the other she had just received from Doc Giannini. Joe, always a quick study, immediately began showering her with questions about budgets, grosses, and distribution figures, most of which she couldn't answer. This led him into his mantra that people in Hollywood didn't know how to apply normal accounting practices to depreciate, to amortize, to capitalize. There was the cost of making the film, and then it had to be printed, sold, promoted, and delivered to the theater's door. Yet, without an audience willing to pay to see the results, it was all just a list of numbers. The central fact about a movie-producing company is the unreality of its real assets. He was clearly taken with her, and Gloria knew it, so she was surprised when he didn't offer a financing plan of his own, and instead suggested that she stay with Schenck. The door was left open with talk of gathering more figures, but as she left for more United Artists meetings, she wasn't sure the lunch hadn't been a waste of time. Kennedy, however, returned to his office enthralled with this beauty. He was fully aware he had just dined alone with the best-known woman in the world, and his mind was racing as to how he would see her again. While he appreciated her frankness, he suspected she had already talked too much to too many people. One of them was Robert Kane, who knew enough to think that Gloria's problems offered an opportunity for the 3 of them to work together. Joe wasn't sure what he was going to do with Gloria, but he knew his plans didn't include anyone else. He dictated a letter to Kane, assuring him it had been a pleasant meeting, but that she practically has her financing straightened out. He closed by saying, "As far as I know, I can do nothing further." With that, Joe began making arrangements to take Gloria to dinner. Swanson wasn't surprised when the hotel desk clerk reported Kennedy had called several times while she was in her meetings. She called him back and agreed to his plan to continue their discussions over dinner. Lunch had been on her turf, and now dinner was his opportunity to show her what being with Joe Kennedy meant. He arrived with an orchid corsage and escorted her to his chauffeur-driven Rolls-Royce, and the 45-minute drive to the Long Island restaurant gave her plenty of time to appreciate all the amenities, including the car's heater, a rarity much appreciated on a cold November night. He entertained her with stories about his Harvard lecture series and presented her with a copy of The Story of the Films, fresh from the printers. He reviewed the list of participants, and they laughed together over the idea of Zucker with his heavy accent addressing an Ivy League classroom. Gloria shamed Joe for not having any women on the list, suggesting that there was no one who understood the industry better than Mary Pickford's mother, Charlotte, who was known to step into a theater and size up the box office in seconds. Joe agreed, but suggested Gloria should have been the female representative. Gloria didn't need the compliment. She was already impressed with him. Everything he said made simple sense. He didn't try to mystify the business, and he paid attention to details. This time, when she brought out a cigarette after the meal, he was ready with a light. On their ride back to Manhattan, Joe made his move. He wanted to do more than simply help finance her next film. He wanted to handle every aspect of her career. Together they could make important films. Together, he said with total conviction, we could make millions. He was confident, he was enthusiastic. He had, professionally speaking, swept her off her feet. Before they said good night at the Barclay, she gave him carte blanche to go over all her records. Early the next morning, Gloria's phone rang, and she heard the very concerned voice of her secretary, Grace Crossman. Two men, who looked like gangsters, had just arrived at her office claiming they had authority to go through the files. Gloria laughed and assured her it was with her approval. The man they work for is a Harvard graduate. Crossman wasn't so sure, but considering the financial situation they were in, any help was welcome. Swanson's short trip to New York turned into weeks. A month after her first meeting with Kennedy, she was still at the Barclay, and Henri was in Los Angeles, supervising the family move to the rented house. Sadie Thompson was supposed to have been completed in October, but it was now December. She had spent all her Sadie money, and needed another advance to pay for the prints and advertising. She was personally responsible for her New York expenses, yet she stayed on and showed few signs of cutting costs, being driven around town by a full-time chauffeur, buying new gowns, taking a box at the opera, and hosting parties. She also continued to meet with Joe Kennedy. She proudly screened Sadie Thompson for him, and while he was impressed, he doubted it had the potential to wipe out her debts. Besides, now that he was going to be involved in her future, anything she had accomplished to date couldn't compare with what they would do together. Kennedy reviewed her accounts in earnest, and he was shocked at their condition. The balance sheet for 1924, the year before she had become an independent producer, was a single handwritten page. It reported that she had personally gone through almost $300,000, but the level of detail went from minute to non-existent. For instance, while $60 was noted for donations, with $469.19 for cigarettes and cigars, miscellaneous expenses were $4,415. Paris office was listed as costing $20,029, and house bills came to $3,044.07, without any delineation. The numbers on the page told Kennedy far more than just what was going out. They revealed that her accounting was all reaction, without any planning or responsibility, and there was no improvement in the haphazard methods when her expenses ballooned by taking on all production costs. The more at ease Gloria became with Joe, the more she railed against United Artists and Joe Schenck. She said they fought over every detail. Who was to pick up the cost of stamps for fan mail, or the dishes in her studio dressing room? Was food eaten at the studio charged to the production, or to Gloria personally? It was endless. She wanted UA to pay Tom Moore's salary because his time was spent monitoring their numbers. But while Schenck said that Moore was the only real good man you have, and urged her to fire all the rest, he wasn't about to hire him. She had thought joining United Artists would mean board meetings over coffee on the terrace of Pickfair, and instead it was these long, grueling business sessions in New York with Joe Schenck and a shrewd gang of lawyers, accountants, and bankers. Joe Schenck had been born in Russia and came to New York as a child with his brother Nick. Together they had risen to run Palisades Park in New Jersey before Joe branched into movie production with his wife Norma Talmadge. With a bulldog face and a fire hydrant body, Joe was as streetwise as they came. Yet many in Hollywood found him to be a mensch. He had stood by Fatty Arbuckle during his trials, and when the actor could not find a house he could afford, Schenck bought one and rented it to him for a nominal fee. In a town where late-night high-stakes poker games could become treacherous, witnesses reported that Joe would deliberately help whoever was deepest in the hole. Frances Marion and Anita Luce adored him, and Irene Mayer Selznick, the daughter of Louis B. Mayer and the wife of David Selznick, described Schenck as worldly and likable, a smooth operator who wore an aura of power. He was big-time, generous, a sport. Swanson, however, could not see anything larger than her own situation, and just as she had done with Lasky, she cast Schenck in the role of evil overseer. He was frank with her, but she was afraid to listen to him, convinced he was looking out for himself first and the company second, with her interests coming in a distant third. With her debts mounting, she worried that he wanted to do to her what she thought he had done to Rudolph Valentino. When that popular star had found himself massively in arrears, Schenck stepped in, paid off Valentino's creditors, and put him on straight salary. Sight unseen, Schenck bought the rights to the book The Sons of the Sheik, and told his writer to throw out everything but the title and make that singular. Valentino, reprising his most famous role, was a sure-fire moneymaker, and when the star died in August 1926, shortly after the New York premiere of The Son of the Sheik, the box office went through the roof. While many in Hollywood thought Schenck had rescued Valentino, Gloria was convinced that he wanted to bury her with debts in order to force her to do his bidding. The fact that she herself had run up these bills didn't seem to occur to her. Yet she knew she was in over her head, and, as a result, more than a little scared. She had no one who could look her in the eyes and say no. The closest she'd ever had to a mentor was Cecille B. DeMille. Her father had been gone from her life since she was 12. She had no family besides her mother that she was close to. Other major female stars, such as Mary Pickford, Lillian and Dorothy Gish, and the Talmadge sisters, all had strong, formidable mothers who kept an eagle eye on their daughters' affairs. Gloria's mother had hovered over her when she was very young, but after Gloria started working, Addie spread her own wings. She would marry 2 more times, and while Gloria sent her money every week, she asked her not to put her name on the envelopes because, according to Gloria's daughter, she didn't want the neighbors bothering her with questions about Gloria Swanson. As she felt pressured and unsure, it was little wonder Gloria turned to Joe for support. Although he agreed with Schenck that she should make another film as soon as possible and get rid of most of her staff, he kept those thoughts to himself for the time being. Instead, he sympathized with her and encouraged her doubts about what those people were doing to her. There is no question that one of the bonds between them that Joe exploited was that she had been taken advantage of by Jews, said William Dufty, Swanson's 6th and final husband, and her companion for the last 17 years of her life. Yet those bonds grew slowly. First Joe told her it would be ridiculous for the 2 of them to make a formal agreement until they figured out how to get her out of her current situation. Then he put the fear of God into her, explaining she had so heavily mortgaged her future that very drastic steps must be taken. Only then did he provide the way out, promising to work out her problems without any cost to her. There was a catch, of course. He was to have total control, and represent her not only with Schenck, but with her current employees as well. It sounded great to Gloria, and before she returned to Beverly Hills for the holidays, she told Joe to do whatever he needed to do on her behalf. As Christmas approached, things couldn't have been going better for Kennedy. It was the family's first in Riverdale, and Rose was 7 months pregnant with their 8th child. FBO sales had increased almost $1 million over the year before, and they had made 43 feature films and 74 shorts, another record. Best of all, his prominence was finally being recognized by the trades. He opened his December 23rd issue of Motion Picture News to find their editorial page praising him as sage and solid, and prophesying that he will go far. And when Film Daily ran their annual column on what movie bigwigs wanted to find in their Christmas stocking, there was Joe Kennedy wishing for another Harvard movie faculty, alongside Adolph Zukor asking for a set of golf clubs that will break 90, and D.W. Griffith longing for the good old days. For Kennedy, these were the good old days. He was in the habit of sending holiday gifts far and wide, but this year he ordered hundreds of copies of The Story of the Films, with his name prominently displayed on the book's spine and cover page as editor, and sent them to an impressive list of players. Everyone who had participated or helped him organize the lecture series received one, as well as almost anyone of stature he had done business with in the past, such as John Hertz of the Yellow Cab Company, and Joseph Powell from his 4 River days. Not that he had to know, let alone have met, the recipients of his largesse. The Story of the Films was the perfect calling card to send to the likes of Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford, simultaneously introducing himself and establishing himself as one of the privileged few. With each package, Kennedy sent a note, claiming this was one of the first copies printed, and that he would esteem it a great honor and privilege to have you read this book. For many, he had their names embossed in gold on the cover. In addition to every studio head and the editors and publishers of the trades and major newspapers, he sent copies to more than 100 theater owners and managers. Books went to the likes of Sid Grauman and Alexander Pantages, as well as less famous names on what Joe labeled his B-list, men with the power in Akron, Provo, and Wichita to book a film produced by Joseph P. Kennedy. The response was immediate, and notes of appreciation poured into his office. Please don't think that I am trying to flatter you when I say that for the short time you have been in this industry, you have done more to place it on a higher plane than any one individual, wrote Sam Dembo of the Publix theater chain in a sampling of the responses Kennedy received. Magazines such as Motion Picture News praised the book as an exceedingly interesting volume, well worth the attention of everybody in the industry, and one New York reviewer noted that it does seem strange that the best movie story we ever read should come out of Harvard University. As usual, Joe was planning on going to Palm Beach shortly after Christmas, but first there was much to be done, and much to be delegated. Pat Scollard drew the assignment to go to Brookline and open their house in advance of Rose's arrival to await the birth of her child. It had been closed up since they moved to Riverdale, but she wanted to be near her Boston doctor, so the children stayed in New York, where their care was supervised by Mary Moore. Kennedy spoke to Swanson on the phone almost daily. He promised he would deal with Joe Schenck, but there was an order to his plan. First, he checked in with A.H. Giannini regarding his financing proposal for her. Joe implied he was concerned that the bankruptcy of a star of Gloria's stature could damage the entire industry. Giannini agreed, and pledged to give her a line of credit if Joe helped her reorganize. Kennedy knew he was going to get rid of most of her staff, but how he revealed his cards was crucial. So he turned to the only man who had access to all the information, yet did not depend upon Swanson for his income, her longtime attorney, Milton Cohen. Joe wrote him in the most pleasant and noncommittal tone possible, asking him, at Gloria's request, to prepare a list of all her obligations, and also the market value of her assets as you view them." Kennedy then called in E.B. Durr and told him to pack for Hollywood. He briefed him on the Swanson situation, laid out who he was to talk to, in what order, and the overall goal: to free Gloria of all obligations so they could enter into an agreement without the burden of her debt. If that couldn't be done, he didn't want the deal. And he wanted the deal. Joe was counting on the gang to pull this off. He was to be kept informed, but was delegating the details to them. Kennedy had the big vision and set the agenda. It was their job to accomplish it. How the team that Gloria came to call the Four Horsemen succeeded is a case study of their methods, their skills, their loyalty, and their united determination to accomplish whatever Kennedy wanted. Durr arrived in Los Angeles in early January, checked into the ambassador, and went to see Milton Cohen, who had been Swanson's attorney. Cohen had represented her former husband, Herbert Somborn, in their divorce, and soon afterward he told Gloria he regretted his role and offered his services to her at any time. She took him up on it, and over the past 5 years he had been invaluable to her and rarely sent a bill. Cohen adored her and worried about her, so he agreed to do what Kennedy asked without revealing who was behind the request. Within days of receiving Kennedy's letter, Cohen had Tom Moore's 7-page single-spaced memo listing Gloria's immediate obligations and his recommendations for action, based on the assumption he would continue to be a part of her operation. Cohen then informed Moore, who was still in California at Gloria's request, that his services would no longer be needed, and asked for a proposed separation agreement. By the time Durr met with Cohen, the settlement papers were on the lawyer's desk, asking for $50,000 in United Artists stock and payment to cover his return to New York. With Tom Moore on his way out, the rest of Gloria's staff fell in line. Her secretary, Grace Crossman, had turned over all her files. She assured Durr, "If I don't know the whole story, I can usually hunt up the pieces and make a whole out of them." She had been the first to be in on Kennedy's involvement, and had proven her loyalty by keeping it to herself. Because she was so friendly with everyone, and seemed so inconsequential, she was a constant source of useful gossip. Now she sent copies of everything to Durr and Eddie Moore, and occasionally Kennedy himself. Pete Bedard was just as cooperative. Gloria promised he would always have a place with her, and he was almost relieved not to be responsible for juggling the dwindling funds. He itemized outstanding debts and even joined in the intrigue, assisting Crossman in getting official copies of all her United Artists contracts, without arousing suspicion that anything was in the works. Charlie Sullivan had returned home for the holidays, but before he went back to Hollywood, he worked with Grace Crossman to pay off Gloria's former director, Al Parker. Pat Scollard and Eddie Moore were in the loop now as well, compiling information as it came in and assembling a full list of Gloria's current staff, assets, and liabilities. In Los Angeles, Durr had Cohen make an appointment to see Joe Schenck. It was 5:30 in the afternoon when they arrived at his office to find the Hollywood mogul getting a manicure. Clearly he was not expecting Durr, and he ordered everyone but Cohen and Durr out of his office. After Cohen's introductions, Durr opened the meeting with the explanation he and Kennedy had previously agreed upon. Bob Kane and Doc Giannini had told Gloria to consult Kennedy, and therefore they were creating a plan to clean up her affairs. Swanson, Durr said, has a bee in her bonnet to clear out of United Artists by filing for bankruptcy, based on the grounds of excessive interest and censorship. This none-too-veiled charge brought out a predictably defensive reaction from Schenck. Why hadn't Gloria come to him directly? Where did anybody get the idea of excessive interest? He hadn't made a cent himself. Durr watched and listened as Schenck ranted and blustered and puffed his resentment. Durr tried telling him that Kennedy's only interest was to keep Gloria out of bankruptcy, because he saw that as threatening all film financing. "That's bunk," replied Schenck. It might if Lasky or Mayer went bankrupt, but who would have sympathy for a girl getting $6,500 a week going bankrupt? Besides, she has her house and stocks and enough assets to keep her solvent. She just needs quick cash. So Durr switched his approach. Perhaps Schenck was offended because Joe hadn't come in person to discuss it, and maybe Cohen should have mentioned the purpose of the meeting. Hopefully, he added, Schenck understood that this was the more courteous and gentlemanly way to handle this. No, Schenck told him in no uncertain terms. Kennedy should have written me and told me Gloria had approached him and seen if I had any objections. Getting that off his chest seemed to soften Schenck a bit, but he kept up his monologue. Durr should understand how upsetting it was to have a variety reporter questioning him about Kennedy's involvement in Gloria's affairs before anyone had told him directly. "What does Kennedy expect out of this?" was Schenck's next question. "What's he doing it for? Is Kennedy altruistic? Am I to believe that?" Then Schenck turned his wrath on Gloria. "I've had more trouble with her and her pictures than all the others, United Artists stars, combined. She's too lazy and slow and spends too much. That last picture cost $200,000 too much. She has nothing but bad advice, but no real help. Gloria always listens to the last guy she talked to, and now it's Kennedy. If Kennedy wants to help out and that's his only object, why doesn't he just loan her the money? That's all she needs is money, and Kennedy has plenty of that. Let her leave United Artists. Let Kennedy take over her loans. Let Kennedy have her. She's nothing but trouble." "You've always been fair and honest," inserted Cohen, seeking to pacify Schenck. "There are no complaints about you." But Schenck didn't want to hear it because he wasn't finished with Durr. How was it that this perfect stranger was walking in on him to talk about Swanson? "What's the game? What does Kennedy want?" Durr repeated his original lines about just wanting to help Gloria, and when it was obvious Schenck wasn't going to get any other answer, the discussion turned to the business at hand. Cohen outlined Kennedy's plan. All rights to the first two pictures Swanson had made with UA, The Love of Sonia and Sadie Thompson, would be turned over to Schenck. She would forfeit all profits and percentages, and he'd release her from what his books said she owed him. United Artists would distribute her next picture, whatever that was to be, but it would be financed independently, with Schenck paying her $175,000, less the $50,000 he had already advanced. The goal was to have Gloria free and clear after the third picture. The atmosphere in the room had relaxed to the point that Schenck called for the manicurist to return, and then he took the floor again, mulling over the proposal out loud. "The first picture is no good, but the second picture might be different." He needed time to think, and suggested Cohen come back tomorrow at noon, and perhaps they could settle something. Durr drove home with Cohen, and the lawyer was the picture of hand-wringing anxiety. Perhaps the meeting had ended with the glimmer of possibility for agreement, but he was concerned that Durr had not shown enough deference. Schenck has to be handled with soft soap. As for Gloria, she had to stop this talk of bankruptcy. "You have no idea what I have been through with her. She signs her name to everything, and then comes to me to pull her out of the fire." Every time he put her on the right path, she would agree, and then, a minute later, she was resisting again. This time would be different, Cohen promised almost to himself, as if being with Durr had given him courage. This time he was really going to stand up to her. Durr followed Cohen into his house to be at his side when he called Swanson. The lawyer started to tell her about the meeting, but he didn't get much in before she interrupted. "It's all so messy. Wouldn't bankruptcy be easier?" Instead of being firm, as he had vowed just minutes before, Cohen verbally patted her and assured her they would work it out. She should meet with him and Durr at 11 the next day, before he went back to see Schenck. Gloria had little respect for anyone she could roll over, and while she appreciated all Cohen had done for her, if he didn't stand up to her, how could she believe he would stand up to Schenck? So Gloria went into FBO early that next morning to meet with Durr alone, and once again she railed against Schenck, repeating her concern that he wanted to do to her what he had done to Valentino. Whatever Schenck was up to, she knew Durr was the man to handle him. Cohen could not go into that meeting alone. Durr was already tiring of her complaints, as well as her new habit of coming to FBO as if she worked there. He suspected that was how the variety reporter Schenck had mentioned had figured out she was doing something with Kennedy. She owned 5 cars, including 2 Rolls-Royces and a Peugeot, and any of her distinctive automobiles were bound to be noticed. Durr wasn't going to let such obstacles deter him. The boss knew what he wanted, and it was Durr's job to get it done. And Swanson was probably right about Cohen. To the attorney's relief, Durr went alone to the meeting, determined to hammer out an agreement. Schenck greeted him warmly, apologized for his attitude of the day before, and didn't comment on Cohen's absence. Schenck announced he would be very glad to go through with this deal if. He then proceeded to suggest several ways that he could be protected by Gloria's next picture if the income from Sonia and Sadie failed to cover the remaining bills. Durr sat and listened, and then asked Schenck, "Do you know any bankers who would be willing to finance a picture which carried not only its own obligations but some other pictures as well?" Schenck had to say no, and admitted if the conditions were reversed, he would never agree to it. Schenck had given it a shot, and while he feigned otherwise, releasing Gloria was tempting for a variety of reasons. Things were looking up at United Artists. Sam Goldwyn had joined as a partner in October, and Schenck had just signed Lillian Gish to a 2-film deal, with the idea of reuniting her with D.W. Griffith, an original UA partner who had been less than productive. They were opening 2,000-seat theaters in Los Angeles, Chicago, and Detroit over the next few months, and under her contract, Gloria should have completed 6 films by now. Instead, they were just getting ready to release the second one. He found her unreasonable and ridiculous in her near-constant negotiations and renegotiations. He was tired of her problems, her whining, and her attitude of entitlement. Now it was Schenck's turn to make a proposal. Gloria still owed him $92,000 on the first 2 pictures, and another $12,000 he had advanced her to make a payment to Al Parker. Schenck agreed that in exchange for total ownership and all rights to the first 2 films, he would write off the entire debt. She would continue as a member of United Artists and be given 2 years to pay for the preferred stock she had committed to purchase when she joined the company. She was welcome to produce her next film however she wanted, and United Artists would distribute it. He even agreed to let her use her stock to pay off Tom Moore and Al Parker. It was time to get it all down on paper, and Schenck and Durr agreed to meet again the following Monday with their attorneys. By the time they were shaking hands goodbye, Schenck was a different man than he had been the day before. He was happy they had come to a settlement, and reminded Durr that he had let Fred Thompson out of his agreement to join UA at Kennedy's request. "Joe Kennedy has always indicated a friendly attitude. I'll do anything to help somebody I like, and I like Joe Kennedy." In showing Durr out, Schenck said, "Give Joe my personal respects, and tell him that I will personally cooperate in any way that Joe thinks is advisable to square up Gloria's affairs." Durr left the meeting thinking, "He talks just like a slippery eel." But Durr had completed his mission. Gloria was about to be free of encumbrances and ready to be delivered to Joe on the proverbial silver platter. In New York and Los Angeles, or from the road, Kennedy's men cabled or talked to each other almost daily. Like their boss, they used the phone frequently and put as little as possible in writing. In their missives to each other, Gloria was referred to as the client, or simply Star. Schenck was Big Boy, and Kennedy was occasionally J.P., but most often Boss. It wasn't just people who had code names. Each major film company was designated as a state. Paramount was Maine, Fox was Vermont, Pathé was Connecticut, and so on. Durr, Scollard, Sullivan, and Moore assessed the progress they were making on the Swanson front. Under his instructions, Pete Bedard cleaned out her California bank accounts and turned the money over in 2 separate checks, one for $20,000 and the other for $14,150. Durr sent the checks to Eddie Moore in New York, asking him to use the first to open a new trustee account at Kennedy's Columbia Trust in Boston, and the second to pay Gloria's outstanding New York bills. Moore looked over Grace Crossman's shoulder as she wrote out checks to pay off department stores, Bonwit Teller, B. Altmans and Sachs, beauty salons, Elizabeth Arden, Helena Rubinstein, and jewelry stores, along with the more mundane charges from cleaners, the telephone company, and Western Union. Moore then saw to it that each check was either delivered or put in the mail to the respective creditor, and only then deposited the check. Out of that came Crossman's salary and a $100 payment to Gloria's New York auditor, Mr. Speidel, which Moore delivered in person. He insisted that the accountant first sign a prepared statement releasing Swanson from any future claims. That accomplished, Eddie handed him the check and informed him his services were no longer needed. After all the bills were paid, $100 remained in the account. There was also the Internal Revenue Service to be dealt with. Through Kennedy's contacts, he learned the government was inclined to be lenient if they thought her cash-strapped condition was temporary. However, if she was selling off assets without paying the government, they were prepared to bring action against her. Kennedy put his lawyers on the case to negotiate adjusting her obligations, while simultaneously quietly selling what available stock she held in her name. Now it was Pat Scollard's turn to step to the fore. His charge was to replace the current Gloria Swanson Productions with a new entity they called Gloria Productions. As a template, Scollard used the incorporation papers of Fred Thompson Productions. He produced a similar corporate structure with bylaws that allowed for maximum flexibility while keeping all the power in-house. Durr was named president, Scollard vice president, and Pat arranged for all stock to be issued to himself, to be allocated later as Joe instructed. However, Scollard ran into a brick wall when it came to filing the papers in Delaware. It was one of the rare instances when it became problematic that none of the horsemen were attorneys. The Corporation Trust Company of Delaware required a lawyer to approve the papers before final filing, and since secrecy was key, Scollard didn't want to show the papers to anyone outside the family. The Corporation Trust agreed to take the legal approval over the phone, and Scollard went through his personal phone book looking for Boston attorneys he could trust, but he found they were all out of town or out to lunch. His reluctance to bring in FBO's counsel Benjamin DeWitt reveals how surreptitious he viewed his charge to be. But time was of the essence, so he simply told DeWitt, "We're forming a dummy corporation at the coast." The lawyer made the phone call as instructed, and Scollard made sure DeWitt didn't have anything in writing. While it was all technically legal, it skimmed the edges. 5 minutes later, Scollard told Durr, "I had a man in an automobile going over the road from Wilmington, Delaware to Dover to file the charter, and I want to tell you that there was never a corporation formed with the speed that this one was formed. If I don't go to jail on this deal, I never will." By the middle of January, Kennedy was confident everything was going as planned, and in his daily calls to Gloria, he began campaigning to have her join him in Palm Beach. She could rest, they could get business done, bring Henri. Lance Heath, Gloria's publicist, was begging her to come to San Francisco for the opening of Sadie Thompson. But that was history now as far as she was concerned. Joe was right. She deserved a vacation. Why not Palm Beach? With her debts paid, agreed to be written off or isolated into separate dealings, and the new corporation in place, the final stage was set. Early in the morning of January 25th, Durr saw Henri and Gloria off at the train station and assured her that everything was under control. While the corporation papers had yet to be printed, and signing the agreement with Schenck would have to await his return from the East, Durr had prepared a 5-page power of attorney, giving him the authority to sign everything on her behalf. Right there on the platform, Pete Bedard signed as a witness, making it all the more official, as he served as secretary and assistant treasurer of Gloria Swanson Productions, Incorporated, the old corporation Durr was about to abolish. With her signature, Swanson gave Durr the power to buy, sell, receive, demand, sue, deliver, lease, mortgage, transact, endorse, negotiate, vote, manage, settle, adjust, and generally to execute and deliver any and all documents and contracts as legal proxy and representative of Gloria Swanson, both personally and professionally. Gloria and Henri boarded the train, unaware that Variety and Film Daily were headlining the Swanson-Kennedy partnership. Pat Scholar couldn't help laughing with Durr that no one had known anything about the deal at all until it broke this morning in the papers, and now they are wondering what it is all about. After leaving the station with Gloria's power of attorney in his pocket, Durr's next order of business that morning was to inform Milton Cohen that his services were no longer needed. The attorney was shocked. Yet instead of blaming Kennedy or Durr, he assumed Gloria was behind his dismissal. Finding that she had already left town, he cabled her at her next stop, expressing his outrage. "Regret your attitude exceedingly. Wish always to be your friend, but never your lawyer. Arrange immediately for other counsel." Gloria didn't have any idea what Cohen was talking about, but she was already taking to heart her instructions to turn over everything to Kennedy's men. So, instead of responding to Cohen, she cabled Durr. After repeating the contents of Cohen's communication, she wrote, "Can't see what I have done that is so terrible. Advise whether I am to cut my throat or not. Best regards, G.S." And with that she continued on her way to Palm Beach and didn't look back. Chapter 12. Like a Roped Horse. December 1927 through February 1928. Joe Kennedy had masterminded the reorganization of Gloria Swanson's professional life during that New York winter of 1927. But he spent most of his actual time focusing on broad-range plans. He and Guy Currier incorporated their FBO holdings in a Delaware corporation they named the Gower Street Company. The incorporation gave them a structure in lieu of a partnership agreement, a place to roll their stock in and out of, all the while keeping their dealings as private as possible. Then Kennedy went back to Pat Powers and bought his remaining FBO stock for $400,000. Joe Schnitzer wanted to keep some of his stock, but his holdings were minor enough not to interfere with any of Kennedy's plans, and he was still with the company, albeit downgraded from head of production to supervising distribution. Before he expanded his interests, Kennedy needed to assure himself all was on solid ground at FBO. December was the time for year-end conferences, and everyone of import within the company was called into his office. Bill LeBaron, along with the heads of marketing and sales, reviewed the upcoming season's production and publicity plans. Joe wanted every possible association maximized, and no angle was overlooked. The local Chamber of Commerce was sought out to support Coney Island, and a clothing company's magazine ads featured pictures of Lois Wilson and other Coney Island stars wearing their bathing suits with copy promoting the film. Hello, Bill was retitled Molders of Men, and because it was based on a story by the editor of the Elks magazine, it was promoted in the country's 1,500 Elks lodges. In full-page ads, the master showman Joseph P. Kennedy promised theater owners that Molders of Men dwarfs all tie-ups of the past and offers an entirely new merchandising angle. Films were not made and then marketed. They were initiated with marketing in mind. For Legionnaires in Paris, a small crew was sent to the City of Light to film during the International Legionnaires Convention, giving FBO an excuse to promote the film through every American Legion Hall in the country. Legionnaires in Paris and Chicago After Midnight were to be released as specials in February under the umbrella of a Grand Jubilee, commemorating the 2-year anniversary of Joseph P. Kennedy's entrance into the picture business. Every piece of promotional material included Kennedy's name, and often a picture of him as well. If Joe could sell more movies and promote himself at the same time, why not? Kennedy trusted LeBaron when it came to production, but he needed his own man on the ground in Hollywood on a full-time basis, and Charlie Sullivan was chosen. He squeezed in a brief trip to Boston before packing permanently for the coast. Sullivan's official title was Assistant Treasurer of FBO, second to Durr, and he was made an FBO vice president as a reward for the move. Kennedy had faith in the quiet Sullivan to monitor and report back on personnel, finances, and the nuances only an inside man would notice. With his FBO housekeeping completed and his personal promotion campaign underway, Kennedy looked to new realms to conquer within the ever-changing business. When Jesse James, the first Fred Thompson super-western, was released by Paramount in the late fall of 1927, some accused it of glamorizing the outlaw, but reviewers praised the film as a new high-water mark in production values with its hundreds of extras and lush location shots. Motion Picture World's review took up half a page, with the other half devoted to a film almost clunky in comparison, predominantly silent, yet with a few lines of dialogue and songs that appeared to come directly from the screen. It was destined to become one of the industry's historic benchmarks. The jazz singer was hardly the first time sound had been synchronized with film. Experiments had been conducted since the 1890s, yet no less an authority than Thomas Edison, the father of the motion picture, believed there was no future in sound films. He was always confident that voices can be reproduced to fit in just the right place, but he considered it a waste of time. I don't think the talking picture will ever be successful in the United States. Americans prefer silent drama. They will never get enthusiastic over any voices being mingled in. Yes, there will be a novelty to it for a little while, but the glitter will soon wear off, and the movie fans will cry for silences or a little orchestra music. Most studio chiefs took solace in that pronouncement. But in October of 1927, when Al Jolson ad-libbed from the screen, "You ain't heard nothing yet," at least 2 men besides the Warner Brothers knew he was right: Joe Kennedy and David Sarnoff, the head of the Radio Corporation of America. At first glance, David Sarnoff might have appeared to be another pants-presser, an immigrant Jew who got lucky. But luck was hardly the word to describe Sarnoff's early years. Kennedy had heard tales of ancestral oppression. Sarnoff had witnessed it with his own eyes. Born in poverty in Uzilian, a village in Russia's Minsk province, David was 5 when his father left for America. David was sent to live with his granduncle, a rabbi who ordered him to study the Talmud 12 hours every day, chanting the pages until the texts were chiseled into his memory. 4 long years later, when his father had earned enough to send for the family, David was reunited with his mother and 2 younger brothers. As they huddled together waiting for the train, they watched Cossacks on horseback whip a crowd of women and children. After over a month in steerage conditions, Leah Sarnoff and her 3 young sons arrived in New York in the summer of 1900. Instead of a long-delayed childhood, David found his sickly father in a 4th-floor walk-up on New York's Lower East Side, and the now 10-year-old boy barely squeezed in a bit of school before becoming the family breadwinner. A sister and brother were added to the family before Abraham Sarnoff died a few years later. David worked several jobs at a time, as a delivery boy, a newspaper hawker, a singer in the local synagogue. But it was when he was hired as a telegram delivery boy that he discovered his passion. Teaching himself Morse code and reading everything he could find about wireless technology, young David went to work on ships at sea as a wireless operator. Legend has it he was on duty at the new Marconi station at the top of a New York department store on the night of April 14, 1912, when he began decoding the incoming message that the Titanic had hit an iceberg and was sinking fast. After notifying the police and the press, Sarnoff stayed at his station for days, recording the action and disseminating the names of survivors as they came in. It wasn't until 1919, when General Electric bought American Marconi and formed the Radio Corporation of America, that Sarnoff found support for an idea he had minted in a detailed memo several years before. His concept was to make and sell radio music boxes that he prophesied would be akin to phonographs and pianos in popularity. While his main purpose was to bring music into the house by wireless, he added the alluring possibility of sending out lectures, concerts, and even baseball scores to the hinterlands up to 50 miles away. While a variety of others, including Lee De Forest, Edwin Armstrong, and Reginald Fessenden, had experimented with the idea, Sarnoff had a company with capital behind him. The first radios were small crystal sets, and the number of listeners to the returns of the Harding-Cox election in the fall of 1920 was only in the thousands. It took the broadcast of the World Championship boxing match between Jack Dempsey and George Carpentier to light the fuse of what was soon a national craze. Over the next few years, Americans spent over $100 million on radios, crystals, and batteries, and Sarnoff rose in proportion to radio's success. He was in the forefront of the many patent battles, a key player in their settlement, and brought in Westinghouse as a 40% owner of RCA's manufacturing arm. By 1926, he was vice president and general manager of RCA, and had established the National Broadcasting Company, the first nationwide broadcasting system, as a subsidiary of RCA. Through it all, Sarnoff had learned to speak superbly articulate English, and became an office politician par excellence. Instead of resenting the fact he had been deprived of a childhood, Sarnoff lived his professional life the same way he had once studied the Talmud, putting in superhuman hours with intense determination. Always looking forward, Sarnoff had been singing the praises of the potential of talking pictures since the early 1920s. William Fox had purchased the rights to a variation of sound-on-film technology, and he turned to Sarnoff for the other components he needed to make the system complete. Fox offered to make him a very rich man if they came to an agreement, but Sarnoff wasn't after short-term personal gain. He was an empire builder with long-range plans. Within the industry, Sarnoff was called Napoleonic, and there was little doubt his ambition was ultimate sovereignty of RCA. Still, Fox's convictions intensified Sarnoff's belief that it was time to move into films, and move quickly. Sarnoff was talking with his friend, Boston department store magnate Louis Kirstein, when Kennedy's name came up. Kirstein was an investor whose dividends kept coming in every quarter, so he highly recommended the one man he knew in the film business. While Kennedy later told the story that he and Sarnoff had cut a deal over lunch at Grand Central Station's Oyster Bar in early October of 1927, correspondence between the two men indicates that they didn't actually meet in person until December, after Kennedy had sent him a signed copy of The Story of the Films. Sarnoff was 2 years younger and several inches shorter than Kennedy, but both men were supremely self-confident, prided themselves in dressing meticulously, and possessed sharp blue eyes capable of mercilessly sizing up the other. Their approach to business could not have been farther apart. Sarnoff was zealous about his medium, and in building his company for the long haul, while to Kennedy films were a product to be sold at the maximum profit in the shortest time possible. Yet persuasive, dynamic, and obstinate were words used to describe both men, and whatever else they thought after their initial meeting, they knew they needed each other. Kennedy had the studio, and Sarnoff had the equipment. They put their heads together and started planning. Within weeks, their association was made public with the announcement that RCA was buying 20,000 shares of FBO for $24 a share, the same shares that had been valued at $6 only 2 years before. The deal made sense for both parties and to the trades. Kennedy was putting FBO in the forefront of talking pictures, and RCA, along with its partners General Electric and Westinghouse, now had a base of operation to showcase their technology. A revolution in entertainment is how their joint FBO-RCA release described their affiliation, even though RCA's rival, Western Electric, clearly had the edge. They were working with the Warner Brothers and had several other major studios under contract already. Fox, too, was advertising a new era with his movie-tone sound on film. However, for almost all the talk, functionality was something else again. Other companies' equipment was not that far ahead of Sarnoff's, and RCA's relationship with FBO was unique because they were actually buying into the film company. Sarnoff and one of his bankers, Charles Stone, were added to the FBO board, and, in return, Kennedy received $500,000 in new capital and free access to sound equipment and the services of the 3 greatest electrical companies in the world. Kennedy visited Schenectady, where Sarnoff gave him a personal tour of the General Electric laboratories, demonstrating the sound-on-film recording equipment that was ready to go into large-scale production. Joe proclaimed their system staggering in its possibilities, and couldn't resist adding the paternalistic claim that he was happy indeed that FBO will be able to bring them to the industry. He was also shown another idea being developed called television, which Sarnoff saw as a way to take movies into private homes. However, the minimal press coverage predicted it was doubtful that radio pictures would become practical for a considerable period of time, if ever. With his relationship with Sarnoff out in the open, Kennedy next went behind closed doors to meet with the new head of Pathé, John J.J. Murdoch. Pathé was one of the original film companies, founded by Charles and Émile Pathé in France in 1896. While Lumière and Edison were working on their innovative machinery, the Pathé brothers focused on what could be created with the film. By the turn of the century, they were in position to catch the wave of popularity of screening short movies at fairgrounds and music halls. Pathé flourished by creating the first weekly newsreels, and by 1914 it had 5,000 employees in France and 1,500 more throughout the world. Before Kennedy entered the picture, many financial interests had been in and out of Pathé, and since late 1926, Elisha Walker, president of the private banking and investment firm Blair & Company, had held the largest stake. Walker was an MIT graduate, now in his mid-40s, who was becoming well-known and very rich on Wall Street, working with the Rockefellers and financing a number of spectacular oil industry transactions. With the backing of J.P. Morgan & Company, Walker entered filmmaking by investing in Pathé, buying a portion of Producers Distributing and Cecille B. DeMille Productions, and then merging the companies. The moneyman behind Producers Distributing and DeMille was Jeremiah Milbank, a staunch Republican and a deeply religious man who had been swept into films by DeMille's enthusiasm for The King of Kings. Milbank agreed to become the director's partner, and with the new infusion of money, DeMille bought what had been the Ince Studios in Culver City, reopening it with a ceremony that rivaled the pomp of Louis B. Mayer's christening of his nearby MGM the year before. As Pathé expanded, part of the newly merged vaudeville theater company Keith Albee Orpheum came under the Walker-Milbank umbrella. It was another example of the prescient Kennedy's prediction of Darwinian consolidations, and what had once been a voice in the wilderness was beginning to be common knowledge. As the industry moves on, summarized a Film Daily, the field narrows. The newly enlarged Pathé brought together a combination of personalities and interests so diverse they were a challenge to get in the same room, let alone to agree on how to proceed. There were now 15 members of the Pathé board, including Edward Albee, Cecille B. DeMille, and Charles Pathé, as well as financiers such as Walker, Milbank, and Ed Lynch, and they were foundering in their attempts to find common ground. They may have merged on paper, but most of the players were still primarily looking after what they considered their own interests. The two men with the most money on the line, Elisha Walker and Jeremiah Milbank, decided that John Murdoch, the general manager of Keith Albee, had the experience and wherewithal to head the new Pathé. Yet after several months, Walker was growing concerned. The sale of debentures they had floated in June had not been a success, and their stock was slumping. Bankruptcy was a possibility, unless everything could be cut to the bone. They had not given up hope of turning the company around, but were hedging their bets with plans for a gradual liquidation. The trades had been predicting a merger of Pathé with First National, a consortium of theater circuits that also produced its own films. Yet Walker and Milbank didn't think it was time to get bigger, which would take even more money, or to sell their company at fire sale rates. They needed someone capable of bringing the numbers into shape for making a real profit, or, failing that, getting Pathé in a position to sell. And that's where Joe Kennedy came in. His turnaround of FBO was well publicized, and he was the only man in Hollywood who was a banker by profession, with hands-on experience in the film business. He was golden. Walker already had invested $6 million, and he made it clear he was willing to put another much-needed $2 million into the company, only if Kennedy came in. Walker instructed Murdoch to meet with Kennedy as soon as possible and make it work. For any ordinary film man, the thought of running one company while managing and expanding another was inconceivable. Yet Pathé intrigued Kennedy for a number of reasons. His ego was stroked, of course, and there was no doubt in his mind that he was uniquely qualified to improve the company's bottom line. Pathé also opened up a variety of doors to him, new financing, new studio space, and through the Keith Albee Orpheum connection, new theaters. Murdoch entered his meeting with Kennedy knowing he was being sent in to make a deal, no matter what the demands were. Yet he was no easy mark himself. At 68, J.J. Murdoch was a small, dapper man who sported a mustache and a shock of long white hair parted cleanly on the side. Born in Scotland, he had come to America at the age of 12 and was soon working as a stagehand. He moved on to Chicago, where he managed theaters, and in 1909 formed the International Producing and Projecting Company to import European films. Murdoch then joined the Keith vaudeville circuit, and within a few short years rose to the position of general manager. If Kennedy's way of insinuating himself was to feign self-deprecation, Murdoch's was to profess ignorance, and then proceed to milk the person's mind of the business details he was after. He figured that if the opponent thought you were smart, he would be intimidated and hold back. But those who assumed you really didn't know about the subject at hand would relax and pour their stories out. His dark, deep-set eyes rarely missed a trick, but this time it was Murdoch who poured out the situation he was facing. When Pathé and Producers Distributing had merged, they both had sales and distribution systems in place. It was assumed they could save over $1 million a year in reducing those duplications. Yet many of the exchange offices had long leases, and the high-priced executives had multi-year contracts. The only place to make real cuts was in the sales force. It did not take long to realize they had fired salesmen with solid personal relationships with exhibitors, and accounts were lost as a result. Over half of their movies were two reel westerns that should have sold themselves, but now they were looking at several $1 million worth of films sitting on the shelf. There was a glut on the market everywhere. FBO was shutting down for January, Warner Brothers had done the same, and both United Artists and MGM were laying off staff. Yet Pathé's unsold backlog was the largest in the business. With all of Pathé's problems, Murdoch knew he should be concentrating on what he knew best, and that was theaters. He was confident he could handle Ed Albee and the other executives inherited in the mergers. Murdoch's biggest challenge was Cecille B. DeMille. When pressed to cut costs, DeMille informed Murdoch that would not be possible, and proceeded to increase the quality and price of his productions. Murdoch might be president, but DeMille wasn't listening. King of Kings was the latest grand spectacle from the man who had been dubbing himself Director General since directing his first feature. In the 15 years since, DeMille had been with several companies, and his current agreement with Milbank gave him the freedom to direct his own films while supervising a dozen others. No one was disputing his genius, but his habit of wearing a uniform of riding pants and puttees, carrying an omnipresent megaphone, and being followed by an entourage at the ready with anything he might need, including a chair, set a new level of autocratic and egocentric behavior. DeMille now wanted another $1 million for improvements at the studio. If his full slate of films for the next season was put into production, it would cost $5 million. The primary concern wasn't the 1 or 2 films a year DeMille himself made. Although they were expensive, they eventually showed profits. It was the dozen other films he was currently supervising where the costs had to be slashed. If Pathé was going to continue to operate, or be profitably sold, DeMille had to be dealt with. Milbank knew it, Walker knew it, and Murdoch knew it. They just had to get DeMille to know it, and they saw Kennedy as the man to convince him. Rescuing a company spending more each week than it was bringing in was just the challenge Kennedy loved, and to go mano a mano with a man who had given him such a hard time before deigning to come to Harvard would be a personal pleasure. And it was all at the request of Elisha Walker and Jeremiah Milbank, serious money men it couldn't hurt to please. Still, Joe didn't want to appear too eager, and he had a few caveats. His staff was to have several weeks to go over all the numbers, and during that time this was all to stay just between the financiers, Murdoch and Kennedy. If they moved forward, he was to be publicly labeled an advisor to Pathé with no salary attached, with the private understanding that he would receive a fee for services of not less than $500,000, which would come in the form of 100,000 shares of the company's stock, at the moment valued at $10 a share. Pathé was to keep some money in the bank by not paying dividends for the next quarter, with the explanation that the company has decided to conserve its resources. Kennedy didn't want any public association with that, or any announcement, until he was back at his desk in late February. In the meantime, he was off on vacation. With Rose in Boston, days away from giving birth, Joe bid goodbye to his 7 children in New York, and, along with Eddie Moore and Ted O'Leary, boarded the train for Palm Beach. The men were all installed at the Royal Poinciana Hotel by the time Gloria Swanson and her marquis pulled out of the Los Angeles train station. Kept informed of every detail of Durr's machinations by cable or by phone, Kennedy was feeling upbeat as he, Moore, and O'Leary, dressed in their straw hats, tropical suits, and white shoes, waited on the Palm Beach platform to meet his new star and her husband. The die was cast when Joe, after abruptly kissing Gloria as he greeted her on the train, ushered Henri, Ted, and Eddie into one of the waiting cars, and Gloria into the other, so they could be alone for the ride to the hotel. Swanson's arrival was big news, even in a resort used to larger-than-life celebrities. Invitations and cards awaited her, but the most exclusive party in her honor had been arranged by Kennedy. Eddie Moore told her competition for inclusion was so great, anybody who didn't get an invitation has just 1 week to commit suicide or leave town. Joe roared with laughter. revealing what Gloria saw as an endearing, boyish pride in himself. Pat Scollard came down for a few days to join the group for business sessions. Gloria was briefed on her new streamlined operation, in which Durr was the key man, with Sullivan in charge of the finances. No longer was she carrying a bunch of worthless passengers on her payroll. If she had any qualms about anyone, including Milton Cohen, being let go, she kept them to herself. She was so pleased and grateful to no longer be making decisions. She thought only of the joys of what she considered to be a well-deserved vacation. The partying was intense, with Joe showing off his Hollywood royalty as if he was P.T. Barnum and we were Lavinia and Tom Thumb. Everywhere they went, Joe was beaming with pride. Financially, he had been able to afford Palm Beach for some time, but now he was trumping their social game in a way he had never even dreamed possible. He was royalty by association. Still, Joe wanted more. He arranged for Eddie Moore to take Henri deep-sea fishing, then begged off at the last minute by claiming he had business calls to make that won't keep. Gloria entertained herself shopping on Worth Avenue, but shortly after she returned to her hotel room she looked up from her bed to see Kennedy standing at her door, in his white flannels and his argyle sweater and his two-toned shoes. In her 1980 memoir, Swanson told of Joe rushing at her as he moaned, "No longer, no longer, now!" He was like a roped horse, rough, arduous, racing to be free. Within minutes it was over with a hasty climax, and, apart from his guilty, passionate mutterings, he had still said nothing cogent. Somehow she had known this would happen, and didn't even feign resistance. Instead, she concluded that the strange man beside me, more than my husband, owned me. The very attributes that had attracted her to the Marquis, his gentleness, his adoration, and his superb manners, had slowly become a hindrance. In Paris, Henri had been indispensable, dealing with everything from the press to the bureaucrats to the travel arrangements with dispatch. In America, he had no real role to play. As James Quirk, editor of Photoplay, put it, "I can't imagine a more difficult position for a young man than to become the husband of the most talked-about woman in the world." Gloria needed a man who would forcibly stand up for her, and to her. That was not Henri. Swanson paid for everything, set the social schedule, and ruled the roost at the studio and at home. She was, as he called her, ma patronne. He had entered her life as an employee, and an underling he would stay. After watching him in the meetings she had insisted he attend, Gloria concluded that Henri was thoroughly unexceptional. While she had no desire to divorce, she was on the rebound when it came to looking for a personal and professional partner, and she was convinced she had found him in Joe Kennedy. Joe stepped in to take care of Henri by arranging for him to become Pathé's man in Paris. It was a brilliant solution. The Marquis saved face with a salary and position of his own, and, with him out of the country, the path was clear for Joe. Of course, Henri needed to leave for his new post as soon as possible. Gloria departed Palm Beach feeling lighter than she had in years, knowing Joe Kennedy had taken over my entire life. J.J. Murdoch telephoned Kennedy several times in Florida, but was always told he was out on the links. When Joe finally took a call, Murdoch tried to get him to cut his vacation short, but Kennedy told him he wasn't coming back for just more hot air. However, he promised when he did return to New York, Pathé would be his first stop. After his 3 glorious weeks in Palm Beach, Kennedy entered into an intense week of meetings. In his absence, his men had collected and reviewed all the Pathé numbers and contract obligations. They were waiting for him, topped by 1-page summary memos. There was no doubt that he was going ahead with the Pathé deal, no matter what the numbers said. In fact, the worse they were, the better it was, because it just showed how much they needed their rescuer to ride in on the proverbial white horse. Pathé bonds were plunging. They had lost over 10% of their value just during the time he had been in Palm Beach. Their stock had dipped to a new low of $9 a share, down from $45 the previous August. Under instructions from Elisha Walker, Murdoch was ready to do whatever Joe wanted. And what he wanted was more money and a formal connection with those Keith Albee Orpheum theaters. They decided that cash would be added by having KAO buy a minority interest in FBO. Guy Currier had no reason to know about or question the depth of Kennedy's association with Pathé. Bringing theaters into their equation made simple business sense, and so to set that in motion, the Gower Street Company held a board meeting to enlarge the number of FBO shares, and then turned around and sold 40,000 of FBO common to Keith for $600,000. The FBO board of directors was expanded to include Murdoch, and the incorporation agreement was changed to give voting rights to shareholders of FBO common. Currier and Kennedy then took out over $100,000 each in profits. The money wasn't needed to run FBO. That's what Cinema Credits Corporation was for. While the meetings were taking place, rumors were flying that FBO was about to merge with Pathé. Every day for a week the trades ran front-page stories full of conjecture. But behind closed doors, Walker, Murdoch, and Kennedy knew the two studios would remain separate entities, yet under the same management. That management, of course, was Joe Kennedy. He demanded and received truly all-encompassing powers, verified by a letter signed by Murdoch as president. I confirm your appointment to act on behalf of the company, with full authority to discharge any or all employees or officers of the company, and in the case of existing contracts, to cancel and compromise the same in your full discretion. You are also empowered to engage such new agents and on such terms as you may consider in the best interest of the company. With that letter in his pocket, Kennedy publicly called the merger rumors absurd. He was joining Pathé as a special advisor, purely on a desire to help Pathé out of a situation, because of his close friendship and mutual admiration with Murdoch. There was no remuneration, and no stock was changing hands. Technically, he was right. It wouldn't be until May that the Pathé board formally presented him with 100,000 shares of stock, $2,000 a week salary, retroactive to February, and an agreement to pick up all his related expenses. If his pronouncements stretched credulity, it didn't matter to the financial press. They immediately proclaimed Pathé to be in a stronger position because of Kennedy's association. While refusing to go into detail, Kennedy did announce he was planning a trip to the coast to reorganize Pathé and meet with DeMille. But first he needed to make a quick trip to Boston to see his wife and the 2-week-old daughter she named Jean Ann. Joe presented Rose with a diamond bracelet and found her surrounded by dozens of floral bouquets, including one from Gloria Swanson, as well as literally hundreds of cards and cables, many from his Hollywood friends and associates. Roses may have been reflected glory, but glory it was just the same. When Barbara Walters later asked her about her husband's serial absences, "No matter," she said with a wink and a smile. "A diamond bracelet makes up for the loss." And Rose stayed in Boston for yet another month to rest, while the other 7 children remained at the house in Riverdale, New York, still under Mary Moore's care. Eddie stopped in for a visit with his wife, but soon it was time to pack up again. As Joe explained to Rose, Gloria Swanson was in a financial morass that needed his immediate attention. Chapter 13. Industry-Wide Influence and Respect. March to April 1928. When Kennedy returned to Los Angeles in mid-March of 1928, he once again checked into the Ambassador Hotel. But his interests had expanded since his last trip. In addition to FBO, he now had Pathé and Gloria Swanson. So one of Eddie's first assignments was to find him a house. In contrast to previous visits, during which Joe's activities were concentrated around the Ambassador on Wilshire or at FBO in bustling Hollywood, his immediate task took him to the still isolated village southwest of Los Angeles, Culver City. A real estate developer, Harry Culver, had incorporated the area over a decade before and set his sights on it becoming the heart of Screenland. He persuaded Thomas Ince to build his studio there, but in spite of promotions claiming all roads lead to Culver City, the area remained less than cosmopolitan. As a studio secretary described it at the time, Culver City is such an ugly little town, and outside of a lot of fast roadhouses, cafes, and nightclubs, there is absolutely nothing else one can do here or go to. Nothing, that is, except go to work at the original Ince studio, which was now Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, or at his second creation, now housing Pathé. The rest of the town may have left much to be desired, but the studio edifices were magnificent. Kennedy was driven down Washington Boulevard and into Pathé's long curved driveway. Ince had based the imposing colonial-style administration building on Mount Vernon, and another antebellum touch was still very much in evidence. A black man, dressed in full livery, stood at attention at the entrance, ready to run down the steps, open the car door, and then run back up the stairs to bow as he held open the main door. Kennedy's presence was the talk of the lot. Everyone suspected it meant serious changes were afoot, and was anxious to hear what was to happen next. But it was Joe who was kept waiting. DeMille sent word he was busy filming. Yet, if he was going for a psychological advantage, he was underestimating a formidable opponent. Joe wasn't about to sit in an office cooling his heels, and instead used his time to walk through the studio as if it were his own. Finally, the director left the set to go behind closed doors with him. Walker had written DeMille that Kennedy was coming in as an advisor, but when Joe told him they needed to discuss the settlement of his contract and the liquidation of the company, DeMille became visibly upset. Who was this banker to talk to him this way? Had he only made the 10 Commandments and King of Kings, he would have been regarded as Hollywood's greatest director, if only for the business they did. With D.W. Griffith a spent force, DeMille was regarded as the towering genius of American film, and arguably the man who had established Hollywood. In his own mind he had no equal, and while he knew Kennedy from the Harvard series and as a Hayes sycophant, that certainly did not give him the status to dictate what was coming next. DeMille believed that when banks came into pictures, trouble came in with them. But he knew the power behind Kennedy, and so he held out a thread of hope that Joe was the exception, a banker who understood movies. After his initial outburst, DeMille radiated cordial civility, as he told Joe he welcomed the idea of him straightening out Pathé. Venting to Kennedy and warming to him in the process, DeMille was frank in his judgment that Murdoch might be a capable administrator of vaudeville theaters, but he didn't know much about movie-making. DeMille had approved the idea of merging the various companies, but had voiced concern that they were running the ship into the ground. Surely Joe appreciated the pressure and frustration he was feeling. Everyone had agreed on a production plan for the year, and now suddenly he was summarily informed everything had changed. Walker and the officers in the East, as the director disdainfully called them, had not been forthcoming. He had done the best he could during this maelstrom, and even praised Murdoch in the press. And what had been his reward? He was being treated as an employee, not as a partner. Kennedy sought to pacify him, claiming that he too was shocked that the trades had somehow gotten wind of the company's condition. He adamantly denied responsibility for recent headlines that proclaimed, "DeMille will have to make cheaper films," says Kennedy. With a straight face, the director said he was confident that you have been misquoted, and presented himself as the model of decorum. Tempted as he was, he would refrain from going to the press to counter these false reports of his wasteful spending. He claimed his own production unit was the only economical operation on the lot, but his protestations have the ring of Louis being shocked to find that there is gambling in Rick's back room as he is handed his winnings in Casablanca. In addition to DeMille's own generous earnings, the salaries he was paying others were among the highest in the industry. His screenwriter, Jeannie McPherson, was making $1,000 a week, his older brother William $2,000, and William's new wife, the screenwriter Clara Berenger, $1,000. In just 2 months, DeMille had gone through more than $1.2 million on The Godless Girl and the 10 supposedly much lower-cost films he was supervising. He argued that canceling any of those at this point would cost almost as much as going ahead. But Kennedy knew Walker was so anxious to get rid of DeMille, he would only agree to finish the movies already actively in production. Clearly this was a man suffering from wounded pride, and Joe had an almost innate sense of knowing when to soothe and when to lunge. Now he sympathized, as only a messenger could, and claimed he was just there to prevent bankruptcy, which was to everyone's advantage. Maybe so, but before DeMille could even talk about a settlement of his contract, there had to be an agreement that the company would make an official public statement professing his budgetary responsibility. Besides, he didn't have time for any of this. He had The Godless Girl to direct, and what he had heard to date was so insulting he preferred receivership to any such settlement. The meeting was over, and no others were scheduled. Yet there was no doubt about who was now in charge. Kennedy announced that all production departments were to notify their employees they were being discharged as soon as their current projects were completed. All contracts with independent producers were being canceled. Privately, Joe assured the likes of Max Sennett that their exit arrangements would be negotiated. But the message was clear. DeMille could think all he wanted. His days at his studio were numbered. At every turn, Kennedy conferred with Walker, usually on the phone, for, as Joe put it, "I prefer to clear up these items with a talk rather than a telegram." Pleased with what he considered his progress, Joe reported that everything was working along satisfactorily, and, with that, left town. His departure may have been a dramatic message to DeMille, but there was another purpose as well. Kennedy was off to Palm Springs, because that was where Gloria Swanson was waiting for him. Palm Springs was just remote enough for privacy. A travel writer at the time called it an audacious little village in the desert, where until only a few years before the biggest attraction had been a sanitarium for tuberculosis patients. Then came the Desert Inn, designed to welcome a clientele who wanted a select, expensive, and chic resort experience, and its success led to the building of the recently opened El Mirador, where Gloria had ensconced herself. Kennedy might have told his wife he had to be in California because of Swanson's financial morass, but in reality everything had been settled by the time Joe arrived in Los Angeles. His minions had a system in place to keep Gloria in line and her expenses monitored. Swanson's production manager, Pete Bedard, had spent over 2 months doing the gang's bidding while watching Tom Moore, Milton Cohen, and a series of others be shown the door. The dressmaker and seamstress were taken off their weekly retainers, and the household staff was reduced. All through the process, Gloria assured Pete that he was a valued friend whose position was secure. So it came as a shock when Durr informed him that he, too, was off the payroll. As Durr told Kennedy, "While Bedard is a peach of a fellow, I know lots of peaches I can't pay $250 weekly." When the cameras were rolling again, Pete could return, but not until then. Durr said he was being ruthless in his recommendations and was prepared to be the fall guy if Gloria objected. But she didn't. When Pete tried to reach her, she refused to respond to his cables or take his calls. Her new alliance was complete. Durr had overseen the significant reduction in Swanson's expenses and established an intricate system of checks and balances. Grace Crossman remained as Swanson's New York secretary, but the Fifth Avenue office was closed, and she was given a desk at Pathé on 45th Street. She took direction from Pat Scollard down the hall, where he was responsible for overseeing Gloria's contracts, bonds, insurance policies, and other legal necessities. In Hollywood, Lance Heath was still on salary as her publicist, and even though Durr thought they could find someone to keep the books for less than $75 a week, Irving Wakehoff was kept on as her accountant. Wakehoff was given an office at the FBO studio, where he collected and recorded Gloria's income and documented all her bills, generating weekly account sheets. These were sent upstairs to Charlie Sullivan to be paid out of what was called the Special Sullivan account. Copies of the reports were also sent to Pat Scollard in New York, where he double-checked the figures, and, when needed and authorized, sent money into Sullivan's account. 10 cents off was not too small an amount to be caught and reconciled. With bank accounts established at Columbia Trust and A.P. Giannini's Bank of Italy, which would soon become Bank of America, Kennedy in many ways had simply replaced Schenck. But he also provided a new organizational structure and a firm hand to guide it. If Kennedy delegated most tasks, one he handled himself was the assuaging of Gloria's husband. Joe took to writing Henri long letters, friendly but professional, with never a hint of a possibility that the two men might have differing goals. Joe funneled assignments to the Paris-based Henri, such as following up on actresses who might be brought into the Pathé fold, and meeting with Somerset Maugham about writing that discussed sequel to Miss Thompson. When Henri had trouble with his passport, Kennedy stepped in and assigned his attorneys to follow up. Joe treated him with familiar respect, promising that upon his next visit to the States, Ted O'Leary would be in New York, ready to serve as a reception committee to you, and Joe himself would be glad to see you back in California. Not too soon, of course. After 2 years of knowing she was in over her head, Gloria finally felt she could relax, and she was doing just that in Palm Springs. For someone who had been so hesitant to put her faith in anyone, Gloria was grateful and relieved to put everything in Kennedy's hands. She genuinely liked him. She was impressed by his stories of having withstood oppression and endured prejudice, and admired him for it. No one was better at playing the diva in public than Gloria, but she felt a kinship with Joe for what she considered their mutual rise from obscurity. He made her laugh, and his confidence gave her solace. Her abrupt experiences with him in Palm Beach had proven her latest conquest was hardly an impressive lover. "The idea that they were a great sexual match is a joke," said her last husband, William Dufty. Gloria was very intrepid sexually, but in terms of her relationship with men she was hobbled emotionally by the fact she had been raised more or less fatherless. She had no brothers or male cousins. She was very vulnerable. Vulnerable in some ways, to be sure, but the lack of physical satisfaction on Gloria's part gave her a control that she wouldn't have had otherwise. Not being swept up in physical passion herself, she was free to believe she was pleasing Joe. She was taking care of him in one way, and he was taking care of her in another. She found herself completely trusting his superior business sense, as well as his promise of enduring security. To her mind, he adored her, and would do anything for her. That was much more difficult to find than good sex. Joe, on the other hand, must have found the sex incredible. Here was a woman willing to jump into bed for the sake of pleasure, and in this and other ways Gloria was the antithesis of Rose. The star was overtly sexual, and flouted convention. She was funny, irreverent, and intimately involved in his work. As confident as Joe was, he must have been amazed he was actually waking up next to one of the world's most glamorous women. After a week in seclusion with Gloria, Joe returned to Pathé to do battle with a somewhat calmed DeMille. Elisha Walker had sent him a conciliatory cable, but the director continued to object to the recent turn of events. His 5-year contract had more than 4 years to run, and it came with some impressive guarantees. His personal productions were to be financed up to $1.5 million a year. He could supervise the making of 30 films a year and hire whom he wanted when he wanted. He needed board approval only for contracts lasting more than a year or paying more than $2,500 a week. DeMille was receiving $250,000 annually as a base salary, as well as a percentage of the gross of both the films he directed and the ones he supervised. He was the star of the lot, and had incredible freedom for someone who rarely had to think about financing. He even had his own radio station at the studio, for the sole purpose of communicating with his yacht, the Seaward. He was protected if Pathé defaulted on any payments. If his current contract wasn't renewed for another 5 years, he had an automatic option to buy the studio. Kennedy had studied and annotated his copy of DeMille's contract, and on paper there was no question that the director was in the driver's seat. Still, DeMille was no one's fool, and it was obvious that the power had shifted and the bankers were now in control. Independently, Walker and Kennedy told him that if Pathé was to be saved, they all had to act first and foremost as businessmen. After all, he was a stockholder himself, albeit a minority one. Walker rather patronizingly reminded him that because of the unsatisfactory condition of the company, we must all make some sacrifices. Kennedy stressed that it wasn't he who wanted to end the relationship, but our banking associates, and his contract would be worthless if they weren't bluffing about filing for bankruptcy. If all that logic failed to move DeMille, there was also an implied threat. If he had any thoughts of suing, the defense would be that the quality and cost of his pictures made it impossible for anybody to distribute profitably. The director agreed to sit down for some serious discussions. Slowly, items on their to-be-negotiated list were checked off. First, it was agreed that DeMille was to be immediately relieved of his production duties on all films except for The Godless Girl. He was to remain on the Pathé board, and if he wanted to take certain personnel with him wherever he went next, that could be arranged. Pathé was to retain the rights to most of the films he had made there, but he kept the rights to King of Kings. That left the details surrounding The Godless Girl to be settled. The film was given its own designation as David's Special for coded cables, and was far and away their biggest of the season. $700,000 had already been spent when filming wrapped at the end of March. But the editing process would be a challenge because DeMille had outdone himself by shooting 45 feet of film for every one that would eventually be seen on the screen. Joe began by offering him 25% of the gross of The Godless Girl. But DeMille responded by saying gross figures meant nothing if Pathé was releasing, because they didn't know how to distribute films effectively. He thought it was better to let United Artists or famous players do it. But Joe wasn't budging. Nor would he agree to DeMille's demand that he be guaranteed $200,000, regardless of what the film brought in. Instead, Kennedy suggested a 40% gross against the first $500,000, still totaling $200,000, but the box office receipts had to be there first. Walker had already agreed to go as high as 50%, so everyone was pleased. DeMille signed his separation papers on April 18, 1928, publicly claiming he was receiving $1 million, but only $250,000 changed hands. Another $200,000 to repay previous loans and investments he had made to the company would come later, with caveats attached. Kennedy sent a positive, upbeat account to Walker. Now the director was at least under restricted control as he finished his work, and his contract was no longer in effect. Yet Joe urged Walker to consider leaving open the possibility of bringing DeMille back to direct another picture or two. He was concerned that, with DeMille gone, the standard of pictures will be very cheap, and theater owners might rebel against Pathé. He understood that others on the board might say, "We got rid of him, let's stay rid of him." But if they could agree to one film a year, everyone would benefit. Kennedy suggested a budget limit of $1 million, most of it financed from outside the company, with DeMille receiving $200,000 for directing and then 5% of the gross. If the director went over budget, it came out of his own pocket. Kennedy assured Walker, "We can get along without him, and will." But he believed the DeMille name has a great value with exhibitors in the trades. This new proposal would not affect the separation agreement, and might well add value to Pathé if they sold it. There was no doubting the director's talent. He just needed Joe to rein him in. "I hold no brief with DeMille except from a business point of view," Kennedy told Walker, but he let the director think he revered him and was advocating on his behalf. United Artists had prepared a contract for DeMille, and while he told Kennedy he wanted more time to think about it, Joe believed it was his tremendous pride that kept him from becoming one of many after being the one and only Director General. At UA, DeMille would also have to arrange his own financing, so Kennedy told him he was willing to step in personally, separate from Walker or anyone else, to finance his films. The end result of Kennedy's machinations was that his stock had risen with both DeMille and the men in the East. Walker was relieved and more than pleased with Kennedy's settlement, and DeMille left with a new respect for Joe, and the door open to do business with him. There was still plenty to do at Pathé, but now Kennedy could shift his attention to the more traditional problems of cutting budgets and personnel. No man had ever run two studios at the same time, but no one seems to have looked upon the situation with suspicion or trepidation. To the contrary, his relationship with Pathé was praised in the trades as evidence of the widening influence of Mr. Joseph P. Kennedy, which, thus far, has been wholesome and constructive. Never before had anyone moved so quickly to establish industry-wide influence and respect. The film business was fortunate in having won the interest and association of Mr. Kennedy. In Hollywood, Kennedy meant Wall Street, and any and all approval from that front was seen as a positive. Pathé was one of the few entertainment companies whose stock prices were up, and Variety credited that to the prestige of Joseph P. Kennedy. Kennedy was a master delegator, on top of every detail of every contract, and aware of where every penny was going. He spent some time at Pathé in Culver City, some at FBO in Hollywood, and bragged he had an army of employees at his beck and call, all on trial and therefore anxious to prove themselves. Eddie Moore had found a house to lease, a two-story Craftsman at 801 Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, complete with a clay tennis court that ran parallel to the swimming pool. With 5 bedrooms, 4 fireplaces, and a polished teak staircase, it had a comfortable, informal feel, in spite of its large size. Joe's master bedroom on the 2nd floor looked out on the bridle path down Rodeo, where riders on their horses could be as commonplace as cars, especially on Sunday mornings. Only Eddie would actually live in the house with him, but the other men were in and out, and it soon took on the aura of a well-appointed clubhouse. It came fully staffed, with a butler, maids, a cook, and a gardener, and had the added advantage of being down the block and around the corner from Gloria's house on Crescent. With her finances under control, she didn't need to continue to rent out her estate to save a few $100s a month, and she, her children, and an, albeit reduced, retinue returned to her home that summer. Kennedy made being in Hollywood work for him. As always, he spent up to an hour each morning reading a prodigious amount of information, and then it was to the telephone. He was back on the phone again in the early evening, and that was the time set aside for calls home, letting Rose know through the FBO office in New York when he would be available to talk. Still, Kennedy was so busy every day that Eddie Moore reported to Scollard, "We haven't had the goss sticks out of the bag since we arrived." FBO was percolating with a variety of films, all made on low budgets. Where Sam Goldwyn opened his wallet to reach out to his eminent authors, Kennedy went to the pages of True Story magazine for Sinners in Love. Hearst had access to his own Cosmopolitan magazine for screen material, but Joe had Barney Google from Hearst's comic pages for two-reelers. The RCA technicians were beginning to arrive at Gower Street to install the components of their first sound unit, and Bill LeBaron was hopeful they could put musical scores into some films by the summer. More and more Kennedy's name appeared on the screen and in print, on the films, in the ads, and on the lobby cards. Joseph P. Kennedy Presents was even printed on the music cue sheets that accompanied the films for the theater's organ or orchestra. He took to addressing theater owners directly through bylined columns in the trades, and with ads headlined, "From One Showman to Another," in a straight-shooting style that still aimed at Main Street rather than Broadway. He assured them he understood their needs. "Melodrama is our meat, but high-class melodrama. Concentrating on this type, we are able to give the exhibitor a superior type of production at a price that will enable him to make money and draw all classes of patrons." FBO's publicity arm expanded to create a department of showmanship to assist theater owners in all their exploitation plans. Kennedy used his salesmen as two-way streets to sell the films that were already made, as well as solicit the theater owners' opinions on what packed their houses. The exhibitors were courted, and Joe made sure his men didn't arrive empty-handed. Faux leather notebooks with FBO imprinted on the cover laid out a yearly calendar for keeping track of bookings. A photograph of a handsome Joseph P. Kennedy president graced the opening page, with promises of a new film season that would excel by a wide margin the previous year, and expressing the hope that FBO may be largely instrumental in your success. Kennedy had positioned himself into a unique role in an expanding business, and his star was shining. He was experiencing the joys of unprecedented public success. But then, for the first time, his eyes that had never wavered from the bottom line blinked, and he went creative. When they had been in Florida together, the news was slowly leaked out that Gloria Swanson and Joe Kennedy had reached an agreement to make her next 3 films at FBO, with Kennedy financing and United Artists distributing. So far they had appeared together in print only professionally, but his pride in their association was starting to go to his head. Since the early days of his marriage, he had dallied with a variety of ingenues, indeed considered them one of the side benefits of the business. But Gloria Swanson was something else again. She was a huge star. She was the ultimate trophy mistress, reflects William Dufty. With Gloria at his side, Joe envisioned himself on the verge of greatness. She was perfectly reconciled to go back to work. But what that work was to be remained undecided. She was intrigued by several possible stories, but Joe decided none of them appeal very much to me. Once again he told her, together we could make millions. And he was looking for that important film, that great story. In order to prove to his ultimate trophy mistress he was the ultimate producer, Kennedy needed the ultimate director, and he found him in Erich von Stroheim. Stroheim and important were synonymous. Almost as exalted as Griffith or DeMille, Stroheim was famous for his lavish epics that took the art form to a new level. Swanson had made 50 films. Stroheim had directed 7. Yet to Kennedy it was a match made in heaven. And Gloria was thrilled when Eddie Moore called to tell her to prepare for a meeting because the boss has got von Stroheim. Kennedy prided himself on not being easily impressed, but he was in awe of Stroheim, who presented himself as an aristocratic Austrian. The director was immaculately groomed and steeped in Viennese culture as the three met at Swanson's home. Stroheim fawned over Gloria, calling her Madame la Marquise as he praised her films. The actress and the director traded tales of studios butchering their work and bathed each other in sympathy for what they had endured. If Gloria was concerned that Joe was being slighted in the conversation, she was reassured when she saw him smiling broadly enough to show his teeth, like a dog who had run up out of the garden and presented me with a choice bone he had uncovered, as if to say, "What do you think of that?" Joe continued to smile as Stroheim regaled them with a story he was planning to create exclusively for Gloria. Perhaps in deference to Joe, Stroheim's heroine was a Catholic girl with the Irish name of Kelly. Her chance meeting with the prince of a European kingdom leads to a fire at her convent, and then a night at the castle where the lovers are discovered by the Queen, who whips Kelly and orders the prince arrested. Kelly attempts suicide before returning to the convent, where she learns she has inherited her aunt's brothel in Africa, so it is off to the Dark Continent, where Kelly is eventually reunited with the prince after a gripping chase. A brothel? A convent? Why weren't they raising questions about the film's settings, or a storyline that called for Gloria to go from a sweet young novice to a madam to a queen? Swanson was swept away by the richly cinematic story, with its drama, thrills, and romance, as well as feeling flattered it was being designed just for her by this major artist. Kennedy was just as intrigued, and, still grinning, agreed that Stroheim should start writing the script immediately. After the three had shaken hands and the director had departed, Gloria shared in Joe's excitement, concluding that landing Stroheim was one of the proudest accomplishments of his life. The idea that Kennedy had scored a great coup in getting Stroheim was ludicrous. The director had been out of work for over a year. Today his films, such as Greed and The Wedding March, are seen as glorious, but the efforts to get them to the screen were well-known horror stories at the time, and his pedigree was hardly what he claimed. He presented himself as the Catholic son of an Austrian count and a German baroness, schooled in war colleges before serving in the Austrian military, and then immigrating to the United States at the age of 24 in 1909. In reality, Erich Oswald Stroheim had added the von, along with a string of middle names when he arrived at Ellis Island, having left behind the other members of his relatively poor Jewish family and their failing millinery shop. Stroheim began in films working with D.W. Griffith, both behind the camera as an assistant and in front of the camera in small roles, billing himself as Count von Stroheim. It was at Universal that Stroheim had found a home as a director, screenwriter, and actor. While gaining a reputation for his autocratic demeanor and expensive attention to detail, he was showing a profit at the box office. It wasn't until his third film, Foolish Wives, that he was confronted by Universal's new 20-year-old production chief, Irving Thalberg, who was already envisioning the tight production controls he would later institute at MGM. He found Stroheim absolutely impossible, so he informed him if he wanted to make another picture at Universal, he either directed or acted. He couldn't do both. Stroheim chose to direct Merry-Go-Round, but he refused to live within Thalberg's budgetary restrictions and was fired after 6 weeks of shooting. Stroheim moved to the Goldwyn Company, where he was deep into the year he spent filming Greed, his 330-page script of Frank Norris's novel McTeague, when the company was merged into the newly created Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Stroheim's new boss was his old nemesis, Irving Thalberg, and almost inevitably they clashed again. Irene Mayer-Selznick remembered going to the studio early one morning to see the director's cut of Greed, which Stroheim had reduced to 40 reels. He refused to cut it further, and Irene arrived prepared to do battle on his behalf. But when she left the screening room, the sun had set and she was having second thoughts. Parts of it were riveting, but the idea that a masterpiece was devastated when MGM drastically edited Greed was a myth perpetuated by people who never saw the original and who heard about it from others who also hadn't seen it. Stroheim's contract with Goldwyn had been absorbed in the MGM merger, and the rights had already been purchased for his next film, The Merry Widow. This time it was Louis B. Mayer who reportedly came to physical blows with the director, but there was a rapprochement between Stroheim and Thalberg, who brought him back to finish it after firing him again. The Merry Widow made many of the best films of the year lists, and Stroheim was credited with getting the performance of a lifetime out of his star, Mae Murray. Released in the summer of 1925, The Merry Widow was the most recent Stroheim film audiences had seen when Kennedy and Swanson met with the director in the early spring of 1928. He had made the wedding march for Kennedy's former associate turned independent producer Pat Powers, but after 8 months of shooting 200,000 feet of film at a cost of over $1 million, production was stopped. Bud Schulberg remembers the last straw being Stroheim's purchase of 1,000 pairs of silk underwear for the extras because it helped them feel the part. In frustration, Powers sold the unfinished film to Paramount, where it was still awaiting its fate. While Stroheim's crews were exceptionally loyal, actors who had worked with him reported mixed feelings, and there was no debate among producers. Thalberg was the only one to have worked with Stroheim more than once, and he had fired him twice. Kennedy had to have heard at least some of the tales of Stroheim's loggerhead showdowns, his insistence on total control that resulted in the doubling and tripling of budgets, and finished films that were 6 to 8 hours long. When Joe asked Louis B. Mayer as a personal favor to loan him an MGM cinematographer, the studio had refused because the cameraman was busy elsewhere. However, Mayer took the opportunity to tell Kennedy that, "I hope your results with von Stroheim will be all that you wish them to be, and I have no doubt they will. With your intelligent handling, I believe he can be an asset in the direction of this particular picture." When Mayer closed with a comment, "At least, if you weather the storm, you will have something worth talking about," Kennedy chose not to read between the lines. The trades had long reported Stroheim's history of giving producers plenty of grief, and Kennedy knew people who were only a phone call away if he wanted to know more. The obvious conclusion is that Joe thought he knew better. Despite the stories, or perhaps because of them, Kennedy envisioned himself as the one producer who could bring out the best in Stroheim. Like the general manager who signs a ballplayer who has disrupted every clubhouse in the league, Joe believed he was somehow superior to every other studio head who had contracted with the director. Swanson claimed she asked Joe if he knew Stroheim had a growing reputation for being an undisciplined spendthrift, a hopeless egotist, and a temperamental perfectionist, but he responded by saying, "Yes, I am, but I also know he's our man. I can handle him." All the warning signs aside, Kennedy was not alone in being enchanted by the man who seemed bigger than life. Stroheim made the top 10 list when the directors polled their own in 1928, even though he had not had a film released in over 2 years. When asked what would attract someone like Kennedy to Stroheim, Bud Schulberg says with a smile and a sigh, it was the flame of genius in him." Joe proudly finalized the arrangements, and nothing was going to dampen his excitement. His confidence in his own and the gang's abilities was such that he had no doubt he could handle 2 studios, as well as 2 such high-maintenance directors as DeMille and Stroheim. Besides, he was getting ready to drop one of his earlier investments, Fred Thompson. What Joe had failed to mention to Fred when he made the deal with Paramount was that it was the best one for Kennedy. For guaranteeing $75,000 in financing, that amount plus $100,000 would be returned to Kennedy for each film. The fact that Paramount also had to pay Thompson $15,000 each week he was filming and then make a profit was not Joe's worry. However, the Paramount-Kennedy agreement was for only 4 films, 3 of which were now complete. Kennedy, as he had promised, did all the talking with Paramount. He wanted it that way. But it also meant Thompson and his needs continued to take his time and attention. Joe didn't understand Fred's resistance to the all-out publicity that he deemed necessary. Kennedy reached out to Gene Tunney to help promote Fred with the large city theater owners who had never booked Thompson's films, and initially the boxer was willing to help. However, when he realized Joe wanted him to contact sports writers such as Grant and Rice, who would never be used as a blatant shill, Tunney backed away from Kennedy and his ideas. The reviews for Jesse James found Thompson splendid, but Fred's fans didn't want him to die at the end of the movie, no matter how historically accurate. While the film made a profit, the others that followed were not as successful. Pat Scollard in New York stayed in close contact with the Paramount executives and reported to Kennedy that when Sidney Kent, Paramount's general manager for distribution, saw Thompson's The Sunset Legion, he found it a good picture, but not worthy of a Broadway run. Yet not having a Broadway theater screen for The Sunset Legion would give Thompson reason to complain, and Joe was tired of that as well. Thompson's attempts to stretch to larger theaters and wider audiences had not succeeded as he had hoped. His dedicated fans found themselves waiting in vain for Fred and Silver King, because to cover the hefty expense of paying both Thompson and Kennedy, Paramount had increased the price of first runs. Fred's core audience in small-town theaters didn't get the films for months after their release, if they were available at all. For several years, fans had known which theater would be showing the next Fred and Silver King movie, but now they had to look around, maybe even go to another town, and they, along with the theater owners, became disgruntled. As one Iowa theater manager said in frustration, "We have played them all, and they have made us a nice little sum and pleased our patrons. But if Paramount wants us to pay more than we are now paying, we will have to let them go by." With all these forces coming together, it was clear to Kennedy that his Thompson bonanza was ending. The Exhibitors Herald had just released their annual Top Stars of the Year survey, and Fred Thompson was listed as number 2, with John Gilbert 8th and Douglas Fairbanks coming in at number 10. The one man who squeaked in above Thompson was Tom Mix, so it was no surprise that Joe perked up his ears when he heard that Mix might be available. After 10 years and 70 films, Tom Mix's contract with William Fox was ending. The venerable cowboy star was 47 years old and had been making movies since 1911, just solid cowboy movies where he rode his horse, Tony, caught the bad guys, and got the girl. Yet that very dependability kept the cash coming into the box office. He was hardly the paragon of virtue Thompson was off-screen. Mix had been jailed and in the courts more than once, and suffered through a nasty divorce or two as well. His personal lifestyle had not come cheap, and Mix had run through much of the fortune he had accumulated. He was not in a position to be demanding, and as long as he was well paid and could keep his crew together, he wasn't fussy about the stories or the plot lines. Mix had announced he was going to Argentina to make movies, but Kennedy wasn't about to have a company filming where they could not be watched. Suddenly, headlines proclaimed Mix had changed his mind. He was staying in America and joining the circus. Actually, he was making a series of public appearances because Kennedy saw an opportunity to bring his various assets together. Mix appearing in person at Keith Albee Orpheum theaters and promoting FBO films. Best of all, KAO was there to pick up the tab for the unprecedented publicity. Joe Schnitzer quietly made arrangements for FBO to finance and distribute Mix's films, and Calvin Brown was sent to Kansas City, where the cowboy was on tour, to get his signature on the contracts. The last thing Kennedy wanted at the moment, however, was for Fred Thompson to hear about the deal. So, when Joe was asked to make time to have photographs taken with Mix, he refused and told Schnitzer that, for the time being, no personal publicity of mine goes out in connection with Mix. Fred Thompson and Frances Marion were happily oblivious, and on their first prolonged vacation together in several years. They were in Florida, where Fred was preparing to compete in boat races featuring engines he had designed. But soon rumors began to reach them. At first, they couldn't believe Joe would betray them by working with their only real competition. Something must be very wrong, and so they decided Fred should make a quick trip to New York to meet directly with Paramount executives. Thompson was graciously greeted at the Paramount offices, where the facts were explained to him. It wasn't his salary of nearly $100,000 a film that was the problem. It was the $100,000 per film they had to turn over to Kennedy for his services. They wanted to sign Fred directly, but only after he broke free of Joe. Paramount's contract was with Fred Thompson Productions, not Fred Thompson, who now realized for the first time that he had absolutely no control over his own future. Kennedy had known exactly what he was doing. Thompson was Joe's property under their personal contract. He had told Fred the corporation was simply for tax purposes, as well as having a convenient medium for handling transactions. But the incorporation papers gave Kennedy license for much more than that. 4 meticulous pages spelled out the possibility of involvement in every aspect of financing, producing, distributing, building, exporting, mortgaging, etc., etc., not just films, but real and personal property of every class and description. While 1,000 shares of stock were authorized under the corporation, its initial corporate papers allotted only 10 shares, and they were divided among the 3 people listed as board members, all Delaware residents and presumably employees of the Wilmington-based Corporation Trust, through which the company was created. The first board of directors meeting had been held 3 weeks after the incorporation, in February of 1927, in Pat Scollard's New York office. For the momentous occasion, Pat and 2 secretaries elected Scollard president of the board, and the women were named to share the roles of vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Kennedy's attorney, Benjamin DeWitt, was counsel for the corporation. All the corporate rules were followed, a seal was adopted, and a stock certificate book procured. And then the newly elected officers proceeded to the real business of the afternoon, to issue the remaining 990 shares of stock to Joseph P. Kennedy, in payment for assigning the Thompson contract to the corporation. At the time of the meeting, Kennedy himself was knee-deep in preparation for the Harvard series, but he was sent a copy of a draft of the minutes of the first board meeting, asking him to return the draft with your approval, or with such alterations as you wish to make. In spite of the pretense of corporate officers, Kennedy exercised total control. Too late, Thompson consulted attorneys and learned that it was all tight as a drum. He had neither stock nor any role in the corporation that bore his name. When he had signed that personal contract, he had unwittingly given Kennedy unconditional power over his professional life. After all the years of feigned friendship, Thompson was just a product to be sold. Fred had brought millions of dollars into FBO, and Kennedy had personally profited to the tune of almost $500,000 off the Paramount contract. But the gravy train was ending. There was a glut of westerns on the market anyway. Every studio had come in with the low-cost Tylers and Steeles, and the genre was simply not as popular anymore. Now that Joe had Tom Mix under contract, he could reduce his competition by keeping Fred off the screen. Fred suggested they could tear up the contract and negotiate another that would split profits 3 ways between himself, Kennedy, and Paramount. Thompson was even willing to produce the films himself if Joe would release him. Kennedy refused, and did not respond to Fred's continued attempts to reach him. The Thompsons were stunned. For some time they had known they had outgrown their need for Kennedy, but their loyalty to him had been reinforced by his comforting affability and all the positive press. Fred returned to Los Angeles, went to work on Kit Carson, and when it was completed he was forced into idleness. None of this was being reported while it was going on. Instead, Kennedy was being praised for Pathé's stock enjoying a sharp rise. He had over $800,000 charged off the old books, stripping the overall value of the company to clear the way for him to be the one to claim credit for its future success. With the usual help from E.B. Durr and Charlie Sullivan, Kennedy created a new accounting system, instituting weekly production reports and individual budgets for each film. The exhibitor's pipeline was now being fed with low-cost features, averaging under $100,000 each. DeMille's departure was the key to the cost-cutting, but Joe told Walker that his settlement of Mack Sennett's contract alone saved the company over $800,000. Nothing was too small for Kennedy to notice. Eliminating 6 people being paid a combined total of $195 a week meant an annual savings of $5,000. Dozens of actors and directors were released from their contracts. It was assumed that William Sistrom, DeMille's head of production, would be replaced, but Kennedy and the gang watched him in action and liked what they saw. Joe overheard a conversation Sistrom was having with a director who wanted $125,000 for his next picture, on the promise that the following one would cost only $60,000. Sistrom said that was fine, but he had to make the $60,000 film first. Clearly on the same wavelength, Sistrom stayed on when Kennedy returned east, taking E.B. Durr and Eddie Moore with him. During his California visit that spring of 1928, Joe had reorganized Pathé, overseen the beginning of sound at FBO, formally staked his claim on Gloria Swanson, committed them to making an epic with a renowned director, negotiated a settlement with Cecille B. DeMille, dropped the second biggest star of the screen, and picked up the reigning king of cowboys. Not bad for 6 weeks' work. Once again Joe left Los Angeles just as Henri was arriving in America to renew his visa and visit Gloria. And as Kennedy boarded the train, he knew he wasn't about to slow down. Elisha Walker had cabled him that he was so enthusiastic about the job you are doing, he was ready to back him in yet another, much bigger venture. Chapter 14. I Have Gone Into the Vaudeville Game. May 1928. The big deal Walker had in mind was the total takeover of Keith Albee Orpheum. Keith Albee was the famous vaudeville circuit company that, since the death of his partner Benjamin Franklin Keith in 1914, had been run single-handedly by Edward F. Albee. The two men had first met at the circus, the teenage Albee's destination after running away from his main home. 5 years later, in 1883, Keith opened a museum-cum-freak show in Boston, with Albee as his partner. Keith specialized in finding aberrations like huge pigs or a chicken with a human face, and Albee added stage shows featuring comedians and portions of, usually pirated, plays. Together they grew with vaudeville and became real estate magnates in the process, buying up theaters throughout the East Coast. Refusing to be limited by the traditional 2 shows a day, they promoted continuous vaudeville beginning at 9:30 in the morning and running until after 10 at night. It created new pressures and exhausted the performers, but quadrupled profits for Keith and Albee. Their control became so tight they broke the back of the Performers' Union. Even while Keith was alive, Albee picked up the nicknames of the Lord High Executioner and the Old Massa, because he fired anyone he thought had crossed him and treated his employees as if they were his slaves. It was common knowledge that Albee listened in on phone conversations, encouraged actors to turn stool pigeon, and kept an active blacklist that Variety eventually called the scourge of all vaudeville. Albee ruled his empire from his office above Broadway's Palace Theater. Publicly professing piety, he was foul-mouthed in private and lived an imperious lifestyle. He had few friends and fewer sympathizers. Still, Kennedy paid Albee obsequious deference in late 1927 when he sent him a copy of The Story of the Films, with a note saying, "From my earliest recollections of the amusement business, I have always connected the name of Albee for the successful development of it, and I feel that the changes due to take place in the industry in the next few years must be guided greatly by your hand." It was an interesting sentiment, especially since Albee had a history of forbidding his performers to appear in films. He vociferously maintained that there will always be an audience for vaudeville. Yet others around the company were beginning to believe they would be in receivership within 6 months without altered direction. Chief among the concerned was Elisha Walker. He had entered into a financial relationship with KAO for the theaters and for the real estate, but Albee was turning out to be more trouble than he was worth. Elevating John Murdoch from being Albee's number 2 man to president of Pathé brought Murdoch under Walker's wing, and his loyalties shifted as well. Within weeks of mailing off his letter to Albee, Joe was in his first meeting with Murdoch, and their discussions soon turned to how they could take KAO away from the Czar of vaudeville. Murdoch and Kennedy quickly established a genuine friendship. Joe picked up many of the nuances of the business as he listened to stories of how Murdoch put a value on a vaudeville act and what he looked for in his theaters. While there were few as experienced or knowledgeable about vaudeville, Murdoch was no sentimentalist. He knew the future was in films. Theaters were manna to Kennedy. Not having his own screens made distribution time-consuming and expensive, and it was becoming a real hindrance to competitive success. Paramount had methodically constructed an impressive theater chain. MGM had their Lowe's theaters, and First National had originated as a consortium of theater circuits. Keith Albee had merged with the Orpheum Theaters the year before, resulting in their full to partial ownership of almost 700 theaters throughout the United States and Canada. Between FBO and Pathé, KAO would provide the last building block Joe needed for a completely integrated company, with the making of films, their distribution, and their screening all under his aegis. Kennedy also knew he could slash the cost of running KAO because vaudeville required much more personnel than movie theaters. He also saw the possibility of making some of the best-known stage performers into film stars. It had been 10 years since he had signed Fred Stone for the movies, and with KAO he would have access to hundreds of actors. Once again, Elisha Walker and Joe Kennedy found themselves on a mutually beneficial path. Joe was to be the front man for the holding company financed by Walker, Jeremiah Milbank, and Lehman Brothers. For his role, he was to receive 12,500 KAO shares outright, the equivalent of over $250,000, and be allowed to purchase 25,000 shares. Their initial negotiations were so top secret that in sending papers to Pat Scollard to hand-deliver to Walker, Charlie Sullivan told him, "This is the most confidential document that you ever handled. In fact, it is so confidential that even I have not read it, and I know you will appreciate from this the tantamount importance of it." The holding company's first influx of stock came from John Murdoch, who went behind Albee's back and sold them the options he had accumulated over the years. Then Walker put together the deal memo authorizing Kennedy to offer Albee, by far the majority stockholder, up to $21 a share for what was currently trading at a year's low of $16. That was a $3 drop in only a few weeks. So one can't help but wonder if Kennedy, with all his experience, didn't have a hand in the dip. Yet even for $4.2 million, Albee needed to be assured he would remain president of KAO before agreeing to sell his 200,000 shares. While it was Walker who was pulling the strings, reporters gave Kennedy full credit for masterminding the takeover, praising him for his staggering ability to raise more than $4 million cash in 48 hours. The trades covered the story as if Kennedy was acting alone, and once again his biography was expanded impressively as it was run through the presses. Readers of the New York Times were reminded that he had been America's youngest bank president, and the number of employees he had supervised at Fore River now doubled to more than 50,000. As agreed, Albee signed the papers by May 15, 1928, the day a special meeting of the KAO Board of Directors was held at the Palace Theater. Kennedy joined the dozen board members a little before noon to make everything official, everything being, first and foremost, Kennedy's role and his compensation. He was to be chairman of the board for 5 years, re-elected at 1-year intervals. He was also the chief executive officer and chair of the executive committee, consisting of himself, Murdoch, Elisha Walker, and Blair & Company's Richard Hunt. The board was expanded to make room for Kennedy, Walker, and Hunt, as well as 2 people Joe could name later. Walker, Hunt, and Kennedy, as well as his 2 future members, were exempted from the company requirement that they have no financial interests in other entertainment companies. As with Pathé, Kennedy was to have no reported salary. But in addition to the 37,500 shares he was being given and purchasing, he received an option to buy up to 75,000 additional shares of KAO at the same price Walker had paid for them, the equivalent on the day he accepted their offer of over $1.5 million. He also had a new company to pay for his expenses and to pick up a portion of the gang's salaries. With control over decision-making in Joe's hands, Albee was allowed to stay on in the now titular role as president. Publicly, it was made to sound that Kennedy's important capacity was all Albee's idea. "It was only natural that I should look to the picture industry for a new associate," Albee said for the press release. He called Kennedy energetic, dynamic, and a straight-shooter, who had shown in a brief but colorful career in the picture business such constructive and organization genius that we consider him a tremendous asset to our business. Now it was 3 companies that Kennedy was heading, and still there was nothing but praise. He has shot FBO into the front ranks of the independent picture concerns, and also restored Pathé to a substantial standing financially within 60 days from assuming its charge. Kennedy's prestige and proven track record turned the outlook for KAO from negative to positive. It was assumed that there would be a more liberal policy toward performers, and that their theaters would now emphasize films over vaudeville. While it was pointed out that KAO had never handled its own film booking with any success, with Kennedy at the helm it's different. It was different because of what wasn't being reported. Kennedy was combining his various companies, his connections, and his ability to play the market to his advantage. KAO owned 150,000 shares of Pathé stock, and by running up the price of Pathé and then having KAO sell some of its shares, he saw KAO's balance sheet soar and the stock price increase accordingly. Within 3 weeks of his takeover, KAO was selling at $24, $3 a share more than what Walker et al. Had paid for it, and $8 more than its value days before the purchase. There were questions about where Kennedy was taking his new consortium. Would Pathé and FBO become one large producing unit? Would vaudeville performers flood the screens? Kennedy encouraged the perception that little would change. He wrote to Louis B. Mayer that, not feeling that there was enough excitement in the picture business, I have gone into the vaudeville game. God knows what will happen there. Joe knew exactly what was going to happen. KAO had been bought for the theaters. Kennedy's leadership role at KAO marked another, much more private, shift in his life, as Elisha Walker was replacing Guy Currier as his silent partner. Occupied with his own multiple interests, Currier had been relatively passive and gone along with RCA and KAO buying into FBO because investors took the pressure off and increased the potential profits. However, he was becoming concerned Joe was overextending himself. Guy's focus was on FBO and Cinema Credits, the two companies he had recommended as investments to his friends. As long as they were taken care of, he gave Kennedy a long rope. But now Currier demanded he be kept better informed, and Joe took the reprimand seriously enough to change his method of communication. Occasional phone calls and brief telegrams gave way to typed, single-spaced letters addressed Dear Mr. Currier, containing detailed, if somewhat condescending, updates. Kennedy put out the word to the gang to include Currier when he asked to be, and to be polite about it. But the men also knew they were free to make snide remarks about him to each other, and to the boss as well. Until Currier left for an extended vacation in Italy that spring, Joe cabled him regularly on particulars of specific films, and then asked him if, while he was abroad, he could follow up on a movie FBO was negotiating to produce on the inspired leadership of Italy's Benito Mussolini, written by the fascist and veteran Gino Rocca. However contrite Joe appeared, he was just keeping Currier temporarily at bay. In Elisha Walker, he had a new mentor willing to open his purse strings and back him to new heights. As Joe expanded his interests, he put members of his inner circle in various positions of power. But covering Swanson, FBO, and Pathé on a daily basis was already stretching Durr, Moore, Sullivan, and Scholar to their limit. So, for KAO, Joe again reached back to his days at Fore River and called on Johnny Ford, the accountant he had placed as William Gray's executive assistant at the Maine and New Hampshire Theaters Company. Since Gray's death in 1927, Kennedy had taken over the theater chain, named Ford manager, and moved the headquarters to Boston. Now Joe told Johnny he needed him in New York to head the KAO office, and he came running. From the moment Kennedy put Ford in as his assistant and personal representative, there was little question about what he was doing at KAO. Albee could talk all he wanted about the combination format of live performers and movies, but Kennedy was only interested in the theaters for their screens. He told Ford to get busy at once, wiring the theaters for sound. He wanted a substantial number of them ready in time for the fall openings. The key to profits was to cut overhead. So Ford's next order of business was to strip the company of the now unnecessary booking agents. Even the head of scheduling, who had been with Albee for over 20 years, was forced to resign. While the trades reported that the Kennedy-Ford machine gun squadron has turned its attention to agents and bookers, executing many of each, with more to follow, there was still remarkably scant criticism of Kennedy. Now that Albee's wings were clipped, the long-held resentment, if not hatred, of him was allowed to vent, and as a result he was blamed for his failure to protect his loyal lieutenants. Kennedy was still viewed as a savior, and heralded as bringing to an end the old feud between films and vaudeville. The feud was ending because vaudeville was dying. Joe was pulling the trigger that killed it, because when the vaudeville stages were turned over to the movies, there were fewer and fewer venues for live performers. Yet Kennedy reached his goal. Within 3 months, the KAO spreadsheets were projecting a $900,000 reduction in costs. The truth was that Albee was impotent to protect anyone, including himself, from the new regime. While he was still president on paper, he was made to feel powerless in a multitude of ways. Along with everyone else in the New York office, he received a memo from Johnny Ford telling him he was expected to be in the office no later than 9 every morning. Kennedy instructed Ford to find out just how far we are obliged to pay Alby's salary, and then explain conditions to him. Joe suggested cutting his salary from $100,000 to $25,000 a year. When Albee protested his treatment directly to Kennedy, Joe turned on him and said, "Didn't you know, Ed? You're washed up. You're through." As his empire expanded, Kennedy was becoming more abrupt and exhibiting little patience with those around him. Still, he took nothing for granted, and sent letters of thanks to publications that mentioned him favorably, and goading reminders to those that did not. He arranged for lavish, thoughtful gifts to editors and studio executives, as well as the secretaries of powerful men. He also stepped in to offer assistance to Photoplays editor James Quirk when he needed to refinance his magazine. Joe and the gang worked tirelessly to ensure public attention and private gratitude. Kennedy hardly took time to bask in the glory of his latest acquisition. Within hours of being named chairman of KAO, he was off to the railroad station again, this time heading to Chicago, where both FBO and Pathé were holding separate sales conventions within days of each other. Even the train was no place to rest, and Joe, with Eddie Moore at his side, immediately began drafting cables to be sent from stops along the way. From wherever he was, Joe kept tabs on Gloria Swanson. She had tried her hand at tennis, but the result was a week on crutches after twisting her ankle. Her tiny feet were so used to high heels that when she put on tennis shoes and swung her racket, she lost her balance and fell over. After a brief visit to America, Henri had returned to Paris, where he was now spending 10 months a year. Gloria held a few meetings on her own with Stroheim, and she remained enamored with the idea he was writing a story just for her. Feeling secure that she was on track to make a great film, with Joe as her overseeing protector, she was able to relax and concentrate on her wardrobe and the lifestyle of being a star. While Stroheim was working away on his script, the fact that he was still under contract to Pat Powers came to the fore. Powers had removed Stroheim from The Wedding March and sold the rough cut to Paramount, but the director remained obligated to him for another film. Stroheim claimed that the contract had been breached when he was fired, but Powers thought otherwise. Joe was irked at the so-called confusion and demanded the situation be cleaned up at once. He didn't want anyone, let alone Pat Powers, to be in a position to block his plans, and cables raced back and forth across the country. Harry Eddington, Stroheim's business manager, who had been busy ingratiating himself with Joe, accompanied the director to New York to see what could be negotiated with Powers. Keeping his options open, Kennedy cabled DeMille, and, after assuring him he was still confident you must be with us at Pathé, asked him for a great personal favor. Would he be willing to direct Gloria in a picture to start as soon as possible, a film similar to what you used to do with her? DeMille responded immediately, agreeing to do anything in my power to assist in solving the Swanson situation. Writing in the third person, the director told Joe he was ready to develop a big part for her in a personally directed Cecille B. DeMille film. The public would expect to see a real DeMille picture with Swanson in it, and he suggested $1 million budget, but promised $1 million profit. He had it all figured out, down to the release date. Start filming mid-August, and it could be delivered by Christmas. Yet DeMille's quick reply had to give Kennedy pause. As the director himself had pointed out, the movie would first and foremost be a DeMille film, then a Swanson film, and coming in a distant third was the producer, Joe Kennedy. The star and the director had a celebrated history, so what was Kennedy bringing to the table? DeMille couldn't have known when he called attention to the tremendous publicity angle of a Swanson and DeMille reunion that was exactly what Kennedy didn't want. Gloria and Cecil didn't need Joe to bring them together, but he had delivered Stroheim to her. For the moment, Kennedy had two of the biggest and most egotistical directors in Hollywood planning films for his star, but there really wasn't much debate over which way to go. Once Kennedy received word that Pat Powers was willing to loan him Stroheim, Joe thanked DeMille for his suggestions while vaguely dismissing him at the same time. "I am afraid it might be a little difficult to work out for the next picture, but after that, feel it can be arranged for the following one." Stroheim was relieved, but he also felt the pressure of Kennedy's displeasure, and he was soon promising a 12-week shooting schedule that was to begin in August. Staying on top of every situation, the gang went into pre-production mode with Charlie Sullivan, officially vice president of Gloria Productions, acting as the hub of activity in Hollywood, and Pat Scollard, the corporation's treasurer, negotiating a $500,000 line of credit for the expenditures that were about to begin in earnest. DeMille didn't seem to harbor any ill feelings, for his concern focused on whether Pathé was interested in continuing our association. He was still in meetings with United Artists, and had even suggested that if he directed a Swanson film, it would be distributed by UA and count as his first picture for them. Kennedy stood ready to assist, to the point he had a draft press release written, beginning with the phrase, "Joseph P. Kennedy announces," and spelling out an agreement for DeMille to make films under the general supervision of Joseph P. Kennedy. Joe encouraged DeMille to wait to sign with UA until he could plead his case at Pathé's Chicago board meeting. The director now sided with Kennedy to the point he was willing to give him his Pathé proxies, but the board formally decided to accept the Kennedy-negotiated separation agreement without having DeMille direct another picture for them. Joe told Cecil that while he had sung his praises and there was not one word of adverse criticism expressed, the board decided that, because of the conditions in the industry, they didn't dare commit the amount of money required to do such a film justice. Kennedy opined, "I regret more than I can tell you that they wouldn't be working together, but at least DeMille had been re-elected to the board, and they would see each other soon." In less than 2 months, Kennedy had gone from being, in DeMille's view, an underling bearing bad tidings, to a trusted advocate and confidant. Kennedy's cables to DeMille might have had a solemn ring to them, but Joe's time in Chicago was yet another moment in the sun for the new mogul. At the FBO convention they had to reinforce the roof when he made the official announcement that Tom Mix would be providing 4 of the 60 features in their upcoming slate of films. And at the Pathé sales meeting, Murdoch proclaimed that, in contrast to the loss sustained last year, the company has now turned the corner, thanks to Joe Kennedy's reorganization. The gathered throngs were also reassured that he would continue with Pathé for an indefinite period. Chapter 15. Another big deal in prospect. Spring to early summer of 1928. Officially, Kennedy was in Chicago to make public appearances at the Pathé and FBO conventions, but he also made time to enter serious private negotiations to further increase his power. On the very day he was elected chairman of KAO, Kennedy had cabled DeMille that he had another big deal in prospect. In fact, it had the potential to be a very big deal, for he was being approached to run the giant First National. First National had been founded out of an instinct for self-preservation. In the mid-teens, smaller theater owners throughout the country were growing disgruntled over Adolph Zucker's attempts to force them to buy his 100-plus films a year en masse, sight unseen. This block booking allowed them to screen the latest Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks films at reasonable prices, But they were also agreeing to buy all the other famous players' Lasky films as well, many of which were low-budget, no-star vehicles. In an attempt to combat Zucker's power over them, 26 theater owners united in 1917 to buy and distribute films themselves. Dividing the country into zones, they could pay competitive rates and not compete against each other. The idea was so successful that within a year, First National Exhibitors, Inc., where the good guys get by getting together, had over 600 theaters in their cooperative. While they continued to buy movies from other producers, they formed First National Pictures and began signing actors to make films directly for them. The first star they put under contract was Zucker's own Mary Pickford. Lured by the assurance of creative control and $750,000 to make 3 films, the girl with the curls jumped to First National, and Charlie Chaplin, D.W. Griffith, and the Talmadge sisters soon followed. Their utopia, however, was short-lived. Without a studio to work out of, stars leased their own space, and essentially served as their own producers, which quickly ran up unexpected costs. When Chaplin asked the First National Board for more money, the cold shoulder he received was a part of what drove him, Pickford, Griffith, and Fairbanks to form their own United Artists in 1919. In the beginning, First National was just an irritation to Adolf Zucker, but with their expanding number of theaters, followed by the stealing of his stars, it was becoming a real threat. In response, he began to buy controlling interests in several of the theater circuits represented on First National's board of directors, but his drive ran into a roadblock via a Federal Trade Commission investigation. Paramount was charged with attempting to dominate and monopolize the motion picture industry, and Zucker backed away from his bulldozing tactics, contenting himself with a mere interest in First National. First National now represented almost a third of the nation's theaters, and to provide a temporary home for the stars, writers, and directors they were putting under contract, they leased United Studios on Melrose. What space they weren't using, they subleased to independent producers. Planning ahead, they bought 70 acres in the farm area of Burbank, and issued stock to build what the prospectus called the greatest studio on earth. Zucker had been biding his time, but with the Coolidge administration's hands-off approach to business, he went back to buying theater chains, including the large Chicago-based Balaban and Katz. That raised concerns, not only within First National, but with other studio heads, such as William Fox, who went on a buying spree to force a fight for control of First National. While some agreed to sell out to either Fox or Zucker, other companies wanted to remain independent, and, to do that, they needed to keep First National independent as well. Irving Rossheim, the thin, balding, and bespectacled president of the Philadelphia-based Stanley Theater chain, was one of those who wanted to keep the company out of the clutches of Zucker and Fox. Rossheim proposed that if other like-minded companies pooled their stock, their unified strength could prevent a takeover. They found financing with Kennedy's old company, Hayden Stone, but some board members believed they needed someone much stronger than their current general manager, Richard Rowland, to run the show. A First National representative had approached Kennedy back in March of 1928, when he was just beginning to tackle Pathé. Now, 2 months later, Rossheim was firmly in charge, and he wanted Joe to come in and reduce costs while maintaining the number of films they produced. As word of Kennedy's meetings with First National leaked out, many could not believe he was ready, willing, or able to take on a fourth company. Variety pointed out his current workload was already overwhelming. Other than his own company, FBO, which is running smoothly, he has undertaken to readjust Pathé, not so easy, and also to rehabilitate the Keith circuit, the latter a stupendous job for anyone at this point. Still, the trades could see how it might work. First National would devote its attention to Class A features, FBO to features for subsequent runs and smaller theaters, while Pathé would distribute short subjects exclusively. For Kennedy, First National was a gift he was not about to pass up. It would allow him to put into effect the theories he had been advocating since the early 1920s. Finally, that period of consolidation he had long predicted was about to move to the next stage, and he was to be at the helm. Joe agreed to start with First National before finalizing negotiations, assured that his demands for total control, $3,000 a week for 5 years, and an option to purchase 25% of the company's stock all would be approved. Irving Rossheim remained president on paper, but as Eddie Moore put it in his understated cable to Bill LeBaron in early June, First National now under Joe's supervision. Nothing else new. As the news of Kennedy's takeover spread throughout First National's studio, everyone was excited, because it was assumed it meant the company was to remain independent, and operations could continue unabated. Unlike Pathé when he took it over, First National's recent profit reports had been positive, but Joe still needed to know exactly how the money was being spent. He assigned Arthur Poole, an accountant who had been at Pathé when Joe arrived and had impressed him with his attention to detail and follow-through, to oversee the review. Poole discovered that each of First National's branch offices had different accounting formats. Shaking his head in disbelief, Kennedy ordered the immediate changeover to systems that mirrored those used at Pathé and FBO, so that any out-of-line spending could be caught at a glance. To make First National his own, Kennedy began looking for a few serious picture-men. As the head of what was soon to be Hollywood's largest studio, he needed films for both Broadway and Main Street. He reached out to directors such as Mickey Nealon to enter into 5-picture deals. Before the goal of reducing costs could be reached, there was a pipeline to KAO and First National theaters to be filled. As soon as each studio had been brought up to speed, he would be in a position to merge his interests. Harry Eddington, having successfully released Stroheim from his contract with Powers, continued to hover in the background, and now he went on a search for new personnel. First on Eddington's list was Barney Glazer, whom he touted as someone who stands out head and shoulders above them all. At the moment, Glazer was Paramount's lead man for sound experimentation, but his contract only had another month to run, and he was being courted by MGM. He sounded great, a proven playwright with over a dozen silent films to his credit, including the Garbo Gilbert smash, Flesh and the Devil. Glazer's Seventh Heaven had brought Janet Gaynor to stardom and won him the first Academy Award for screenwriting. He had proven his worth in other areas as well, earning a law degree from the University of Pennsylvania. He combined technical skills with the ability to produce, direct, and write, saving the big cost of buying published material. He also had collaborated with Stroheim on The Wedding March, and Kennedy looked ahead to the possibilities of what Glazer could do for Swanson. As far as Joe was concerned, it didn't hurt that he had been born in Belfast. Kennedy gave Eddington the go-ahead to get Glazer, and then went after Irving Thalberg's friend and MGM's resident story expert, Paul Byrne. Trained at the American Academy of Dramatic Arts, Byrne had worked around the New York theater, acting and stage managing for 6 years, before coming to Hollywood in the early 1920s. He had written films for Paramount, United Artists, and MGM, and was now a rising star as a production supervisor. While he was a small and physically unassuming man, Byrne was known around town for squiring beauties such as Joan Crawford and Barbara Lamar. Harry Eddington thought so much of Byrne that he told Kennedy, "I know if I were running a studio and wanted to make high-class pictures at the most economical price, one of the first men I would reach for would be Byrne. I am sure I could make a Thalberg out of him." And Kennedy certainly could use a Thalberg of his own at the studio he envisioned. The picture Kennedy painted to Glazer and Byrne was hard to resist. He was about to put together a new organization that would outshine any other in Hollywood. He had Pathé, FBO, Keith Albee Orpheum, and now First National, just waiting to be combined into the greatest conglomerate yet. At other studios, men such as Byrne and Glazer would be slotted as writers or supervisors under the thumb of others, but with Kennedy they could rise as high as their abilities took them. Joe made no pretense of knowing about filmmaking. He knew budgets, he knew personnel, he knew administration. What he needed were a few key men who understood making movies, and he was willing to pay them well. In spite of the offers from the more established and secure MGM and Paramount, both Byrne and Glazer signed with Kennedy. While they bided their time waiting for Joe's holdings to be brought together, there was plenty for everyone to do. Glazer was put in sole control of sound productions at both Pathé and First National, and Byrne was named chief of production at Pathé. His first assignment was to review all the movies currently in pre-production, in order to avoid delays and revamping of scripts once filming began. While the press continued to speculate on Kennedy's plans, his new status was never in doubt. Louella Parsons called him the Napoleon of the movies, and he was hailed as the new czar of the big time. It was becoming clear that Kennedy was a studio chief unlike any Hollywood had seen before. The first obvious difference between Kennedy and the other moguls was in origin and background. Sam Goldwyn had been born Shmuel Gelbwitz in Warsaw, and as a teenager had walked to Hamburg in the first lap of his long journey to America. Carl Laemmle was the 10th of his German family's 13 children, and had come to America alone at the age of 16. Louis B. Mayer had been born Laser Meyer in Russia, and William Fox was born Wilhelm Fried into an Orthodox Jewish home in Hungary. None of them had much formal schooling, let alone graduated from Harvard. They had all begun in careers unconnected to entertainment. Goldwyn was a glove maker, Mayer had been in the junk business, and Marcus Lowe was a furrier. All of the men were truly exceptional in their own way, disciplined, focused, and determined. But none had given signs in their original occupations that greatness lay ahead, unlike the man who had been labeled America's youngest bank president. For everyone but Kennedy, their companies were their identity. They had overcome incredible odds to build, stone by stone, a business, a studio, an industry. The moguls were hardly paragons of virtue, but they did take their roles as leaders in the community seriously, and how they were perceived by that community was a vital part of their self-image. Kennedy alone was untethered by any sense of obligation to anything larger than himself and his family. As Neil Gabler, author of An Empire of Their Own, observes, to everyone else their studios were their life. To Kennedy it was a financial investment. Another disparity between Kennedy and the other studio heads was how they spent their time. The others focused internally on their own company, in their office with their financiers, stars, directors, and producers. They visited the lots, watched the films their studios made, and went to the previews and the premieres. Kennedy looked outward, juggling his various companies, often on the run and always with an eye to what was next. Follow-through and communication with his employees was left to the gang. It is difficult to overestimate the importance of having the likes of Eddie Moore, E.B. Durr, Pat Scollard, Charlie Sullivan, Johnny Ford, as well as Ted O'Leary and a few select others, in multiplying Kennedy's effectiveness. Each studio head had secretaries and assistants, but no one had a cadre that came close to the efficacy or single-mindedness of Kennedy's gang. Nothing deterred them, or even seriously challenged them, because they knew how to anticipate difficulties and avoid them. Swanson remembered. They seemed to accomplish everything with dispatch. Joe took care of all of them, to a point. Eddie Moore was on Joe's personal payroll, in addition to payments from the various companies. But the others were well paid, though less than the going rate for studio executives. Bill LeBaron made twice what E.B. Durr did. All the men had bank accounts at Columbia Trust, where Ethel Turner was available to access them. Those accounts were also used by Kennedy, and over the years hundreds of thousands of dollars was transferred in and out of them. In addition to his own special bank accounts at Columbia Trust, Eddie Moore spread his money throughout the Northeast in a dozen bank accounts under his and his wife's names. Kennedy had developed the habit of having even his simplest casual questions taken down in shorthand by secretaries always close at hand, leaving the gang to follow up. Yet when it came to commitments, it was almost innate for Joe to resist putting details in writing. More often he sent a cable reading simply, "We'll call tonight." Joe used a telephone the way Heifetz played a fiddle, echoed Morton Downey, who watched his friend's methods over the years. He could do business on a telephone in a few minutes that took his supposed peers a day or a week to accomplish across a desk in an office or a conference room. Cross-country phone calls were placed through operators and cost around $2 a minute. At a time when the price of prime rib was 20 cents a pound, a half-hour on the phone between New York and Los Angeles cost $60. Yet Joe, so inured to the cost-benefit analysis of every expense, still chose to use the telephone. Of course, Kennedy and the gang always made sure that one company or another absorbed every expense, including the phone calls. It all took an extraordinary amount of energy, and his climb was reported matter-of-factly, but with a trace of awe. The New York Times opened their story with the simple sentence, "Joseph P. Kennedy, the Boston banker, who is head of FBO Pictures, chairman of Keith Albee Orpheum Vaudeville Circuit, and special advisor to Pathé, will sign a contract which places him in charge of First National Pictures for 5 years. A rather sorely tried young man packs his bags and hies himself to Hollywood, was the way Film Daily put it in their much more informal and picturesque story that July. Mr. Joseph P. Kennedy is getting pretty tired. He's finding out there's nothing lightweight about running 4 organizations at one time. Yes, sir, 4 of 'em. First National, Pathé, FBO, and Keith Albee Orpheum. That's a job. Don't ever kid yourself otherwise. It would be a trying task if all of the outfits were hitting it off in grand style. But when several of them are holding on to Mr. Kennedy because they expect him to do the Moses and lead them out of Egypt, the going merely gets tougher. And, mind you, there is no reflection on Joe Kennedy. Joe is new to this business, and for a newcomer he sure has bitten off an awful tough bite. 4 companies were indeed an overwhelming number for anyone. Yet, suddenly everyone was a newcomer because of talking pictures. Chapter 16. You Ain't Heard Nothing Yet. When the upcoming 1928 film year was heralded, no mention was made of sound films. By early summer, The Jazz Singer, which had received mixed critical reviews, had been in release for 8 months. Calling it melodramatic does not begin to describe this sentimental yarn of generational alienation, mother love, assimilation, and good old show business. Motion Picture News pronounced it a nice Jewish picture of no great caliber. The Jazz Singer unspooled with traditional title cards used in silent films, but when audiences heard Al Jolson say, "You ain't heard nothing yet," straight from the screen before he broke into song, they were not only ecstatic, they kept coming back for more. The film had been in and out and back again in cities such as St. Louis, where Western Electric's Vitaphone equipment was installed, removed, and then reinstalled. With ticket prices at $1 a pop, it was worth the effort. Still, many in positions of power continued to dismiss the current talking picture craze as nothing more than public curiosity. Joe Schenck prophesied that they will not last more than 4 or 5 months, and announced that United Artists was not going to make talking pictures. Even the boy genius, Irving Thalberg, said that talking pictures are just a passing fad. The men who had been visionary trailblazers only a decade earlier had not totally lost their touch. Their resistance was based on the very real fear that sound meant a creative revolution and financial upheaval. As Cecille B. DeMille explained, all this would be enormous waste if, after the novelty wore off, the public preferred their screens to be silent. And there were plenty of other arguments against sound. Creatively, the earliest talkies were clunky at best, in contrast to the sweeping, silent epics such as The Big Parade, The Winning of Barbara Worth, or The Wind. The technical advancement in lighting, cinematography, and editing had reached the point that, as Mary Pickford put it, adding sound to movies would be like putting lipstick on the Venus de Milo. Many believed that silence was at the heart of what drew audiences to the theaters. People went to the movies to be taken away from the chattering that surrounded them every day. Yet their visceral response to sound films could not be denied. William DeMille, the older and less pompous brother of Cecil B., remembered his first experience hearing an actor speak from the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said. He said. A thrill ran through the house. I felt a nervous quiver run through me, like an explorer who suddenly finds that new land has been discovered. The nervous tension and sense of excitement which I felt on that night was to last all through the first 2 hectic years of sound. 2 years. That is at least how long it would take to make the transition that was shaking their world. When the Warner Brothers premiered their first all-talking picture, The Lights of New York, in the summer of 1928. Photoplay concluded, sound films will have to work out a better technique to advance. Yet audiences weren't as discerning. The Lights of New York opened at the Strand in New York during a particularly muggy July, and the days were punctured with downpours, factors that usually kept the box office down. Not this time. Every screening was standing room only. Suddenly everyone was talking about talking pictures, and as the flailing toward sound began in earnest, fear set in. Sound films meant seismic economic changes, and each of the major studios was forced into its agonizing assessments. Before examining how they were going to do it, Jesse Lasky and Adolf Zucker announced that Paramount would release a sound film every other week. They weren't trying for all-talking movies, just trying to stay in the running with spoken sequences, songs, dance, instrumental numbers, somewhere in each picture. Paramount signed with Western Electric to provide the technical know-how, but only one small stage on their entire lot was conducive to recording. Costs soared, as directors and actors were kept waiting for their turn on the single sound stage, and crews were soon working around the clock. Lasky estimated it might take as much as $1.5 million to fulfill their initial sound program. But just like almost everyone else, he was underestimating the price tag. Over at MGM, Irving Thalberg knew he didn't know what to do or whom to trust, so he turned to his brother-in-law, Douglas Shearer, a Canadian radio engineer. They soon realized sound meant major physical changes, and several buildings were demolished, trees chopped down, and gardens overturned so a foundation could be laid on vibrationless piles for a stage surrounded by 8-inch thick concrete walls. In the meantime, they leased a building on New York's Upper East Side and put workers on overtime to soundproof stages. Almost everything needed to be replaced or updated, because the arc lights that had been perfected for silent films emitted a slight hissing noise. All new incandescent lights were mounted in special reflectors. They were quiet, but the resulting heat was unbearable without a new ventilation system, and all this was before sound engineers installed a single microphone. Then there were the cameras. Cinematographers had refined their art and developed cameras that could be moved easily on dollies or cranes. No more. Cameras, too, had to be silenced, so they were anchored in padded soundproof boxes with a window for the actual filming. The cameramen sat inside the stifling booth, wearing headphones to hear instructions from the director. Audio technicians were cramped into similar boxes nearby. Once their collective mindset had shifted to sound, it was assumed that everything and everyone associated with silent films might have to be replaced. Could scenarists write dialogue? Could their actors speak the lines, let alone memorize them? Soon, every train coming from the east brings someone who steps into a job, usually replacing a worker judged to be no longer relevant. Playwrights were suddenly in demand. Kennedy's Harvard classmate Robert Benchley was a successful writer at Vanity Fair, while he perfected his sideline of dry comic appearances on the stage and the party circuit. He, along with his routine entitled The Treasurer's Report, was nabbed by Fox, and soon his fellow Vanity Fair refugees, Dorothy Parker and Robert Sherwood, joined him in the film capital. Their literary work might have proved more personally fulfilling, but there was no arguing with the paychecks. Yet words alone did not a moving picture make. In fact, the static nature of plays was one of the worst things about the first talkies. They didn't move. The early results proved that it was a greater challenge to teach playwrights how to write movies than it was for screenwriters to adjust to dialogue. Many took the money and ran back to New York, but others, such as Parker, Ben Hecht, Charles MacArthur, and Herman Mankiewicz, stayed on for years. While the westward flow of writers slowed to a trickle, one-way tickets to Los Angeles were handed out en masse to New York stage actors. When Walter Huston left Broadway for the movies, he was replaced in his role by Ralph Bellamy, who in turn was soon Hollywood-bound. Even the greatest stars were vulnerable as the quality and tone of their voices entered into the equation. After being swept away watching the beautiful Brooklyn-born star Viola Dana play a deathbed scene, Sam Goldwyn's secretary was shocked when the cameras stopped rolling and the actress turned to her maid and yelled, in a very tough twang, "Hey, Mame, give me a cigarette." If a seasoned studio secretary was stunned, how would audiences respond? No one needed to ask Norma or Constance Talmadge that question. Their lower Bronx accents had not hampered the fortune they had made in silence, and they tried a talkie or two, but then gracefully retired from the screen. Marion Davies, however, cared passionately about her career, and when she saw the jazz singer, she turned to a friend and announced, I have a problem." She worked for months using a variety of physical and psychological programs, including speaking with marbles in her mouth, to cure her speech impediment, at least when the cameras were running. Vilma Banky, Goldwyn's biggest female star, who had appeared opposite Rudy Valentino in The Son of the Sheik, could barely speak English through her heavy Hungarian accent. Vilma's most constant co-star, Ronald Colman, was a British stage-trained actor, and therefore in the rare position of having a secure future. Few others were as lucky. Even if their voices sounded normal, the fear of what the microphones would record was so intense, everyone had to be tested. Bebe Daniels was among those unceremoniously dropped by Paramount, but she found work with other studios and was a smash in Rio Rita. When Adolf Zucker asked production chief B.P. Schulberg why he had let Daniels go, Schulberg responded without a trace of irony. "She couldn't talk." Studios were awash with voice coaches, and while most came from New York, MGM went all the way to Italy to import the world-renowned Dr. Marafiotti. After their training, actors went before Lionel Barrymore, who, with his years of stage experience, directed many of their sound tests. Songwriters flooded Hollywood to meet the newly created demand for theme songs and mood music. Fox dropped $100,000 into George Gershwin's lap for a film score, and another $50,000 for the use of Rhapsody in Blue. Several symphony orchestras and brass bands were needed for studio recording, but musicians who had played for actors on the lot to set the atmosphere were dropped. Then there were the more than 50,000 musicians throughout the country being paid to accompany silent films. Their jobs were threatened with every theater that was wired for sound. References to human orchestras began to appear, in contrast with recorded music. While the musicians and their unions resisted their expulsion from theaters, they were gradually pushed into the inevitable. Sound films were seen as separate and distinct from silent ones. There was even much debate over what this new aberration was to be called. At first, it was talkies, but that hardly described it, since most of the earliest attempts featured only synchronized music. One fan magazine ran a contest to gather ideas for an appellation. Gradually, sound pictures became the phrase of choice. But exactly what that meant was still open for discussion. Sometimes it was just pre-recorded music, or perhaps a dialogue sequence stuck into the last reel that was so startlingly different in tone and style from the rest of the film, audiences left the theater shaking their heads. Attempts were made at inserting sound intermittently, but then the sequences ended abruptly, as a method to fade out sound had yet to be developed. While sound was becoming a mandate, no matter how awkward or disconcerting the results might be, the trades warned producers, "Don't misrepresent. The public wants to know the difference between pictures with synchronized scores and those that actually have spoken dialogue." Film Daily created a column entitled Sound Pictures in late May of 1928, but it ran only twice a week. It took photoplay until September to premiere a new section labeled Department Devoted to Sound Film Reviews. Of the 6 films mentioned in that issue, the only one to rate the wow of the talkies was a single reeler of George Bernard Shaw talking and walking. It was worthy of note because you hear his footsteps, scrunch, scrunch, on the path. By the late summer of 1928, only 400 of the country's 20,000 movie theaters were ready to run sound pictures, so when a new one was about to open, it was big news. Weeks in advance, banners proclaiming Vitaphone coming to town were hung at train stations, hotels, and offices, building anticipation and giving the arrival a circus-like feel. The rate at which theaters were being wired increased by the fall. But the situation was exacerbated by the question of whose union the job fell under, electricians or theater workers. The studio heads had methodically kept unions out of Hollywood, but the American Federation of Labor was fairly strong in major cities, and that brought further complications. RCA's photophone, like Fox's movie tone, recorded the sound onto the film, and the resulting negative looked like a train track, hence the term soundtrack. Warner's Vitaphone was a sound-on-disc method, with the records synchronized to the films. All of the systems required projectionists to learn to use new or altered equipment. To the monikers photophone, phonofilm, movietone, and Vitaphone were added Bristolphone, Kinegraphone, and others. But the race at the moment was between methods as much as brand names. The trades reported that gloom hangs over the studios. Many closed for as long as 2 months, while a total of 17 sound studios were constructed throughout the Los Angeles area. Relatively speaking, Pathé and FBO should have been in great shape. Kennedy had been committed to sound films since late 1927, ahead of everyone but the brothers Warner and William Fox. It had been over 6 months since Joe had toured the RCA labs, and over 3 months since their equipment arrived at FBO. But those days of effusive enthusiasm were fading. They were still struggling to synchronize music and sound effects, and not a single KAO theater had been successfully wired, including their New York flagship, the Hippodrome. Pathé and FBO were both scrambling for stories or plays they could turn into sound films, and reading departments were established in New York. In the meantime, they went back over their current batch of silent films to see where sound could be inserted in at least a few scenes. A sound effect, music, an ending with a bit of dialogue, It didn't matter as long as they could advertise it as having sound. At Pathé, it was natural to turn to their biggest film in line to be released, Cecille B. DeMille's The Godless Girl. It was laced with spectacular scenes made possible only because it was filmed as a silent. The camera, on a huge crane, had been free to move up 3 floors of activity and then capture a girl's fall through the multi-story staircase. Kennedy brought in Robert Kane, the experienced independent producer who had been the catalyst for his meeting Gloria Swanson, to try to speed up the transition. When the delays continued, Joe sent him to RCA to get to the bottom of it. In spite of the bumps in the road, Kennedy and David Sarnoff met to discuss expanding their empires by becoming partners in a holding company. RCA was to put in $4.2 million, and Kennedy, with Walker's backing, was to put in 200,000 shares of KAO stock, valued at $4.2 million. Each group would hold an equal amount of stock, giving them joint control, as well as enough stock left over to pay themselves back when it was sold. The purpose of the company was to create, distribute, and screen sound films in theaters as well as homes, churches, and schools, a passion of Sarnoff's. RCA brought funding and technical ability to the table, while Kennedy and Walker agreed that KAO, FBO, and Pathé would use Photophone exclusively. Who would handle the actual distribution was not decided, but the last line of the draft agreement read, "Consideration should be given to the question of acquiring further stock, or all the assets of FBO and/or Pathé." Within weeks of their meetings on their proposed joint venture, Kennedy's and Sarnoff's frustration with each other came to a head. Kennedy was irritated over what he saw as the lack of follow-through from RCA, while Sarnoff was tired of picking up the entire cost for the sound experiments at Pathé and FBO. In mid-July, Sarnoff put his foot down and demanded that their long-discussed agreements to have the 2 studios use only Photophone be put in writing, or he was going to pull out of the synchronization that was already in progress. Yes, RCA had an interest in both studios, but Photophone was not operating to subsidize those investments. Elisha Walker stepped in to negotiate, bringing Sarnoff and his envoy with the studios, E. Butcher, and Kennedy's representative, Robert Kane, into his office at Blair & Company. Joe was still in California, but he joined the discussion by telephone and acknowledged that there seemed to be some misunderstanding about the finances. To Sarnoff there was no misunderstanding. So far everything had been paid for by Photophone, and there was not even a plan in place to give them a percentage of the profits once the films were released. An orderly basis had to be agreed upon. According to Kane, Photophone had indeed spent at least $40,000 to record music for 2 films, for Pathé and 2 for FBO. The real cost was much higher when transporting the equipment across the country, the installation, and the engineers were all factored in. Yet, after all that time and work, there was only 1 film ready for release, and that was a reissue of DeMille's King of Kings, with a synchronized musical score added. It had just opened at the Rivoli in New York, and Sarnoff wanted a written agreement for a percentage of the profits. Walker and Kane agreed in principle to reimburse Photophone proportionately, but they were still at loggerheads over what came next. Kane claimed they needed better equipment so they could re-record much of what had been done so far. If more equipment and engineers were needed, Sarnoff demanded the cost be borne by the studios. Sarnoff saw Kennedy as someone very free with other people's money, but unwilling to spend his own. He wanted written confirmation on Photophone licenses from Pathé and FBO, and he expected the same royalty and copyright fees that the rival Vitaphone received. No one was particularly happy. Kennedy knew that one of the reasons FBO and Pathé had shown an increase in profits was because RCA was paying the bills for the sound experiments, and Sarnoff knew that if Kennedy was successful in uniting all his companies into a giant combine, he wanted to be a key player in the alliance. Still, he wasn't willing to be used while he was waiting. Never before had anyone in Hollywood had access to as many companies' assets as Kennedy did, yet he felt thwarted by his inability to make inroads as quickly as he wanted. He was moving ahead at First National, but there was nothing he could personally do at the moment to accelerate effective recording, and no amount of coaxing seemed to prod Stroheim to speed up his writing. As was his pattern when something was beyond his control, Joe turned to a subject he could manipulate, and this time it was his own image. His years of cultivating the press were paying off in the coverage he was receiving in the columns and the trades, and now the national media began taking notice as well. Kennedy might have had an unprecedented number of companies to manage, but he still made time for interviews with carefully chosen journalists. He opened his door to Photoplay, the influential fan magazine, and the result was a 6-page spread featuring individual pictures of each of his children, in addition to photos of Joe and Rose. Billed in the subheadings as "the screen's leading family man," who brings Americanism and substantiality to the industry, Kennedy was painted as irresistibly affable, sharp as a tack, infused with joie de vivre, and devoted to his wife and children. Photoplay's intimate visit inspired an in-depth profile in American Magazine, a popular national monthly with a circulation of over 2 million. This time Kennedy invited the reporter to spend a day with the family on Cape Cod, where he could watch the young man at his hearth, with a robust and somewhat vociferous band of youngsters around him. The result was an extravagantly positive article in the May 1928 issue. The American Magazine feature was followed within weeks by a New York Times personality piece headlined "Movie Chief's Rapid Rise," complete with a large and impressive photograph of the man himself. These 3 major articles worked together to increase Kennedy's visibility and, in small ways and large, to rewrite his biography. Kennedy's image was polished with a thick coat of Horatio Alger veneer. He had been born in near poverty and pulled himself up by his bootstraps. He hadn't just graduated from Harvard, but gone on to Harvard Business School. His time as a state bank examiner was more than doubled and placed after his marriage to Rose, making it so for 3 years he and a growing family were limited to an income of $125 a month. While each article referred to Kennedy as having been America's youngest bank president, no one noticed that his father had been a founder of that bank, or that having a father-in-law who had been the mayor of Boston might have come in handy along the way. Familial devotion underscored everything. His marriage was the best thing that could have happened to me. The news he had been brought into Pathé was dwarfed by his joy at the birth of baby Jean, and at the juncture of every major decision, Mrs. Kennedy and I discussed it. Joe said his wife was the reason he entered films, because she insisted he take on a business that was not my idea of a sound and progressive career. And with his family as my first board of review, he was committed to produce only clean pictures. None of the articles had him involved in any aspect of filmmaking before he purchased FBO, nor did anyone mention any other investors, silent or otherwise. Kennedy actually went so far as to claim he had turned down all requests from motion picture companies prior to 1926. It was as if he had tripped over FBO and somersaulted into owning it. It had not been his intention to enter the business, claimed the New York Times, but then he found himself at the head of the film booking offices. Photoplay had him buying it when a fortuitous phone call came in, and the serendipity intensified in the version he told the reporter from American Magazine. Lord Inverforth walked into my Boston office where I was busy doing nothing, and before he left Boston I had control of one of the largest and most unprofitable motion picture concerns in the world. Joe was portrayed as handsome, enthusiastic, and energetic. He was a man of the people with a passion for candy and baseball. Self-deprecation was another recurring theme, but always with the twist that he came out ahead. He set it up so that if his bubble popped, he could claim he never cared about the business anyway. He had risen from close to nowhere to the very top in banking, shipbuilding, the stock market, and now films. As Photoplay put it, he carries the authority of pre-proved success. He was a good-looking, red-hot executive with a knack for handling people, finances, and any task he took on. One of his biographers has compared Kennedy's folk hero status to that of Lindbergh and Babe Ruth. Yet Joe's reputation resulted much less from achievements that generated a mass following, and much more from press coverage that was sought after and contrived. Yet the comparison is interesting, because it exemplifies the aura emanating from the stories. If the executive suites of Hollywood could have a folk hero, Kennedy was it. No other studio had received anywhere near the amount of column inches that he did. The articles would serve as the basis for future stories and biographies that repeated many of Joe's tales without further investigation or correction. At the time, for those who didn't know Kennedy or had only heard his name, they combined to portray a charismatic business genius and committed family man, firmly established and going nowhere but up. However, those few who did know Kennedy well, or had partnered with him in any of his ventures, must have been shocked by some of the statements presented as fact. David Sarnoff could not have been happy to read in the New York Times that it was Kennedy who had single-handedly united RCA, GE, and Westinghouse with FBO, and was credited as the man who brought together the two industries, film and radio. And Guy Currier must have raised an eyebrow when the only time his name was mentioned in any of the three articles was as the attorney who, searching for striking executive ability, suggested Kennedy for the job at Fore River. Joe, however, couldn't have been more pleased. He decided it was time to invest in a clipping service to send him copies of all articles in which his name appeared. And he hired the photoplay reporter who had started it all, Terry Ramsey, to come to work for him in the publicity department at Pathé. Chapter 17. Swinging the Axe, July to August 1928. In early July of 1928, Kennedy returned to California, where Gloria awaited him. So did Pathé, FBO, and KAO, but the source of his greatest excitement at the moment was his scheduled tour of observation of his latest takeover, First National. He was clearly the new king of the realm as he walked through the 62 glorious acres in Burbank, 4 times larger than FBO and twice the size of Pathé. Joe's stride radiated power. In many ways, this was a very different man than the one who had made his first trip to Hollywood just 2 years before. In that short amount of time, he had become one of the most influential men in the business. He knew it, and he reveled in it. Kennedy was all business at First National, where the workforce, from executives to secretaries, quickly learned to speak only when spoken to. One of his inherited employees was Alexander Korda, who would later be knighted as a British film tycoon, but in 1928 was a recent arrival, brought along with his wife Maria, who had been signed as First National's answer to Garbo. When Korda recognized Kennedy taking his constitutional through the lot, the director silently bowed to the new studio chief. Joe ignored him and said to a nearby supplicant, loudly enough for everyone, including Korda, to hear, "Who does that guy think he is? Some kind of fucking baron or something?" Joe was soon being avoided for more than his verbal abuse. In a matter of days, 25 executives and producers were fired, and more writers, directors, and actors were dismissed soon after. When Kennedy took over First National, 34 actors were under long-term contract, but he reduced that number to 17. Colleen Moore and Loretta Young survived, but Mary Astor, Louis Stone, and Maria Korda were among those let go. Joe was convinced it was cheaper to hire actors for single films than to keep them on payroll week to week. It also reduced the line on the balance sheet for salaries, and, in turn, made the profits look higher. He examined their production methods and made more changes. First National had gone from depending upon independent producers to making their own 50-plus films a year under a unit system, each with their own groups of talent. A small administrative office served the entire studio, but each unit was free to operate more or less as they saw fit, with their own budgets and schedules. That was anathema to Kennedy, who ordered the studio reorganized under the same system as his other companies, with all talent open to assignment on any given film. While claiming he had no intention of turning First National into a five-and-dime proposition, Kennedy was, as Variety put it, busy swinging the axe. Richard Rowland, who had risen to general manager of First National after being in the business for almost 30 years, resigned suddenly, claiming that he planned a long rest. Most of Rowland's underlings, including his assistant manager, the head of the accounting department, the studio manager, and the chief story editor, were all let go. Sam Spring, the company's treasurer and secretary, was also removed, making way for the gang to institute their own accounting methods. It was announced that Al Rocket, one of First National's more successful unit producers, was now in charge of production. But Barney Glazer was brought in as production advisor, and, most importantly, E.B. Durr was there to actually oversee the operation. While Kennedy's broom continued to sweep the old employees out the door, members of his Irish stock company began appearing on the studio's payroll. Even Henri got in on the deal, as First National was added to the list of companies for which he served as foreign representative. One of Kennedy's colleagues, however, didn't share in the First National wealth, and he wasn't happy about it. David Sarnoff had been willing to split Kennedy with First National because he wanted their so-called talkies to be recorded by photophone. He even agreed to put $25,000 into synchronizing the sound effects and music for First National's Lilac Time. Yet when the aviation epic starring Colleen Moore and Gary Cooper opened in New York, it was with a live orchestra, because the theater had not been wired in time. The Los Angeles premiere at the Carthay Circle was disappointing as well. The theater was ready, but the sound was uneven, and the deafening roar of several sequences jolted the audience out of their seats. This time the blame was put on unions, but at the moment Vitaphone was a proven method, and Photophone was struggling at best. Kennedy told Sarnoff he had tried, but he couldn't deliver First National to RCA after all. It didn't help when Joe told reporters that if Photophone continued to drag their feet installing equipment in theaters, their future was far from assured. To add insult to Sarnoff's injury, Lilac Time was remade, using Vitaphone. If that wasn't enough to push Sarnoff to the edge, another Kennedy move that summer did. Joe came to the conclusion that their plan to remodel an old New York studio for their joint venture, Sound Studios, wasn't sufficient. He wanted to create a brand-new $1 million studio instead. Sarnoff saw no reason to invest in a new building when they were still negotiating over license fees and had more immediate problems to deal with. But Kennedy didn't take his no as an answer. He went over his head to the chiefs at General Electric, confident they would be convinced by his enthusiasm. To his surprise, they reiterated that Sarnoff was in charge, and sent Joe back to him. Sarnoff won the battle, and was given one more reason not to trust him. The entire industry was rife with rumors about Kennedy, the industry's big mystery man. What was he planning behind his stony silence? Was Pathé to move their production to First National in Burbank, and the Culver City studio to be disposed of? Were all of FBO's sound pictures to be made at Pathé? Kennedy churned up the interest in the press, and then refused to commit to specifics. While the press's attention was riveted on First National, Kennedy made visits to FBO and Pathé for meetings and declarations that all was running smoothly. He also spent time with Gloria at his house on Rodeo, and met with her and Stroheim, who was still writing his script. Joe had put the task of watching the director every minute into the combined hands of Bill LeBaron and Barney Glazer. He had such confidence in them that when Jesse Lasky warned that Stroheim's chief talent was his genius for spending large sums of money, Joe replied, "Nothing can go wrong. I've got 2 good men to police the crowd." Appearing as self-possessed as ever, Kennedy bypassed reporters on Monday, August 6th, and boarded the train east to formalize his agreement with First National. He told a few people he had been walking around with a contract in his pocket for a month, as if he was still making up his mind. But he hoped to sweeten an already incredible deal. With his entourage of Moore and Durr, Kennedy arrived in New York to be greeted by 6 men, all wanting a piece of his time. There was Bob Kane, Ned Depinay of First National, as well as Joe Schnitzer and Lee Marcus of FBO. There was no question of the importance of the man being escorted through the station and into the waiting car. Their first stop was the Palace Theater on Broadway for a special KAO board meeting where Kennedy's chairmanship was affirmed, as was the exemption that allowed him to have financial interests in other entertainment companies. Then it was on to the First National office, where he spent the rest of the day, and the next, in meetings and on the phone, supervising the preparation of reports for their Board of Directors meeting. In between, Kennedy and Durr were fielding cables from Charlie Sullivan in Culver City, and amongst the updates was the warning that the Swanson-Stroheim epic would not begin filming within the next 2 weeks as planned. 4 weeks was more like it. After receiving the tentative script, Sullivan thought that it was impractical at best. At the moment, Kennedy had other issues to deal with, but he proceeded on the assumption that it was a normal pre-production problem. He informed Al Lichtman at United Artists that, while he didn't have time to meet with him at the moment, he was looking forward to sitting down soon to outline the campaign to promote Gloria's upcoming film. On Friday morning, the First National Board meeting was opened by President Irving Rossheim, the man who had been the lead negotiator with Kennedy, and who now introduced him to the other board members. For all intents and purposes, Joe had been running First National for 2 months, and if he was verging on arrogance, he had the numbers to back it up. He took the podium and spent the next several hours going over the details of his plan. He proudly informed them that he had already reduced overhead by $20,000 a week, and if the Pathé operation was moved to the First National studio, more savings would result. Joe was dangling some very large numbers. He had often repeated his goal of a 40% cost reduction, but now he suggested the savings could be even greater. The current combined operational costs of FBO, Pathé, and First National totaled $8 million a year. With Joe in supreme command, he suggested he could achieve a reduction of $4 million at no sacrifice in quality. Between Rossheim's enthusiasm and Kennedy's charismatic presentation, any reservations the board might have had were kept to themselves. They went on meeting right through lunch, but in the middle of the afternoon, Rossheim took a break to announce to the waiting press that Kennedy had officially signed with First National. His title was to remain special advisor, but make no mistake, he was to have absolute power to run the whole shebang. He had signed a 5-year contract at $3,000 a week, with options to purchase 25% of the company. And, as Joe had hoped, they increased his compensation by agreeing that, after 3 years, he would receive 10% of all profits. As the meeting continued, E.B. Durr was brought to the fore and introduced as the man who would oversee the studio on a day-to-day basis. Kennedy told them there was no better soul alive on office operation and management, and confidently left Durr behind to work out any remaining details. Flushed with his latest and biggest victory to date, Joe headed to the Cape to see his family for the first time in 2 months. Kennedy's intent was to stay in Hyannis through most of the week and then return to New York before boarding the Ile-de-France with Rose for a long-planned voyage to Europe. Now that he was in the unprecedented position of simultaneously running 4 major companies, it might seem a bizarre time to take off for 6 weeks, but it made perfect sense to Joe. He had raised the concept of delegation to a true art form. The supervisor whose ultimate goal was to have nothing left for himself to do except focus on the big picture. Kennedy was convinced that by putting the right people in the right roles, reporting in the right way, the machine was in place to function smoothly. John Murdoch was joining him on the ship, allowing them time to look to the future together. And there was always foreign business to conduct. From his summer home, Kennedy sent cables to his European contacts, telling them that, in addition to his already scheduled appointments for Pathé and FBO, he had just taken over complete charge of First National and was eager to discuss production and distribution for that company as well. He also answered his routine correspondence, thanking Pat Powers for suggesting Mae West as a potential film star, and then writing Bob Kane to ask him to see how we could use her. To Joe, sitting on his sun porch surrounded by secretaries and his stock ticker, as he watched his children playing in the ocean only yards away, it looked like smooth sailing ahead. Yet behind closed doors in New York, Boston, and Burbank, 3 separate but powerful forces were initiating discussions that would roil his world. The first was David Sarnoff in New York. He saw himself as the one with the technological ability to merge radio, film, and nascent television. It was Kennedy's job to make the production and distribution a reality. As far as Sarnoff was concerned, Joe had not lived up to his part of the bargain. When Sarnoff called in his underlings at Photophone to explain their failure to progress, they put the blame squarely on Kennedy and his promises to deliver each and every one of the worthwhile film companies. It had been almost 3 months since Sarnoff had sat down with Elisha Walker and Robert Kane and straightened out, he thought, the arrangements between the studios and Photophone. During that time, Sarnoff's suspicions of Joe and his motives had continued to grow, for FBO had yet to pay the money he thought he was owed, nor sign the license agreements. He was infuriated when he received a bill for the musicians used for recording and synchronizing the film Gang War. As he explained one more time, I do not want Photophone to act as a financier for picture companies. There is no good reason I can see why we should lay out the money for the cost of synchronizing pictures. This is the responsibility of the picture company itself. Sarnoff concluded that he and Kennedy were on divergent paths, and he became determined to get started on a sound policy as he saw fit. Sarnoff began buying up Pathé stock and working behind the scenes to increase RCA's influence. He also muted Kennedy's threat to go with Vitaphone instead of Photophone by announcing that the 2 sound processes were now interchangeable. It was Photophone that had to make the slight technical changes, but by this point it was almost inevitable that all systems would eventually work together. Kennedy responded to the news of Sarnoff's stock buying as a lot of baloney, but he knew he had dragged out RCA paying for his studio's sound experiments for as long as he could. When Joe returned to New York from the Cape on Thursday, the day before he was to board the ship, he met with Bill LeBaron and Joe Schnitzer, and then, finally and formally, signed the license agreements to use RCA's Photophone for both Pathé and FBO, putting his companies on the same paying basis that every other studio had with their sound companies. Kennedy also attempted to ingratiate himself with Sarnoff by reiterating his praise for Photophone and announcing that he would use it for Swanson's upcoming film. Sarnoff had played hardball and won. In Boston, Guy Currier had also reached his limit. For some time, his frustration with Joe had been building, and the accumulating slights, feigned innocence, and subterfuge had taken their toll. Too many outside deals too quickly had left Currier certain that his interests and those of his investor friends were no longer in the forefront of Kennedy's concerns. Joining First National was the last straw. He no longer cared what gains Joe might claim were around the next corner. Currier was ready to end their relationship. Currier told Kennedy in no uncertain terms he wanted to get out, and the letter was waiting for Joe when he arrived in New York that Thursday. It was the last thing he needed at the moment, and he waited until the next morning to reply, professing he had tried to phone him, but there was no answer. He claimed he asked Elisha Walker if he would be willing to buy out Currier's interests, but Walker wasn't about to make any further commitment at the moment. Joe said he was sorry that Guy felt the way he did, and told him, "I am perfectly willing to get out myself, if and when we can find a buyer for the company." There was no way Kennedy wanted to sell FBO. It was part of the package he was delivering to First National. Yet for a decade he had been able to cajole Currier into seeing things his way. He just needed some time. And so he promised to take it up again upon his return from Europe. Now the only thing standing between Kennedy and the Ile-de-France was one last meeting. He had received a cable from Irving Rossheim in Maine for his own well-deserved vacation, saying that he had been hearing from dissatisfied board members. Given time to talk to each other, they were beginning to raise questions about Kennedy and his plans. Rossheim had not been able to calm the waters, and he asked Joe to please make time to meet with two of the directors, Barney Balaban and Spiro Skouras, and the Stanley Company's attorney, Morris Wolfe, before leaving the country. Rossheim regretted he could not be there personally, but assumed all they needed was reassuring. He was comfortable with Wolfe serving as his representative, and any agreement you reach with the group will have my full approval. Since the official announcement of Kennedy's signing with First National, board members' telephones had been ringing with calls from directors and producers at the Burbank studio, unhappy with the conditions Joe's reforms had created. It was impossible to believe that he could slash costs by 50% with no sacrifice in quality. With so many cuts already made, and more reportedly in the offing, they were without the support system that had attracted them to First National in the first place. They were troubled by the number of heads that had rolled. Reducing overhead was one thing, all-out slaughter was something else again. Fear was omnipresent, with Alexander Korda coming straight out and calling Kennedy's leadership a reign of terror. Resistance to Kennedy was percolating. It was as if the board members suddenly realized that they were declaring themselves null and void by turning over so much power to one man. Joe had been brought in as a super-administrator, but he had removed so many employees so quickly that it scared them into wondering what was next. First National was both a film studio and a consortium of theater owners who had come together to meet a mutual need. Whose needs would Kennedy be meeting? There had been potential conflicts from the beginning, particularly over the fact that Kennedy also headed KAO, with their several hundred theaters. What if he decided to merge his theaters with Rossheim's Stanley theaters into a giant combine? Where would that leave the likes of Balaban and Skouras? Spiro Skouras was a Greek emigre who had arrived in America in his early teens and worked as a bellboy by day while taking accounting and law classes at night. He and his two brothers had begun with Nickelodeons in 1914, and Skouras was now the head of their St. Louis-based company with more than 40 theaters. Barney Balaban was the eldest of 10 children of Russian immigrants. Home was Chicago's Jewish ghetto, where the family lived in 2 rooms above the market their mother managed. Working from the age of 9, Barney had left school entirely by 14. His mother was the family entrepreneur, and with her encouragement, Barney and his siblings opened a movie theater. Barney used his experience working in cold storage to build the first air-conditioned theater in the country. And now he headed Balaban and Katz, Chicago's largest theater circuit, with over 100 opulent theaters specializing in first runs throughout the Midwest. Balaban, a year older than Kennedy, and Skouras, 4 years younger, had a combined 40 years of experience as theater owners. tough, proven professionals who were not about to be bluffed by someone they considered, at best, a newcomer. They had worked their way up, believed they knew the theater business as well as anyone, and for the life of them couldn't see why they needed to give so much power to a banker, let alone one with so many other interests. On Friday, literally hours before he was scheduled to board the ship, Kennedy met with Balaban, Skouras, and Wolfe. The two board members told Joe they were willing to welcome him to First National, but insisted on creating an executive committee to monitor all major activity. Surely he could understand that self-preservation demanded they have a place in the decision-making process. No, he couldn't. Since childhood, one of Joe's axioms had been, "If you can't be captain, don't play." And to his thinking, he had already compromised by not being on the board and not being made president. He had the power, the purse strings, and the option to purchase a quarter of the company. The rest would follow, as it always had. But these grumblings, to say nothing of this new restraint of an executive committee, were an attempt to tie his hands, and he wouldn't hear of it. To their faces, Joe told them he refused to work under such a constraint. It was complete and absolute control, or nothing. They could go ahead and form their executive committee, but he gave them an ultimatum. "If you do, it's without me." On that note, Kennedy left the meeting. He would later tell his youngest son, "Coming down the last stages of the lap, a good runner doesn't quit at the finish. That's the time he puts on the speed." At this time there was nowhere else to run, except to the ship that would take him to Europe and away from all this. With Sarnoff's reproaches, Courier's rebukes, and the First National axe falling, the Ile-de-France had suddenly become a desperately needed refuge. Avoiding reporters on the way up the gangplank, Joe embarked on that Friday evening, and was on the high seas before the news of his split with First National began to spread. If Kennedy had hoped that Balaban and Skouras would cave in, he was wrong. As far as they were concerned, when Joe left their meeting, he had left First National. Nothing had appeared to be amiss, so the industry was shocked when the announcement was made the following Monday. Due to differences over policy, the relationship between Kennedy and First National had been ended by mutual consent. Scrambling for a rationale, some faulted Kennedy's demand for complete authority that made the company appear as if it had reached that state where artificial respiration was necessary. Clearly there had been a few reservations during the board meeting itself. Why the title Special Advisor instead of President or Chairman? And he was on the board of every other company he ran. Why was he not elected to a seat this time? Yet another story put the blame on Kennedy's libido, having him dining with a beautiful woman while the board meeting was going on, and telling her he was about to become the new ruler of one of the largest motion picture companies, having wrested control from a dumb and ignorant Jew. But the woman in question turned out to be Rossheim's mistress, and when she repeated the tale to the company president, Kennedy was out. It's a great yarn, but the reality was much more mundane. Kennedy had moved too fast, too quickly. Had he started to believe his own press clippings praising his brilliance to the point he considered himself invincible? Or had he simply run headfirst into two men willing to stand up to him? The combination of forces resulted in the first chinks in the armor of the industry's white knight, after 2.5 years of soaring influence and effusive promotion. Through cables from the ship, Kennedy dismissed the debacle as a minor annoyance and referred reporters to First National for any further comment. He was the big topic of conversation, but the trades didn't know what to make of it, and Motion Picture News didn't even try to explain it. Instead, they concluded, in this business of surprises, you never can tell what'll happen next. That's what makes it so interesting. Rose, John Murdoch and his wife, as well as Murdoch's longtime friend and colleague, Pat Casey, were all on board. Kennedy was more than ready to relax, so he could not have been pleased to see that among his fellow passengers was Fred Thompson's wife, Frances Marion. Since completing his final Paramount film, Kit Carson, 2 months before, Fred had sat at home, swimming with his young sons and spending hours in his lab developing camera lenses or in the garage building new boat engines. The press kept reporting that Fred would have no trouble finding another company to work with because they knew nothing of his personal contract with Kennedy. Thompson had spent a lifetime solving problems by tackling them head-on. There was always a logical solution to a mathematical challenge, a stunt to be performed or a race to be won. While he thrived on those types of victories, this legal morass was beyond his ability to cope with. Fred continued to meet with lawyers in search of a solution, but they could not get around the fact that by signing that contract with Joe, he had signed away his right to make films without Kennedy's approval. With the hope of restoring Fred's love of life, or at least diverting his attention, Frances planned a trip to Europe. She spoke French, and Fred, who knew Spanish and Italian, always loved to travel. She arranged for a long vacation when she renewed her MGM contract, and then Joe Schenck approached her about stopping in Salzburg. He wanted her opinion on a film Lillian Gish was planning to make with her new mentor Max Reinhardt. The side trip would pay for the Thompsons' entire vacation, and they renewed their passports with anticipation. Then, only days before their planned departure, Fred told Frances he couldn't go after all. His attorneys were hopeful of a breakthrough, and he thought he should stay close at hand. Frances didn't share his optimism, but knew there was no budging her stubborn husband. She had committed to the trip, but not wanting to leave Fred for long, she shortened it to a few weeks. For company, she called her friend, the actress Hedda Hopper, to go with her. Frances and Hedda boarded the Ile-de-France, where they too were surprised to find Joe Kennedy in the crowd of passengers. Steeling herself, Frances approached Joe, but he made it clear he had nothing new to add to his vague assurances that something would work out. Rose, whom Frances had hosted and respected, was even more taciturn. Frances's innate diplomacy made her hold her tongue, and while she clung to the hope that Fred really could make something happen from California, she spent most of the voyage in her cabin, while Hedda socialized with the other passengers and had them sign a ship's menu to send to her good friend, Luella Parsons, who would go unchallenged for another decade as Moviedom's premier columnist. Kennedy and Murdoch had much to discuss as they huddled in their deck chairs, and that didn't include the problems of a cowboy star. Glad to be out of range of reporters' questions, they began planning their way out of their current situation. Together they had Pathé and KAO, and Kennedy had FBO. He was determined to regroup without First National. Their sea voyage was almost over by the time the First National Board of Directors met again on August 22nd and announced that everything was running smoothly without Kennedy. They reviewed the appointments and dismissals that had been made over the past 2 months and affirmed that Al Rocket was in complete charge of production. For the most part, those who had survived Kennedy's slashings remained, and those who had been cut stayed gone. The most immediate result of Kennedy's departure was a dramatic rise in studio morale. There were reports that First National had been strengthened by Kennedy's hasty departure, and that the company was once again running efficiently under the direction of the men who built it up. Then the real digs at Kennedy began, with stories that his efficiency system was actually costing money because it now took twice as long to turn out the required quota of work. Many of those who had been fired were needed after all, but by the time that was realized, it was impossible to regain their services for less than twice their salaries, or to replace them with other people at the original salaries. The implication was that while his principles of efficiency might be applicable in other industries, Anyone who really understood filmmaking would never have made the mistakes Kennedy had. While the men at the studio might have thought all was well, the financiers behind the scenes were not as sanguine. They exerted more authority than any single board member, and because of the stock pooling that had taken place to fight off Zucker and Fox before Kennedy was brought in, it was Goldman Sachs who held the purse strings at First National. They were also the primary bankers for Rossheim's Stanley Theaters, as well as Warner Brothers. Within weeks of Kennedy's departure, it was announced that Warner's was buying Stanley, and by putting down $2.5 million, they bought enough shares of First National stock to gain control of the studio and their theaters. And so it was Warner Brothers, not Pathé or FBO, who moved onto the First National lot. While there was much talk of maintaining separate identities, and for a period of time films were released with each company's name on the screen, it was Warner's that eventually prevailed, investing millions in what became a state-of-the-art sound studio. And to this day, it is that same Burbank lot that the camera surveys under the credits of Warner Brothers films.